One boy, Yejun Ling, woke up and discovered to his amazement that he had become a decrepit old man. The animals that were in the eastern region at that moment were very surprised by the appearance of a man in this place. Junling looked at his appearance in the lake and was shocked, asking, "How could this happen?" After all, he was still dozing in math class just now. Lin started saying that he was a guy who was 185 meters tall, hadn't met a girl yet, and was just about to enjoy the wonderful student life. And then suddenly he turned into some old man. Lin realized that he would not accept this. And since he had already entered another world, this old Hrick must be a hidden master. And he decided to look into his memories. He moved to the past and saw that this world is called Kunlun, and cultivators rule here. The original owner of the body, Yejun Ling, had exceptional talent and had reached the golden core stage in his youth. And thanks to this talent, he was appointed as the head of the soaring peak of Xuantiansong, one of the 6 great sects in the wild region of the Eastern Realm. However, during the purge of heretical cultivators, he was caught off guard, his dantian was destroyed, and all his strength disappeared, turning him into an ordinary person. And he spent the next few decades in complete apathy, shutting himself away on the mountain and not taking any interest in the outside world. And so 10 years have passed since that day. Lin understood and said that he was just an ordinary mortal. And judging by his age, it looks like he could die at any moment, and he just got here. But suddenly he remembered how he once read. And now he knows that from his experience of reading web novels, if this is a transfer, then there must definitely be some kind of bonus. And he still has a chance. Lin took everything into his own hands and, turning to the system, said that his dad was here and that he should appear quickly. But he didn't get anything in response and the system didn't appear. Lin asked him if he had decided to play hide and seek with him. Let him come quickly. But then Lin decided to act differently and fell to his knees and said that he was wrong. He was just joking and was waiting for at least some words from the system. And suddenly he thought and decided that this was not a system. What if it was all about the ring with the spirit of the elder, and he too might have to pretend to be infirm? Lin took off his ring and looked at it and asked the old doctor if he was there. But again, in the end, he received nothing in response. But his nerves couldn't stand it, and he shouted at the old man not to hide, because Lin knew he was here. Throwing his ring to the ground, he raised his cane into the sky, and suddenly everything changed in an instant. Lin did not stop there and began to curse loudly. After such insults, the system immediately appeared and said that 2 rude words were detected, and the system is activated automatically, and now they ask the owner to be more decent. Lin was happy with this system and said that he finally appeared, and he realizes that it was unfair. He has already begun to think that this is just a story of all sorts of abilities. The system apologized to him and said that it had just been fast asleep, and the system had just woken up too. And to compensate for this inconvenience, he hands the owner a starter kit, and he asks the owner if she should open the gift. Lin tells her to open it already. Having opened the gift, the system said that it congratulated the owner on gaining a special ability to meet the force and become stronger. And as soon as he meets any opponent whose level is higher than his, Lin immediately and permanently gains a cultivation level higher, and no side effects. Lin was upset and thought that at the moment he was an ordinary person, and if he encountered an immortal, and then the system answered him that it was not deceiving the owner, and he could safely check, everything would work. Lin was delighted and said that if this was really the case, then he would become invincible. He would be able to always be one step ahead of everyone. The old man became curious and asked why he needed to cultivate, and the system suddenly showed him a respectful reminder that there was only an hour left before his natural death. Lin asked, how come is he going to die already? But he needs to go down the mountain and find someone to fight with in order to gain strength and prolong his life. And now he understood why the old man had been sitting on the mountain all this time. Now he had been drawn into this mess. But then a kind reminder appeared, saying that there were 35 minutes left before his death. Lin was upset and asked, would he really not make it? But suddenly Lin looked at the mountain and saw a huge storm coming. He asked, what is it? A flock of monsters? At that moment, in this terrible weather, inside the cloud was the head of the sect, who had been removed from office many years ago. The leader stood before his enemies and said, who here dared to do such a thing, and even dared to challenge Xuantianzong? But then the eagle man appeared from the magic shell, And seeing Xuantianzong said that they were creatures. He asked them, what did they not expect? The demon monster king is still alive and will exterminate them all today. The leader looked at his enemy and asked, is he the vile creature here? Once he had arranged a massacre in the state, and he with his own hands seriously wounded him and threw him off the cliff. And now he manages to survive and still dares to come with revenge? Only he can bring this pack of creatures. The demon monster king began to laugh loudly after his words and increased his powers and asked, is this enough? The leader was shocked and asked if he had overcome the barrier and reached the stage of the embryonic soul. The warrior immediately became worried and asked the leader what they would do. They could not compete with such a strong opponent. The leader turned around and said that it was impossible to give up without a fight, and since that was the case, they would fight to the end, protecting Xuantian. The demon monster king simply mocked them and said that he would kill all the stinking Taoists. And then a war broke out between the Wantian people and the enemies of their clan. But the monsters were so strong that the warriors tried to resist. Lin watched all this from the ground and said for someone to hit him. And suddenly the system appeared and said that there were 30 minutes left until his death. Lin began to worry and realized that time was running out for him, and they were too far away to hear him. And then Lin decided to go up the stairs, but his back was really letting him down. He understood that if he went down now, he would definitely not make it. There was only one option left. The demon monster king shouted at the people that they were weaklings, and if this was all they could do, then their lives would end today. And he is the demon king. He will show them all the power of the embryonic soul, and having thrown out all the energy from his body, he directed it at his enemies. With one blow, he laid low all the warriors who could not even do anything against him. The warriors were wounded, and the chief understood and told his people that nothing could be done. The gap between the golden core stage and the embryonic soul was huge. The demon monster king began to laugh and asked, who else would dare to resist? Let them say goodbye to their lives. But suddenly Lin climbed the mountain and shouted to the demon of the monstrous king to look at him, and not to look around because they were addressing him here. The demon monstrous king flew up to the old man and asked, is he tired of living? And does he allow insults towards him? Lin started asking the big bird to attack him, and he stands there waiting for him. Lin was glad that he had arrived on time. And from the old man's memories, he learned about the loudspeaker in the house. It works on a key crystal. Otherwise, it would have disappeared. The demon monster king answered the old man that he had never seen such an old impudent fellow before. But Lin immediately told him that now he saw it. The leader and his men looked at the mountain and wondered if this was elder brother Ye. The girl told him that it was unbelievable, the same legend from the floating peak. But the warrior said that he had not interfered in anything for decades. So why did he suddenly appear here? The leader replied that he might want to contribute. Of course, it was just a pity that he had once been caught off guard, and all his strength had disappeared, turning him into a helpless person. The Beast King demon heard the boy's words and asked, is Ye Ling teasing the Beast King now? He's just looking for death. And so this is that old useless junk, asked the king of the demonic animals? Lin called the bird his grandson and said that he would eat him like a quail without cultivation. And if he was a man, then let him come. And suddenly the system told the owner that there were 10 seconds left before his death. Lin saw that this bird was very slow and talkative, and now he would probably die without a fight. The system began counting down the seconds until his death. But in the last seconds, the king of demonic animals attacked and said that since the old man wanted to die like this, he would crush him into dust. Lin was happy about this because he finally fulfilled his cherished wish. But the old man's eyes suddenly turned on and calculated some information. The system immediately said that an enemy attack at the initial embryonic soul stage was detected. The ability to meet the forces triggered. And now the old man is getting stronger and gaining the power of the middle level of the embryonic soul. Lin immediately began to evolve. Lin looked at his fiery body and said, here comes the embryonic soul. The system answered him, of course, she is a professional. Lin immediately used his fire technique against the bird's attack and didn't even give it a chance to die. The king of the demonic animals was very surprised and asked what was going on here. The leader and his men also closed their eyes and said that it was a very scary aura, and the girl asked, is junior brother Yes still alive? Lin suddenly transformed from an old man into a young warrior with powerful abilities in an instant. Lin said, this is it. The power of the embryonic soul is the pinnacle of fighting power in the human world. Extremely terrifying. The demonic beast king asked if he was also at the embryonic soul stage, and he saw that he was even stronger than him. The leader and the other guys were shocked and even asked themselves, is this possible? Lin is a user of the power of the embryonic soul, so all these years he was only pretending to be broken? Outwardly, he became a mere mortal, but in fact he had long ago and quietly jumped to the stage of the embryonic soul. And it turns out that the younger brother Lin is the most important one here. The warrior also said that this is the stage of the embryonic soul, and in the whole wild region, there are only a few of them. And now their Xuantianzong has such a master. The demonic beast king immediately began to address Lin as a respected Taoist and said that what had happened was just a misunderstanding. And he decided to settle the differences with his sect and later, if possible, pay a visit. Lin replied to him that he had destroyed the foundation of his Xuantianzong sect, killed many of its disciples, and now he was calling it a misunderstanding? The system congratulated him on his first acquired power, and the system randomly bestowed upon him the divine technique, Great Void Finger, that binds the heavens. Lin wondered if this was the same technique of Xiaolingzi. He told the bird that if he exterminated his entire clan and family, and then said it was a misunderstanding, would he believe it? The demonic beast king said that Taoist strength was slightly superior to his, but the difference was not too big, and Lin really wanted to fight to the death? Lin told him that if he is not touched, then he does not touch anyone. If someone offends him, he will destroy him, especially in order to rise to the stage of the embryonic soul. He is a monster. He must have killed many people, and he cannot be forgiven. The king of the demonic beasts listened to these words and said that they, the people, forced him to do this. And now he will burn his inner pearl, but he will definitely kill him. Lin decided to use his powers in advance and finish off this bird. And having splashed out his anger, he told the bird that he does not know his limits. And now he uses against him the great empty finger that binds the heavens. Seeing the shell of energy, the king was shocked by what he saw and realized that he had already lost. And deciding to change the situation, Lin began to shout that he would give him his wife and renounce his tribe. And he had just reached the stage of the embryonic soul and did not want to die. But Lin didn't care about his words and didn't stop his attack and did the job to the end. Feeling the fried wings, the rest of the king's warriors began to shout that the ruler was dead and they should run quickly. But Lin didn't want to let them go so easily and asked where they were going to run. And he released his bloody stage and covered them with deadly liquid. After the victory, Lin said that those stinking birds would not bother Xuantianzong anymore. The leader looked at junior brother Ye and replied that this time they were completely indebted to him. And he asked for forgiveness, because before he thought that his abilities were destroyed and he was broken, and did not expect that he would break through to the stage of the ancestral soul. But suddenly a girl came up to them and asked, "What nonsense! Let them look at little brother Ye. Does he look like someone who has lost heart?" Xiao Deju, the leader of Kangjin Peak, also replied that it was true that junior brother Ye had always kept a low profile, quietly protecting their sect. Lin immediately noticed that they were good guys, and they all had good imaginations. But not bad. He wouldn't have to explain anything. Suddenly, warriors approached them and told the sect ruler that a disaster had happened. The Fenglai sect had suddenly seized their minds and spiritual veins, and many of the disciples guarding them had been killed and wounded. The leader was shocked by the news and replied that he couldn't believe it, although they already had a strained relationship with the Fenglai sect. But to dare to do such a thing, and without these spiritual veins, their cultivation paths will be interrupted and they will be doomed. And he told junior brother Ye that he was going to lead the disciples to get their resources back. What would he say about that? Lin remembered that the Fenglai sect was one of the 6 major sects in the wild region. They had conflicts with him, but within the scope of control. And the fact that they attacked right now clearly means that they took advantage of the monster invasion to strike. There is no limit to their treachery. The system immediately showed that the daily registration quest had been opened, and they would register in Feng Qi's domain, and he would receive an unimaginable reward. Lin saw that he had a mission again. He still had the ability to meet forces and become stronger, and it was time to attack their lair and start the massacre. Lin took charge and said that they would proceed according to their own plan, while he would go straight to the Fenglai sect and eradicate them by the roots. The leader replied with surprise that this was very good, and junior brother Ye was damn powerful. Lin immediately went to solve the problems. The leader asked, how many years have passed since Xuantianzong was so strong? Jie replied to the sect leader that they had never been particularly strong, but now with peak leader Ye, they might be able to become the first of the 6 sects in the wild region. At this time in the Fenglei sect, one of the guys said that he didn't expect everything to go so smoothly, and after luring that monster to Xuantianzong, they waited for the right moment to get their hands on all of their spiritual veins. But the brother replied that with this way, they would soon be able to become the head of the sect of the entire wild region, but wouldn't that monster attack them too? The third brother asked the second, didn't he hear? Today a powerful guest from the Yuhua sect arrived in Fenglei sect, so there won't be any problems. Fenglei sect leader Chen Yunhai asked Elder Mu if it was true that his son Chen Xiao had performed well in the Yuhua sect and had already been accepted as a personal disciple by a certain lord. Elder Mu replied to Mr. Chen that he had come from Qingzhou for this very reason. His son had been noticed by Guiyang, taught the highest Tao, and his future was boundless. The chief was delighted and said that this was excellent. It meant that his son had the potential to become immortal. Another senior person told the sect leader to accept his congratulations. Elder Mu immediately took out a gift and told Chief Chen that this was the first-class Huayang pill that the chief's son had asked him to give to him. Chief Chen was surprised and said, Huayang pill. People started shouting that they were congratulating the sect leader. With this pill, he will definitely break through to the embryonic soul stage. Chief Chen was delighted and said that his son had not forgotten him. Today they had a double celebration. Chief Chen told Elder Mu about that monster and promised that he would put this matter to rest along the way. And he greatly thanks Elder Mu. If it weren't for him accurately determining the level of that monster, they might have missed the chance to seize Xuantianzong's resources. But after these words, an unexpected explosion occurred, and one of the warriors began to shout that someone had broken through all their defensive formations. Lin came out of the smoke and asked, so this is the Fenglei sect? The leader immediately asked him, who is he? Or has he already become bored with life, since he dared to break into the main hall of the Fenglei sect? Lin didn't hide anything and introduced himself and said that he had come specifically to their Fenglei sect. All the warriors were shocked and said how powerful his aura was. And this is the embryonic soul stage. But the system told the owner that he had arrived at the Fenglei sect's registration site, and it congratulated him because he had obtained the seal of the human ruler and the Great Void technique. Lin was delighted after all. This was a familiar ability for him again. Chief Chen thought at this moment, is this guy really at the embryonic soul stage? And the Fenglei sect shouldn't have attacked such powerful people, even though his name seemed familiar to him. Chief Chen asked the respected Taoist what was the reason for his visit to their Fenglei sect. Lin asked him in return, are they pretending to be fools? Haven't they heard of him? He is Ye Ling, the leader of the soaring peak of Xuantianzong, and they colluded with the Monster King and attacked his sect's domain. As punishment, the Fenglei sect will cease to exist from this day forward. Chief Chen said that Ye Ling, it was him. He was once caught off guard, and all his strength disappeared. How could he have entered the embryonic soul stage? And the chief understood that since Lin was here, it meant that the king of Greenbirds had already been killed. And then, like the damned Xuantianzong, they pulled it off. Chief Chen turned to Elder Mu and asked what they should do in this situation. He felt calm, because as long as the elder was with them, even if he was at the embryonic soul stage, they would crush him like an egg on a stone. Elder Mu called the boy a puppy and ordered him to kneel down, break his arms, and then he would leave his miserable life. And so far, he hasn't changed his mind. Lin asked the old man who he was, that someone would bow to him. Elder Mu immediately showed his aura and said that the kid was really cheeky. The warriors looked at this and said that this was the stage of transformation of the spirit, and what a terrible pressure. The leader also understood that if a master at the spirit transformation stage took over the matter, Ye Ling of Xuantianzong was doomed. Chief Chen started laughing and told Lin that he managed to survive last time, but he won't leave today. And when he dies, Xuantianzong will have no support left, and he will easily crush him after that. And now let him quickly fall to his knees and begin to beg for mercy, and perhaps Elder Mu will leave his whole body. But Lin did not waste time and followed their instructions. He decided to show what he was capable of, but Elder Mu saw that he was turning into a spirit and agreed. At the same time on Xuantianzong's spiritual vein, the head and her team fought with the enemies and finished off almost all of them. The leader asked, "Yuhua sect elder in Fenglei sect." The enemy began to laugh and answered him. What did he think? Without the protection of the Yuhua sect, would they dare to so openly seize their Xuantianzong along with this monster? After all, the elder came to their Fenglei sect because many years ago, the crown leader of their sect entered the Yuhua sect in Qingzhou. Due to his outstanding talent, he attracted a lot of attention. Although even he knows how they dealt with that monster, he advises them to stop. Maybe then they will be allowed to stay alive and serve the Fenglei sect. But the head did not talk to him any further and cut off his head, saying that there was no time. We must urgently go to the Fenglei sect and save the head of Peak Yi. Su asked in surprise, could Peak Head Yi be able to resist the Yuhua sect? Che replied that it was impossible. The elders of the Yuhua sect were at least at the stage of spirit transformation. Compared to them, their embryonic soul could be considered a mosquito. And if necessary, he would give his life so that the Yuhua sect would leave Peak Master Ye alive. After all, he is their hope. At this moment, in the main hall of the Fenglei sect, Ling began to laugh at their words. Chief Chen told him that he was on the verge of death, and yet he was laughing. And this boy seemed to have already become paralyzed with fear in front of Elder Mu, who had reached the spirit transformation stage. With his pitiful abilities, he is not even worthy of wearing Elder Mu's shoes. Elder Mu told him that he was a small cultivator from a wild region, and he still dared to be impudent in front of him? His Xuantianzong was no bigger than an anthill, and for the Yuhua sect, he is just a speck of dust that can be easily wiped off. And he is a complete non-entity, unworthy of attention. And since he had already angered him, even if he knelt down to apologize, he would still destroy their Xuantianzong sect. Lin was not afraid of anything at this moment and told the elder to get started already and not waste time. And also, spirit transformation is just nonsense. If he's so cool, then challenge him to a fight. Whoever runs away is the grandson. Elder Mu couldn't stand such humiliation and pounced on him, shouting that the kid wanted to die. At this moment, Chief Chen understood that after Qiling's death, the Xuantianzong sect would still remain their prey. The system immediately said that an attack by a late-stage spirit transformation enemy had been detected. And now the passive effect is activated, meeting the power, becomes stronger. And the cultivation at the peak of the spirit transformation stage is obtained. Lin used his new techniques against the old man and asked, "Is spirit transformation all?" Elder Mu was shocked by what he saw and saw that his attack would do nothing. And it turns out that the boy is also in the spirit transformation stage. Chief Chen started shouting and asking, how is this possible? Some pathetic Xuantianzong, and suddenly they have such a master. Elder Mu said that this Xuantianzong was incredibly cunning. They hid all this. And in this poor wild region, how can there even be a local cultivator who has reached the stage of spirit transformation? And at its peak, after all, even in a wild region, an embryonic soul is enough to become the founder of a sect and ensure its existence for thousands of years. But the stage of transformation of the spirit has never happened here. This guy is still so young, but he has already reached such a level. But how is this even possible? Chief Chen asked the elder. What should he do now? Let him save the Fenglei sect. Elder Mu told him not to panic. And don't forget, he is from the Yuhua sect in Qingzhou. His immortal methods are incomparable to his. Lin asked the old man if he really thought his technique was superior, and immediately showed him his middle finger, mocking Elder Mu. Elder Mu got angry and shouted, "This is nonsense. The level of their small sects cannot compare to the greatness of the Yuhuang sect. And now he will show him the highest technique of the earth." And he used his palm of the green tree. The warriors looked at him in surprise and said that they had nothing to say. The Yuhua sect does not bear its fame in vain. Such earth technique is powerful. And also the techniques of mortals, spiritual, mysterious, in the wild region. The technique of the spiritual level is already a treasure. And here is the earthly level. Elder Mu told the boy that dying at the hands of an elder was a great honor for a cultivator of his level. But Lin extended 2 fingers to the side and showed a stream of fire energy and said that these were just small tricks. And the old man still dared to brag here? Lin didn't waste any time and used his seal of tabs and people. and completely destroyed Elder Mu's attack with one move. And above him appeared his most powerful spirit of fire, which destroyed everything in its path with just one movement. People were shocked by what they saw and asked, "What kind of technology is this? Is it really higher than the divine level?" And Lin continued to use his techniques and said that the imprint would shine above the earth, and the ruler of the people was adamant. Elder Mu was completely exhausted because this boy's strength was higher than his, and he couldn't handle this attack. Elder Mu began to beg him to stop and asked him to spare him. Lin asked, "So what if it's the Yuhua sect? If he's not touched, he won't touch anyone. And if someone offends him, he'll destroy them. And if they dare to attack, he'll wipe them out." Elder Mu told him that if he died, his sect would be completely destroyed, and he, as the culprit, would suffer even more. Lin listened to his words and asked the elder, why did he still dare to threaten before his death? If that's the case, then let him disappear. Using his fire arrow, he aimed it straight at the elder's body and finished him off. At this moment, Chief Chen had already fallen to his knees and said that everything was a misunderstanding. They were ready to submit and serve him, and they will follow the Lord and become his servants. But Lin answered them that they are not worthy even to be his dogs. Chief Chen told the Lord that his son Chen Xiao had the potential to become an immortal. He had already been accepted into the Yuhua sect as the Lord's personal disciple. Would he dare to offend him? Let him not make mistakes. Lin heard that his son had the makings of an immortal and said that it was perfect. He repeats that if he was offended, he will destroy the enemy. Their Fenglei sect was the first to attack Zhuangtiansong, and he had said before that they would cease to exist today, and he always keeps his word. Lin did not spare anyone in this place and decided to destroy everything down to the last house and people. Finally, Chief Chen said that today's blood grudge would be avenged 1,000-fold by his son. Lin watched everything burn and saw a box fall from the fire. Lin said that then he would wait for his son to come and bring him more experience. But looking at the sky, he saw a virtual neon. The head with the team had already arrived at the place and said that it was wonderful. The younger brother was here and alive. Lin asked where else would he be. He said he was going to destroy the Fenglei sect. The leader took his hand and said that he was incredibly lucky. And he had already heard that the elder of the Yuhua sect had arrived here, but he was somehow unaffected, and they could still leave. Lin asked him, what about that elder? He had already killed him. The leader was shocked and asked, did he destroy the elder of the Yuhua sect? He was at the stage of spirit transformation. Su also told the guys, did you see him? She also said that peak leader Ye can handle it. The leader asked, is this really true? Junior brother Ye has overcome the spirit transformation? Lin replied that he is actually also at the spirit transformation stage. But it was already possible to do without words, and it was time for them to rob the Fenglei sect and use the resources. The leader told him that everything was right, it was time to move out. The leader now knows that junior brother Ye is at the spirit transformation stage. This is unbelievable. Suddenly, Zhao told him that he had found a germinal soul pill. It seemed to be from the Yuhua sect. Lin told him to give this pill to the sect leader so that he could quickly break through to the embryonic soul stage. This would strengthen Xuantianzong. The leader replied to junior brother Ye that he was grateful to him. But suddenly the system said that a suitable disciple had been found within a radius of 100 li. And it seems that this is the head of a demon cult of the true immortal level. Let him accept him as a disciple and receive an unimaginable reward. Lin was delighted because this was a new task, and this was a student, and also the head of a demonic cult at the level of a true immortal. And if he goes and challenges, then thanks to his ability, he might immediately become immortal and become invincible not only in the wild region, but also in Qingzhou. Su suddenly said that although thanks to Peak Head Ye, they were able to wipe out the Fenglei sect, but after falling out with the Yuhua sect, did Xuantianzong still have a chance to survive in the eastern region? The leader replied that it was true. The power of the Yuhua sect was so great that they, Xuantianzong, could not compete with it. The leader turned to Lin and said that his talent was incredible. He should not ruin his future here, and it would be better to leave the eastern region. And when the Yuhua sect comes for answers, they will simply sacrifice themselves. As long as he is alive, Xuantianzong still has a chance to continue. Zhou said at this moment that the sect leader was right. Su also replied that yes, peak leader Yi, he was a natural-born genius. His death here would be a huge loss. The warriors also shouted that everything was correct, and Peak Master Ye would definitely be able to fulfill their hopes, once again glorify the name of Xuantianzong and make him famous everywhere. And they will stay here and will not retreat until the last, and the head of Peak E can be calm and boldly go to his destiny. Lin was very surprised that the sect had such a strong unity, and he said that he thanked everyone for their support, but let them be assured that if he had made up his mind, it meant that he had thought it all through. And let them leave the rest to him. He will settle everything the way he wants, because it is impossible to come to an agreement with them. And here he will leave everything to the head of the sect. Let him sort it out slowly. He has urgent matters and is forced to take his leave already. The leader saw how the younger brother Ye had disappeared and remembered that he won every time, waved his sleeve, and left without leaving even a cloud. At that moment, something unbearable was happening in the purple bamboo forest. The bandits were chasing the girl and telling her not to run away and to let them enjoy her. But the girl turned out to be a guy and started yelling at them and telling him to get out of here. And he got tired of repeating that he was a man. But the decrepit old man was already drooling and still saying that she was a beautiful girl, and she couldn't be a man, and she shouldn't even try to deceive him. The boy already understood that the tiger had indeed found itself on the plain and had become a victim of dogs. And one would think that he was the head of the demonic cult of the central region. And having achieved true immortality, he founded Baihuo, a giant sect uniting 100,000 countries and millions of followers. But his enemies joined forces with the Holy Lands and launched a full-scale siege on Baihuo. He had to sacrifice all his strength to escape. And now he was hiding in this backwater eastern region, and yet he found himself in this situation. The old man still called him a beauty and said that if she didn't run faster, he would catch her. The old man was already tired of running after him and fired several swords at her. But the guy immediately turned around and used a shield of scarlet flame in response. But the old man's strength was greater than his, and this time his shield did not work, and the boy received some injuries. But the old man was also surprised because the foundation stage was able to withstand his technique of 5 needles, shackling the origins, the late golden core stage. And is this really a young talent from a big sect who went on a journey? It doesn't matter anymore. He needs to deal with him first. The old man used his technique and surrounded him with his energy, placing strange needles around him. Approaching him, he again called him a beauty and said that that was all, and it was better for her to surrender. The old man grabbed the guy by the face and called him a beauty and told him not to resist because his patience was not limitless. And let him come to terms with it, and it won't take long. But the guy is already tired of hearing that he considers him a girl and bares his chest. The boy started shouting at the old man to open his dog eyes and understand that he is a man. The old man was shocked by what he saw and asked the guy if he was really a man. So it turns out he ran after him in vain. The guy covered himself and asked him if he had looked carefully. They were the same sex, and let him stop chasing him. But suddenly the old man stopped him and said that the man was also not bad. And this was even better. But the guy couldn't stand it and used his attack technique, shouting at the pervert not to touch him, and he even dares to pick on men. And if the old man touches him, he would rather burn his inner pearl than humiliate himself before him. The old man was very surprised and asked what kind of technology this was. How could laying a foundation create such large-scale formations? But the guy's patience was already at its limit, and calling the old man a damn dog said that he had finally made him angry. He released a stream of energy from himself at the limit. He directed it straight at the old man and wanted to burn him alive. The old man, seeing this in front of his face, was frightened and suggested that they discuss everything. But the guy didn't want to continue the conversation with him any longer, and he finished his job by trying to kill the old man. The old man couldn't even dodge and fell right into the center of the stream. He tried to get out, but the QE was so strong that the pain was already at its limit. But the boy also suffered and told the old man that he asked for it. What bad luck, because of this incident, his pearl is almost broken. And now he urgently needs to find a place to recover in order to think through his next steps. And he said that this pervert did not die in vain. He is definitely from an unusual family. But suddenly he felt someone's presence and asked, "Who is here?" But suddenly the old man came out of the forest and told the boy not to worry. He just happened to be there. He had no connection with that pervert, and his preferences are normal, so he can be calm. The guy replied that in that case he hoped to see him again someday. And now see you soon. But the old man turned out to be not a simple man again, and quickly approached the guy and said that, unlike that man, he was more interested in his secret. The old man tried to grab the boy and look into his mind. After all, he wants to understand why he has such powerful abilities. But the lad answered him that he was an old bastard, and now he was taking advantage of the weakness of others. And a miserable death awaited him too. But suddenly the guy fell and thought that his revival would end here, and he can't come to terms with it. As they were fighting, a man who was stronger than all of them flew over them, and they immediately paid attention to him. The old man immediately sensed the spirit transformation stage. He didn't even know that there could be a spirit transformation stage master in this small eastern region. Lin decided to stop and look at them. The old man immediately became frightened and told him to spare him, and in return for gratitude he gives it to him, and he himself will leave. But Lin did not continue to talk to him, and attacked him with a beam of qi, and said that such worthless people did not deserve to live. The old man did not expect such a turn of events, and did not even have time to see how the beam pierced his heart. And the guy was shocked because first the master of the Golden Core was caught, now the transformation of the spirit. And is it really true that today he will not escape fate? Lin immediately asked the system if it wanted to say that this was the head of a demonic cult, and a true immortal at that. The system replied that this was an ordinary weakling at the stage of laying the foundation. Lin asked it if it was kidding him, but the system replied that it was not lying. This man was indeed a true immortal and the head of a demonic cult. His strength had simply weakened, and so it decided to activate the Eye of Insight ability. After some analysis, she showed that this guy's name is Hong Shunye, and the initial stage of laying the foundation, and the talent is Divine Fire King. Lin looked at all his characteristics and made sure that everything was so. And this is snow white skin, refined features, long hair, and seeing him, many women would envy him. Anyone would mistake his gender. Hong was wary because Lin was looking at him with that strange look, and he thought that he too preferred men. But Lin knew that although he was currently at the stage of laying the foundation, with his talent and experience, it would be easy to regain his former strength. Accepting him as a disciple was a sure bet. Lin told the boy that he could see that he had an exceptional bone structure. He was a real talent. From that day on, he would take him on as an apprentice. All he had to do was agree. Hong was very surprised and asked the stranger if he wanted to take him as a student, and he even thought that he was also hunting for his secret. And is it true that his artifacts and luck can't compare to what he has? And with his cultivation, they wouldn't even let him into the backyard of his sect. And some stage of the spirit's transformation wants to be his teacher. It's even a bit naive. Lin asked him what happened, and judging by his face, he doesn't really want to be his student. In fact, Hong thought that he was not worthy of being his teacher, but now he did not have enough strength to cope. And while he has a chance to survive, there is no need to rush. When he regains his strength, he will turn the situation around. He knelt down and said that the disciple Hong greets his teacher, and to be a disciple of such a teacher is the greatest honor in his life. And he didn't care, because it was just a show for the public, just a formality. And when the time comes, he will definitely regain his lost dignity. Lin accepted him and told his disciple that it was good and that he should rise. From that day on, he would call him Xiao Hong. Hong didn't really like the name, but for the sake of his own salvation, he told his mentor that he agreed. Lin noticed that this guy was too obviously hypocritical, but no matter with his ability to meet strength and become stronger, he was not even afraid of his betrayal. The system immediately appeared and told the owner that it congratulated him on the completed task, and he received the automatic training function as a reward for this. Seeing this, Lin already decided that he could become stronger just by lying down. But the system did not finish there and said that he received a coffin that would be removed as the owner's level increased. And now it is a third-level artifact. Lin thought that from what he remembered, abilities and techniques had stages of mastery, initial level, partial mastery, full mastery, and mastery. And at each stage, the power of the effect can increase 10 or even 100 times. The system said that this is the ability to bury the heavens and the earth, destroying all creatures. And also the talent of the master's disciple is discovered. The system offers a free upgrade package, and as a reward for the fire technique, 3,000 fiery flames. And another reward is the fire source pill, and this is for restoring the fire root and forming an unrivaled foundation. Lin realized that this reward, the coffin raking the sky, was clearly created to challenge the laws of the universe. And I wonder what kind of power he will achieve when he rises to a new level. And these are the real rewards that the great traveler from the Celestial Empire deserves. And Hong saw that his teacher was proud of him because he took such a talented student as he. And it remains to wait for his retribution, which is already just around the corner. Lin asked him why he was hiding his emotions. He probably thought that his teacher was not worthy of being his mentor. Hong answered the teacher that he had misunderstood him. This was his usual expression, and he saw that the teacher was only at the stage of spiritual transformation, and he was already trying to teach him about life. Lin suddenly told the boy that it seemed he would not accept his authority without a gift, and here was a technique for him in honor of their apprenticeship. Let him study hard. Hong accepted everything and thanked the master. But in his mind, he wanted to see what kind of nonsense this provincial master at the stage of spirit transformation could offer him. Taking the book, he read its title, 3,000 Fiery Tribes, and it seemed to him that the title was too pretentious. But when he looked at the book and saw the true name of the 3,000 Fiery Tribes, he was shocked. And he even thought how this was possible. He immediately realized that this technique of violent flame fury, with which he achieved immortality, was already considered the highest fire technique of the central region. But compared to this 3,000 captive tribes, it's just trash. This technique completely turned his understanding of fire magic upside down. It's definitely an immortal level technique, maybe even a legendary saint level technique. Hong realized that with this technique, his strength would grow incredibly. Returning to true immortality no longer satisfies him. Lin said that judging by his face, he was pleased with the gift of technology. Hong turned around and thanked him for the technology, and it turned out to be extremely useful. But he wondered where this mentor got such luck to stumble upon such a rare technique. But Lin didn't stop there, and said that since Hong had mastered the technique, here is a pill to help him. Hong was shocked to see this and asked, "Is this the source of the fire? And all this for him?" Hong knew that the fire source was a divine pill for fire cultivators. It had incredible effects and was so valuable that even immortals would fight for it. But how could a spirit transformation stage master obtain these things? Even in his prime, he couldn't get his hands on such things. Lin asked Hong if he doubted the gifts of his teacher. Hong replied that he did not doubt them at all, and to be his student was the greatest honor for him. Hong thought that Lin didn't understand how rare these techniques and pill were. He must have accidentally found them in some ancient heritage. Now he had to control himself. But Lin saw that this demon cult leader was constantly making up something, changing his expression, and he turned out to be a funny student. Lin told him to let Hong take the pill, and he would guard him himself. The boy agreed and thanked his mentor. Hong immediately began to use the pill. After eating it, he immediately began to improve in his levels. Lin knew that the stage was the initial foundation stage, middle stage, late stage, peak stage, full mastery stage, golden core stage, and others. And this guy is a true immortal, reproducing powers. Half an hour and he reached the embryonic soul, and this is a very good start. Hong also couldn't believe that he had broken through so quickly. And once he returned to the central region, he would definitely wash away all his shame. After a while, Hong finished and told the teacher that he must have disturbed him. It was impolite of him. Lin replied that it was okay, and it was time for them to return to the sect, and he would introduce him to his elders. In the evening at the main hall of Xuanqinzong, people said that Peak Ye's leader was incredibly strong. He destroyed the embryonic soul with one finger, twice saved their land from complete destruction. And they even feel a little sorry that at one time he did not understand his power and did not become his disciple. Now he would be a disciple of the soaring peak. And with his strength, the standards for the students are probably high. And even they are wondering who is suitable for him. And at that moment, Lin returned home. People shouted that Peak Chief Ye had returned. And when they saw another guy, they asked who was with him. And they thought Hong was a beautiful girl. The warriors could not calm down and said where such a beauty came from, and why she was so close to the head of Peak Yi. Hong immediately noticed that this cultivator clan was too weak. They weren't even fit to become servants in his Baihuo. The leader immediately met the younger brother Ye and asked who was with him. Lin introduced them and replied that this was his new disciple. Let the disciple greet the leader of the sect now. The leader was shocked to hear about the disciple and made an incomprehensible face. And Su was displeased because the leader of the peak took such a beautiful girl as a disciple. Hong could not stand such insults any longer and approached her and said that he was a man. Lin didn't like it and slapped Huan on the back of the head and told him to control himself. This is his older sister, and let her apologize immediately. Hong approached her and said that he was asking for forgiveness and that it was his mistake. And in his mind, he told himself that he had to endure a little. And when he reached the stage of spirit transformation, he would take revenge on him for this humiliation. Lin suddenly came up and said that since everyone had met, he would take Hong to the floating peak. The leader replied that he was also pleased to meet him and did not dare to detain him. After they left, the chief said that Peak Chief Ye had taken a cultivator at the embryonic soul stage as a disciple. This was unbelievable. The Su replied that in one day junior brother Ye brought so much amazing news to Xuantianzong. Arriving at the peak, Lin opened the door and said that Hong was his first disciple, so he could choose any room on the peak. No need to be shy. Hong was shocked and asked the master, "What kind of a hole is this?" Even the servants' quarters in Baihuo are 100 times more luxurious. And he even thought that he would probably have to live in such a place. But Lin told him to remember that only weaklings whine, the strong learn to adapt. And a cultivator should be above such things. If it's dirty, let him clean it himself. Hong said he'll be patient. With his speed of development, everything will change soon. Let Lin just wait. At this time, a message arrived in the southern region of the Yuhua sect to the leader, who was apparently not in a good mood. In the Hall of the Heirs, Yiyang Zhongzhe held a letter in his hands that was written on a board, and out of misfortune, he broke it with his own hands. The servant told the master that he was asking for forgiveness. It was he who asked Elder Mu to take the pill to his father. And after Elder Su's death, he is worried that his father and his sect may suffer, and he wants to personally check the situation. Guyan asked Xiao if he knew why he was accepted as a disciple. The boy replied that it was because of his solar immortal body and his potential for immortality. Guyan said that this was only part of it. The second reason was that he saw great ambition in him. His desire for power should not be limited by family ties. There is little time left before the competition of the heir's students. He must prepare. Let him defeat other disciples and become the best, and the sect will increase its support for him. This is his only chance. And none. But he doesn't want to hear it. He will send people to the eastern region to check the situation. His task is to focus on victory. Shia replied to the master that he understood everything, and he would not let down the master's expectations. The next day, Lin was resting on the floating peak and asked his student if he was ready. He had been waiting for him for a long time. Hong prepared the food and told the teacher that he was ready and would bring everything now. Hong noticed that the master only had food in his head. How could this spirit transformation stage master think about food? Yesterday, he lectured him on adaptation, and today he was enjoying it himself. Lin started tasting everything and said that this meat, these beans are just a miracle, and very tasty, and the spices from the system are just a masterpiece. Lin told the student to try it too, and not to be shy. Hong told the teacher that he had long ago reached a state where he could not eat. He was no longer interested in food. Lin was surprised and asked him, why is he refusing the mentor? In cultivation, you also need to enjoy life. Let him try at least a piece. Hong told the teacher that he would try it only because he insisted, but he saw that Lin was just an old guy, and he didn't understand what was wrong with the food. But Hong, having tried a piece, was delighted and felt that it was an incredible taste, and so delicious that he has not felt such happiness since childhood. Lin saw his face and asked why he was crying. Hong remembered that as a child he was always hungry and dreamed of trying meat at least once. And when he first ate it, it was happiness beyond words. But since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he had forgotten what it was like to simply live and enjoy simple things. And his mentor was right. If cultivation deprived him of simple pleasures, what was the point, he thought. Lin noticed that his disciple had broken through again. Embryonic soul initial stage, middle, late, peak, full level of spirit transformation. And this guy even managed to level up on food. He has an incredible talent. Hong opened his eyes and noticed that he had started to break through again, and he didn't even know it. Lin told him that he congratulated him on his spirit transformation. Now his strength was almost at the level of his mentor, Hong never expected that the transition to the spirit transformation stage would happen so quickly, and it seemed like it was time for him to end this strange disciple connection. After all this, Lin told the student that he had eaten the meat, raised his level, and now let him come and massage his shoulders. Hong got angry, and in his head he said that he was already at the stage of spirit transformation, and he was still trying to command him. And some transformation of the spirit tries to tell him what to do. And now the day has come when he will show the mentor who is who here. After trying to attack his mentor, a servant suddenly came and said that he had a report to Peak Head Yi. The servant told Peak Head Ye that sect leader asked him to come to the assembly hall. He said there was an important matter to discuss. Lin was surprised to say that it had only been one day, and already a new job. Hong was angry because he had missed such a chance. But Lin was always full of weak points. He would still have time to take revenge. Having flown away, Lin told the student that he would go for now, and his massage technique was excellent. And when he returned, let him come and massage his legs. Hong shouted after him and asked the mentor how he dared to treat him like that, and he should have killed him right then. In the assembly hall, people no longer knew what to do, and asked that perhaps this was a sign that the heavens wanted to destroy Xuantianzong. Lin went down to them and greeted the chief. He asked what had happened this time. Was there another threat? The leader immediately got down to business and replied that the matter was as follows. Several years ago, the state of Wei came under the protection of their sect, and recently a message was received from there asking for help. They reported that strange events were happening all over the country, resulting in people dying en masse. The corpses looked horrible, with all the blood sucked out of them. These phenomena are becoming more frequent, covering vast territories. Some cities with a population of 1 million people have completely died out, and he assumed that it was the work of demons and sent disciples there to investigate. However, none of them have returned yet. And this morning a new message came in. The situation has worsened. The phenomena are spreading to neighboring states. If this continues, the wild region will end up in chaos. In addition, their sect would lose potential disciples, which would weaken them. Lin asked, "Is it that serious? Has no one seen who is behind this?" Su replied that perhaps those who saw it were already dead. If the situation continued to develop, Zhuangtianzong might fall into decline. And the wild region is already poor in cultivators. Even the nascent soul stage is rare here, and the Wei state is on its outskirts. But Lin asked, what kind of enemy is so strong that they didn't even get an answer from the disciples? And suddenly the system told the master to find the source of the problem in the state of Wei and eliminate it. And after completing it, he received an unimaginable reward. Lin was delighted and responded to the system that he was just in time. Lin told the sect leader that he understood. And since the phenomena began in the state of Wei, it meant that the source of the evil was there. He would go himself. The leader replied that it was very good, and younger brother Ye always acts decisively, and he is confident that he can handle it, and he expects good news from him. Lin didn't waste any more time and immediately flew off on a mission. The leader suddenly said that he didn't even have time to finish speaking. Asu was surprised that Peak Ye's leader was so decisive. Just suddenly asked if he could handle such a mysterious threat. Su asked him in return, did he doubt it? There was nothing in the wild region that could defeat a master of the spirit transformation stage. The leader heard their conversation and said that it was true. If he couldn't, the wild region would really perish, and they should continue training and live up to the expectations of their younger brother. Lin immediately took Hong with him after this, and the two of them arrived at the eastern region of the wild region, on the border of the Wei state. Hong saw that after the meeting, the mentor went straight to that poor state, but he would still find a way to deal with him. Entering the village of Taohua, they stopped at a mountain, and Lin said that he thought bandits were robbing the village and that they needed to intervene. The head of the village Taohua told the respected hero that their village was poor. They only had chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep. And if the hero needs something, then let him take it. But he needs to spare innocent people. The leader of the Black Wind Gang began to laugh and replied that he did not need their animals. He only needed them, the pathetic little humans. He hit the old man on the head and ordered them to obey, and perhaps they would die without pain. The bandits started shouting to their own people to step aside because the leader was using his technique. The gang leader used his terrifying technique and aimed it straight at the people. The people were very scared and asked for someone to save them and not kill them. Hong suddenly didn't expect this and said that he seemed to recognize this technique. In his mind, it was similar to a technique from the central region, but that person died when he was destroyed by the Holy Lands. Lin saw his face and asked if he knew this technique. Hong replied that he didn't and that he just thought it was weird. But Lin didn't like it and called him a puppy and asked how he spoke. Hong understood that if his guesses were true and this was his job, then they were in big trouble. People were panicking from what was happening and shouting that they did not want to die. But Lin decided to intervene in this and grabbed the bandit from behind and told him to stop. The gang leader turned around and charged his fist, asking who he was and how dare he interfere in his affairs. But Lin, seeing his fist attack, turned around and attacked him with a beam of fire. Lin told him to calm down because they had something to discuss. The gang leader's warriors were surprised because he was slightly hurt. The gang leader immediately sensed and told the guy that he was a master of the spirit transformation stage. And since that was the case, he asked for mercy. Lin ordered him to tell where he was from. The gang leader replied that he was a palace guard of the state of Wei, but one day he saw something he shouldn't have. He was sentenced to death. And after that, he ran away from the palace to save himself. Lin asked him what he saw, and where did he learn this technique. The gang leader replied that he had noticed the crown prince secretly visiting the mountains behind the palace, but had not dared to check. And he got this technique from a mysterious organization when he was on the run. Their origin is unknown to him. Lin asked, "Did they just teach him?" The leader looked at his men and replied that they asked him to use this technique to absorb people's blood to increase his strength. And he did it for survival. He knows nothing else. Lin thought about it and said that it seemed like there was a huge organization behind this. Their actions might be related to all these strange phenomena. And he asked Hong what he thought. Hong thought at this moment that the teaching methods were too similar to one person. And is he still alive? And why is he here in the wild region? But then he told the mentor that he didn't know. But in fact, he understood that if that person was behind this, then Lin wouldn't be able to cope at the spirit transformation stage. And the state of Wei will be his end. Lin suddenly decided to check if this bandit had told them everything. And using his technique, he entered his subconscious. Lin looked at all his memories and said that he had not lied, but he had left out something important. And now they had to go to the Wei Imperial Palace urgently. But Hong decided not to leave any evidence behind and used a finger attack and burned all the bandits alive. Seeing the face of the mentor, he asked, did his student do something wrong? Didn't those bandits deserve to die? In fact, Hong had endured his humiliation for so long that it was heavenly manna to vent his anger on someone. Lin replied that no, and he was a good man. The people were also happy and shouted that the two immortals who had driven out the villains and carried out the will of heaven would forever remain in the hearts of the villagers. At this time, Emperor Wei said that in recent years the population of Wei had decreased by a third. In a little while, his entire country would be destroyed by this darkness. And he even wonders if Xuantianzong's masters will be able to help them. Suddenly, the emperor's daughter ran in and said that she saw two immortals. They were flying here. The emperor said that these were definitely masters from Xuantianzong and let all the ministers go with him to meet them. Standing above the city, Wei Ling asked the student how he liked such a spectacular exit. Hong answered the teacher that he was wise and that it was impressive. But in his head, he wished death on his mentor, and he was ready to watch him wriggle out of it if these forces found out about him. Only then let him not ask for mercy. The emperor met them and said that he welcomed the masters. Lin introduced himself and replied that he was the head of the soaring peak of Xuantianzong, and he came to help them eliminate the threat, and they no longer need to be afraid. The emperor said that he is the name of the Wei clan. He expresses his gratitude to them, and if they have any wishes, let them all say so. They will fulfill everything. Lin said that they should organize a place for him and the student to rest. The emperor replied that there was no problem. Let them follow him, and he would show them everything. At that moment, the scout was watching them. The scout said that there was a certain head of Xuantianzong Peak, and he was just pretending to be powerful. And it's a good thing they need sacrifices for his master to reach the peak of spirit transformation, and they came just in time. Arriving at his quarters, Hong saw that his mentor had looked so dignified just a moment ago, but now he was so careless and lazy. How did he even reach the stage of spirit transformation, he thought? And with this approach, he would soon surpass him in level. Then it would be easier for him to eliminate him. And Lin at that moment realized that the student's cunning plans would sooner or later turn against him. And his biggest mistake was that he chose him as his target. And Lin told the student that he was probably interested in how he was training. Let him bring water so he can wash his feet, and if he is comfortable, he will teach him his methods. Hong got angry and asked him what he said, and he thought that some master from a backwater place was trying to teach him cultivation. At one time, even immortals learned from him. And if we talk about mentoring, he is more like its ancestor. Lin asked the disciple what he is worth. Does he want to continue cultivating? And he is still young and wants to continue relying on his elders. Hong knew that he was the greatest leader of the fire cult, and he had to wash the feet of someone like him. Maybe it was time for him to end this farce. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and said that he had important information about strange phenomena in the state of harmony. Lin stood up and asked who he was. The boy replied that he was the crown prince of the Wei state, and his name was Zhao Heng. This concerned the fate of the entire country, and he asked them to listen to him. Lin told him to come in, and what was his urgent business? Seeing the prince, he realized that it was the one who wanted to destroy those bandits. But he doesn't look like what they said. Although, is it really so? Prince Heng told the immortals that there was a secret he had never told his father. He suspected that the source of evil in the state of harmony was connected to the mountains behind the palace. And recently at night, he saw several flying demons that secretly flew into the cave. And in recent days, court maids and eunuchs often disappear, and he thinks this is connected. And he has also heard of their glory, and even knows that only they are capable of saving the people of the state of harmony, and he asked them to destroy these flying demons in the mountains. Lin didn't feel any threat in the mountains with his divine consciousness at the moment. This person is either lying or has a defense that could cause him trouble. Lin agreed and told him to show him the cave and see what the prince had planned. Prince Heng thanked the immortal and told them to follow him. And with their help, they would definitely get rid of the evil in the state of harmony. Hun also longed for his death and then wanted to talk to him. Suddenly, at night on the way, the girl saw them and recognized her older brother. But she knew that her older brother usually behaved disgustingly. Father warned him more than once, but he did not improve. He dared to meet with the masters from Zhuantiansong in secret, and now she urgently needs to inform her father. When he arrived at the mountains, Lin told the crown prince that this place didn't look like the home of flying demons, did it? The prince suddenly replied that they had arrived. Lin was delighted and said that they would finally see what he was hiding here. Prince Heng replied that he did not expect to deceive him, but he did not expect that he would be so easily led astray and come here. And he is too confident in his powers and does not understand that there is always someone stronger. Han pounced on him and asked, does he want to stop them too? Does he think that being the strongest master of Zhuantian sect is like being a god? Now he will see if he can handle it, and this place will become his grave. Han suddenly turned to the elder and shouted for them to act immediately. The elders came out into the light and immediately used the five-fold god-sealing array. Suddenly, the blood cult elder told the Zhuantian sect leader that he had become very famous recently. He had dealt with a nascent soul-stage demon king. But in this five-fold god-sealing array, even spirit transformation stage masters won't be able to escape. Prince Heng told them to act already and let them not kill him right away. Their master needs him. But that girl in red just needs to be deprived of her powers, and he would like to enjoy her. Hong immediately turned around and asked him what he said, and he didn't want to interfere, but he violated all the boundaries, and he used fire powers and rushed to attack. Han was shocked that Hong destroyed the array with one blow. How is that possible? The elder said to the prince's heir, could it be that the head of Xuantianzong Peak brought a spirit transformation stage disciple with him? And his technique is clearly of the immortal level, otherwise it would not have been able to destroy their array. Han was angry and very angry at the elders. After all, he hoped that they would bring glory to his master. Han decided to talk to the immortal and make a deal. After all, with his strength, if they joined his master, they would have a bright future. Hong was furious and asked how he dared to talk like that, and now he would make him suffer. Hong immediately attacked the prince who had set them up and decided to burn him alive so that he would not bother them anymore. Han couldn't even do anything against them and was caught in the flames of fire that the immortal released. Lin watched all this and said that he had touched a nerve. He told Hong to stop and not kill him. He needed to ask a few questions. Hong accepted the master's order and turned off the fire with a snap of his finger. Lin asked him who his master was. How did he make him serve him? Han replied that his master was the greatest immortal of the central region. He had no equal, and he must submit to him immediately. Otherwise, when he appeared, the immortal would not even be able to beg for death. Lin asked in surprise, "Submit, even if the prince doesn't think about it, and they will see how long their master will hide. He will start killing their people one by one." Lin used his attack beam, and using his power, he killed one of his men. The elder was shocked and said that this guy was also at the spirit transformation stage. How could a sect from a wild region have two such masters at once? After that, Lin said that the second man had come, and he killed him again with a beam. Having finished everyone off, Lin said that only the prince remained. Han got scared and asked the immortal to wait. Suddenly, after these words, a large explosion occurred in the forest, which was visible from the end of the world. On the way, daughter asked her father, "What is this? What a terrible bloody light." Father answered his daughter to go there quickly, and he hopes that everything is okay with the masters. Hong immediately felt a familiar aura and realized that it was him. Although he could handle Yeling, meeting him was very unpleasant for him. Han was delighted and said that finally the master was here, and his time had already come. From the red darkness emerged the leader of the bloody cult of the central region, the Stone Absolute. Lin asked him right away, so it was he who was behind all these atrocities, masterfully pulling the strings? And he thought that he would remain in his secluded hole. The Rock Absolute addressed them as cultivators from the wild region and said that he admitted that he had some ability, but he was not yet worthy of fighting with him. But the old acquaintance standing there arouses his interest. Hong calls him a bloody demon and says he didn't expect him to still be alive. Lin immediately thought, what is Hong's connection with this guy? The Stone Absolute came up and asked in surprise, "Blood demon?" He hadn't been called that since he was surrounded by the holy lands of the central region 200 years ago. I didn't expect that he still remembered it. Hong told him that those who had survived that great war would certainly not forget. He knew that this was the Stone Absolute, once the most powerful of the true immortals. He increased his power by absorbing the blood of people, taught his dark techniques to others, spreading evil and causing untold misfortune. And then he absorbed the energy of his own followers, appropriating all their power for himself. His methods were so vile and his development so rapid that the greatest powers united to destroy him. Even he, a representative of the demonic path, was forced to participate in this war. His methods were so vile and his development so rapid that the greatest powers united to destroy him. Even he, a representative of the demonic path, was forced to participate in this war. Han suddenly said that if this news reaches the central region, there will be a huge commotion, and the mentor is finally here. The guy started complaining and said that this woman wanted to kill him, and he must avenge him. But the Stone Absolute did not play with him any longer and used a laser eye attack, frying his brain. Hong saw this and said that he really was the same disgusting bloody demon. He had no mercy even for his disciples. The Stone Absolute replied that the disciple was nothing. He could find another one at any time. But if he wanted him dead, he would not survive. Hasn't he yet understood how things are done here? Lin looked at them and said, "This is a different plot, and there is such drama here, actually." Hong said that he saw with his own eyes how his immortal body was destroyed by 4 divine artifacts. His blood was sweated to the last drop. How could he even survive? The Stone Absolute replied that these smug idiots, he had previously separated a drop of his lifeblood and hid it in a safe place. After his fall, this drop allowed him to be reborn. And as he sees it, he is in a similar situation. And now he urgently needs to restore his strength. And he is only at the initial stage of the transformation of the spirit. Let him give in already and let his blood fill his body, and then they will be together forever. Hong told him he was crazy. Even in the central region, he rejected him time after time, and he still wouldn't calm down. And he really thinks that a peak spirit transformation cultivator can defeat him? The Stone Absolute replied that the more he resisted, the more excited he became. For others, a battle with a power difference of several stages was still possible, but for him, it was just a fantasy. Hong asked him how he knew without trying it, and immediately applied the divine path of the 5 absolutes. The Stone Absolute was shocked by what he saw and responded with a bloody hand. Faced with attacks from both sides, a huge explosion occurred that even they did not expect such a turn of events. Stone Absolute thought, How is this possible? This fire is so strong. That is to say, a cultivator of the initial stage of spirit transformation was able to destroy his bloody hand. Where did he get such a technique, he thought. But Hong told him that the show was just beginning, and he used a fire frost attack. But the Stone Absolute was not afraid of this, and told Hong that he was just a loser. And in response, he used Bloody Soul Absorption. Hong was so strong that his attack hit the enemy's body directly. The Rock Absolute asked, "What kind of fire technique is this? Is it so sinister?" But he decided to act differently, and by releasing his technique, he allowed an ice attack. The Stone Absolute told Hong that he really was the one he had once singled out. Impressive even. And did he really receive an incredible legacy during his escape from the Central Region, or become a disciple of some powerful master? Hong replied that it had nothing to do with him. With this technique, he was already on his way to reviving his fame in the Central Region. He understood that with the reinforcement of 3,000 fiery flames, even someone like him, who had once held the entire Central Region in fear, could not cope with him now. But he can't let him know that he got this technique from a spirit transformation stage cultivator from the Wild Region. The Stone Absolute said that if Hong allowed him to develop further, even he would not be able to control him. Of course, it's a pity, but this is where it will all end, and now he will learn the true power of his immortal body. Meanwhile, in the city of the State of Harmony, people were screaming in pain and asking someone for help, and they can't die. At that moment, the Stone Absolute was sucking the strength out of them. But in Wei's territory, the Stone Absolute was filled with strength and said that this feeling was great. These people have been his food for a long time. If he wants, he can instantly devour them, increasing his strength. Lin told Hong not to delay with him and finish him quickly. The disciple told the teacher not to tell him what to do, but Hong thought how he ended up in this situation. He had hoped that Lin would not be able to handle the blood demon and asked him for help. Then he would have intervened with honor. And now the situation is such that it seems that even he will not be able to come out of this fight unscathed. This is the energy of fusion. The Stone Absolute remembered that, relying on this body, he had once fought against powerful cultivators of both the righteous and demonic paths, and was not inferior to them in any way. And even several elders from the Holy Lands who used immortal artifacts were unable to completely destroy his immortal bloody body. And today, his immortal body has been restored to 70%. When he absorbs all the living creatures of the Wild Region, he will reach his full strength, and then even the Central City will not be able to resist him. And Hong, he gave a chance if he got to this point, then it's entirely his fault, so he'll die. Hong saw that this bastard had reached the fusion stage, and now things were bad. He immediately used the violet flame that burns the sky. Hong did not slow down, and during the battle, using an attack, he made the Stone Absolute know what it was. Hong's attack was successful. Even the Stone Absolute was injured. But the boy understood that fighting against a stronger opponent in such conditions meant certain death. All that was left was to burn Dantian and fight to the death, and immediately used the attack of golden flame that pierces the sky, and the furious flame of the dragon. But the Stone Absolute said that it was useless. There was no point in trying to resist. His attacks were nothing more than a slight itch for his immortal body. Stopping Hong's attack, he loaded his fist for a counterattack and said, "This is the end." Hong saw that even his strongest technique couldn't hurt him. What should he do next, he thought. But he did not lose heart and used the golden flame shield. But the Stone Absolute did not slow down, and while striking, he shouted for him to die already. The Stone Absolute dealt powerful blows and easily broke through Hong's defense. At that moment, the Emperor came to the mountain, and seeing how they were fighting, he was very afraid for the immortal. The girl asked her father what kind of monster it was. How scary. The Emperor thought that it was the source of the evil that had destroyed the State of Harmony. Even an immortal could not cope with it. Was his country doomed, he thought? Standing up, Hong wondered if this was the end of his journey to immortality. He had mastered this technique with such difficulty, but he couldn't just give up. And should he really ask for help from this damn Yiling? And admitting that he is worse than him, that is already a disgrace. Besides, he is only at the peak of spirit transformation, which is not comparable to the fusion stage. Can he help in any way? The Stone Absolute said that they, the cultivators, were seeking eternal life. Since he did not want to continue the journey with him, he would die and become part of his body, and he will carry his will to the very end of the path. The Stone Absolute did not stop there and launched his powerful attack. Hong thought it was all over. His head was empty. And maybe it was just the instinct of self-preservation or an attempt to grasp at the last straw. Hun immediately turned to his mentor and asked him to save him. The Stone Absolute was shocked to hear about the mentor and asked him, did he really become someone's disciple? And suddenly Lin said that his student finally realized to whom he owed his knowledge. After all, he was his mentor. The Rock Absolute told Hong that he didn't expect that he would fall to such an extent that he would become the disciple of some lowly spirit transformation stage cultivator from the wild region. And this is a disgrace to the entire demonic path. Hong understood that even though Lin was constantly using him, he was still his savior. But now that he had come out against the Stone Absolute, he was afraid that trouble was coming. Lin asked if he could consider that the enemy was looking down on him. The Stone Absolute replied that the ant did not know how high the sky was, and at one time, he could have drowned him with a single spit. Hong apologized to his mentor and said that he knew he was no match for the blood demon, but he still asked for help. If there was anything he could do, he should just run away. Lin asked, run? But it's impossible. And let him watch now as he kills him for the sake of his student. The Stone Absolute began to laugh and asked the immortal who he wanted to kill. He thought that he couldn't even withstand one blow. What was he hoping for anyway? After delivering a powerful blow, he said that the immortal was just an ignorant upstart. Hong shouted at his mentor not to think about him. Just let him run away from here. It's all over now. But suddenly the system said, it was found that the owner was attacked by the enemy at the initial fusion. The passive effect of meeting the strong is activated, it becomes stronger. The level of the middle stage of fusion is obtained. But Lin didn't talk for long, and using his, he easily destroyed the villain's attack. Stone Absolute was surprised and asked, what's going on? How is this even possible? Spirit transformation cultivator. But after realizing one thing, he said that the immortal was not a spirit transformation cultivator. He had also reached the fusion stage. Hong was also surprised and asked, what? This guy hid everything so deeply, pretending to be a spirit transformation cultivator. But in reality, he was a powerful fusion stage master. Of course, it was no wonder he always provoked him like that. He relied on his fusion stage strength, and he almost fell for it. But it was also very good that he did not enter into an open conflict with him then. The girl began to scream that the immortal looked so impressive. She also wanted to be like him. The emperor replied that his opponents were such a terrible monster, and even had an immortal body, but he was afraid that it would still be difficult. Lin also felt that same feeling of reaching the fusion stage, and it seems to him that with one movement of his hand, he can destroy heaven and earth. Stone Absolute said that even if they were both at the fusion stage, the difference between his technique and Blueberry's was like heaven and earth. And now he will show him what real power is. And he released all the attack of his body. But Lin told him that he himself did not know what true power was, and he used the seal of the human king. The Stone Absolute tried to touch his attack with a finger, when suddenly it exploded unexpectedly. The enemy was very surprised and asked what? But Lin asked, so this is what he calls a difference in technique? His human king seal has reached the master stage thanks to the system, and it is now much stronger than the first time. Stone Absolute asked, so what? He still can't kill him. He won't be able to defeat him in a long battle. And his immortal body is really impressive. Of course, great. Time to try out his new move. Lin asked, what about this? And used the technique that had already reached the stage of perfection, and used the finger of the great void. During the attack, Lin said that one finger binds the heavens and the earth. The second finger destroys mountains and rivers. And the third finger destroys all living things. The fourth finger crushes the heavens. The Stone Absolute asked, what is this anyway? But he thought about it and said that he takes his words back. He really is worthy of fighting him. And he suggested that they hide nothing more and that they will solve everything with one blow. And applied the blood absolute blood, rushes into the living sources, and release key energy from all his limbs. But Lin had already decided what to use against this attack, and with one blow he defeated his opponent. The Stone Absolute asked who he was anyway? And why were there such monsters in this small wild region? And could it be that during his absence the talents of the outside world had become so strong? Hong also noticed that his mentor was too strong. Compared to this technique, even the 3,000 blazing flames were pale. Of course, it was no wonder that he had such confidence in himself before, and it turned out that he simply did not consider him a worthy opponent. Lin introduced himself and said that he was the head of Cloudy Distance Peak from Shuantianzong. Stone Absolute thought that it was impossible, and when he entered the wild region, he investigated. Even the head of Shuantianzong had not reached the spirit transformation stage. The Stone Absolute said that he would remember his name and applied his bloody way. Hong shouted that everything was bad. He was trying to escape. If he managed to escape, the consequences would be catastrophic. The Stone Absolute said that next time he would not be so careless, and decided to completely evaporate. But Lin decided that there would be no next time, and grabbing him, he began to hear the Stone Absolute screaming that no, and he wanted it all to end. Lin understood that consuming human blood was a crime against all living things, and he had to disappear from the face of this earth. Lin, having seized him completely, decided to destroy him in one go, so that after that he would never hear anything about him. Hong looked at all this and thought that the once dirty, bloody demon who held the central region in fear had fallen by his hand. The emperor began to rejoice and shouted that this was wonderful, and the demon was destroyed by the immortal, and his state of harmony was finally saved, all thanks to the immortal. After winning, Lin asked the system where his reward was, and let him not make him remind him. He calls himself a professional. The system responded to the owner that he had received the Bone of the Supreme, a mysterious bone with runes that gives the owners the highest innate power, and this is a gift for the one who is destined to become the greatest of the greatest. The system asked the master whether to connect him to the master. Lin replied that the Supreme One is so cool, let him connect him to him immediately, he can't wait. The system said that it was already starting the binding. After the binding of the Supreme Bone was completed, the host's strength would increase significantly. After all, the system showed that the binding was complete, and it congratulates the owner. Hong noticed immediately that this guy had done something again. The waves of energy coming from him made him shudder, and he became curious about what a huge legacy he had received. Otherwise, such a brilliant monster could not have appeared in the wild region, and now he had to reassess his true strength. He had to speed up his cultivation and reach the fusion stage as quickly as possible to be able to restrain him. The emperor came up and said that he was grateful to the immortal for saving the people of the state of harmony. They would definitely record this day in the annals, so that descendants would remember the virtue of the immortal. Lin replied that there was no need for thanks. The main thing was that he be a good emperor and take care of his subjects. That was the most important thing. The emperor replied that he would remember the immortal's instructions. But the girl suddenly asked if she could become Xuantianzong's disciple. She also wanted to be like him, to drive out demons and eliminate evil. Lin used his eye and looked at the abilities of the girl named Zhao Liner, and he noticed that she really had good cultivation potential. He told her that she had an excellent water spiritual root, and she was a good candidate. And if she really wants it, he can agree. The emperor asked in surprise. Really? Then let Liner thank the immortal quickly. The girl immediately said that she thanked the immortal. The emperor replied to the immortal that he had saved the state of Wei and accepted her daughter as a disciple. And now let the immortal, on behalf of all the people, permit a feast to be arranged for him and for the two of them to be given quarters in the palace for rest. Lin agreed and said that they would go. After a while, Hong grew up and shouted that his wounds had healed and his strength level had reached the peak of the spirit transformation stage. And ever since he started cultivating the 3,000 blazing flames and taking elixirs, his cultivation speed has increased significantly, and the master's methods are truly impressive. And even though he saved him this time, the humiliation he suffered will not be forgotten so easily, and when he reaches the fusion stage, he will return it all twice. And let Lin just wait. The mere thought of how he will humiliatingly beg for mercy makes him tremble with joy. And suddenly Lin told Hong to come to him quickly. Hong got angry because it was starting again like last time. Lin told him to thank him for calling him. This martial arts novel is quite interesting, and he thinks the locals also like stories about someone being humiliated and then rising up. If he were to get into that world, he could make money writing novels. And to start with the peak of martial arts will definitely be a hit all over the country. Author's pseudonym, Crazy Potato, Hung at this moment thought what the teacher was talking about again and asked him why he called. Lin replied that he had already arrived and ordered him to help him wash his feet. Hong was very angry and thought that even someone like the blood demon had fallen at his hands. Now was not the time to break off relations with him. We must endure. Lin asked the boy, why is he neglecting his mentor? Let him quickly come and help him wash his feet. Hong got angry and said that the disciple wouldn't dare. In his life, he had never been a master of the fire cult who had reached the stage of true immortality, and under his hands more than tens of thousands of cultivators had fallen. And now he's forced to wash the feet of a cultivator from the wild region. Lin suddenly started saying that he's a good disciple, and he thought that he was going to compete with him. But suddenly Hong felt that this was the water of the tide of boundless light, and it allows mortals to remain young and live for 200 years. And cultivators, having drunk it, cleanse their body of all impurities and sharply increase their strength level. Even a small bottle of this elixir in the central region is bought up instantly. It is an incredibly rare thing, and the mentor uses it to wash his feet. And now he is absolutely sure that he has received a huge inheritance. Otherwise, he would not be so wasteful. And if he drank this water, it would be a great help for his cultivation. And then he realized that this was water for washing his feet. Lin asked, "What's with that expression? Does he think his feet stink?" Hong replied, "No." The student was just thinking about something else. Lin understood that the system had given out too much of the boundless light Tai water, so using it to wash his feet, and even getting a massage from this cheap disciple, was quite enjoyable. Lin suddenly told him that the water had cooled down and that he should heat it up. Hong replied that everything would be done now. Using his powers, Hong put his hands into the bucket and heated the water using fire. Suddenly, Liner came in and addressed the immortal. But Lin didn't care, because he was enjoying the moment of washing his feet. Liner was shocked when she saw this and immediately thought, "What's going on?" She didn't expect that there was such a strange relationship between the mentor and the student. She didn't stop and ran away from here. After all, she was very ashamed. Lin asked her why she was running away. But Hong interrupted him and asked the master if he liked the way he washed his feet. Lin replied that he liked her very much, and how he wished that Hong was a girl. Otherwise, their relationship would be completely different. Hong heard these words and was very angry, and he thought that he would become stronger and die of fear, and he still had to endure a little more. Suddenly, Lin's ring rang. He immediately said that this was a message from the sect leader. The leader betrayed him to return to the sect urgently to discuss strategy, and it seems that an ancient secret world will soon be revealed in the wild region. And if Zhuan can benefit from it, their sect will definitely flourish. Ling asked in surprise, an ancient secret world? Hong replied that these places were full of cultivation resources that could change a cultivator's fate, raising him to a completely different level. He did not expect that such a place could exist in this poor wild region. He knew that such news would soon spread everywhere, and then chaos would begin. But this was his chance. And if he can obtain an outstanding inheritance there, with the combination of the 3,000 blazing flames, his strength will increase dramatically. Suddenly, the system said that there was a new quest. Let him complete the task in the secret world of Tian and get an incredible reward. Lin told the system to explain what she meant. The system replied that if she did, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. Lin immediately told the disciple to get ready. They would visit the emperor and then return to the sect. Hong told him that everything would be done. Arriving at the emperor's palace, Liner told her father that she didn't want to leave him. Maybe it would be better for her to stay. The emperor replied that it was not necessary. Being accepted into Xuantianzong was a great honor that many only dreamed of. She should treasure this opportunity and not let it slip away. The emperor told the immortal that he would remember his instructions, and he would take care of the people and become a good emperor, and he hoped he would take care of his daughter. Lin replied that to each his own. She would not be whitewashed in Xuantianzong, but how far she would advance was entirely up to her. Lin told Liner to get up, and they were leaving. All the people began to shout goodbye, thanking the immortal, and she would visit her father. At that time, in the Heavenly Ascension sect's True Heritage Hall, the headmaster said that there were so many events happening in the wild region recently. It is said that an ancient secret world will soon be opened there, and also the Wind and Thunder sect was destroyed. This was done by the head of Yuantianzong Peak. Shou asked, "What level of strength is this?" The leader replied that according to rumors, it is a recently ascended nascent soul stage cultivator. Xiao asked in surprise, "The birth of the soul? Killing such cultivators is like slaughtering chickens for him." Xiao asked the teacher, What about his father, Elder Mu? Who killed him? The leader replied that it was unclear at this point, but all the evidence pointed to Xuantiansong. The problem was, could this insignificant sect have killed Elder Mu? They only rely on this head of the cloudy distance peak at the soul birth stage. She said that it means that the killer is someone else. But in any case, Xuantianzong must be destroyed, and this cloudy distance peak leader who killed his father must definitely die. The leader replied that an ancient secret dimension had appeared in the wild region. The sect would send several elders there with him. And let him remember he represents the heavenly Ascension sect. He will have to fight with other great powers. He can think about revenge later. He hopes that Xiao will set his priorities correctly. Did he understand? Xiao replied that the student understood everything. The leader had a plan, and holding a green pill in his hand, he said that he must continue to show off his strength. And with the resources he won in the Great Sect competition, he has a chance to break through the bottleneck of the Great Perfection stage and reach the transition stage. Then both of them will rise to a new level. In the heavenly world, a cultivator of the spirit transformation stage is called a divine lord, and a cultivator of the fusion stage becomes a heavenly lord, and one who has reached the great completion stage is called a venerable or supreme. And at the stage of transition, he already bears the title of illusory immortal. It is worth touching the title of immortal even a little, and he can already dominate the region. And the wild region, the most remote and uninteresting part of the eastern region, suddenly attracted everyone's attention because of this ancient secret world that carries the possibility of gaining immortality. At this moment, a group of people were heading to the peak, and one of them said that they were just lucky. Fortunately, the cultivators of the wild region are extremely weak. They will definitely miss this opportunity. But they answered him that the wild region is called the most backward place, inhabited by barbarians. How could there be an opportunity to become immortal here at all? The third guy said that they also had to hurry. Once the heavenly Ascension sect arrived, there wouldn't be a crumb left of the spoils. Suddenly, a lot of people gathered in the eastern region, the wild region, outside the ancient secret world. One of the elders said that this time, the opening of the secret world had already attracted 4 of the 5 great sects. Only Xuanqianzong had not yet appeared. They decided to give up the fight. But the warrior replied that it was unlikely. They had just absorbed the Wind and Thunder sect, and he thought that they were already planning to become the top sect among the 5 great sects of the wild region. Mountain Moving Sect. Elder Ouyang Feng began to laugh and said that he had been in seclusion for a long time. But could a certain Xuantianzong really dare to overshadow his mountain moving sect? The warrior immediately turned around and asked, "Spirit transformation?" The elder said that he thought that even having 2 nascent soul stage cultivators would make Xuantianzong the leader. But who would have thought that a spirit transformation cultivator would appear in the wild region? All the warriors stood together in line and began to say that they greeted the elder. Chief Feng said that he didn't expect to come out of seclusion and immediately find the appearance of an ancient secret world. This is a sign of fate, and this secret world will be the first to come under the control of the moving mountain sect. And does anyone dare to object? The elders immediately realized that since Feng had reached the spirit transformation stage, he was now rightfully considered the strongest person in the wild region. All the servants said that they obey the command of the divine lord. Long life to the sect lord. The warriors asked, since a spirit transformation cultivator had appeared, who would dare to argue with him now? The warriors said that the temple of the battle sky is here, and the barbarians of the wild region, let them get out of here. But the empire of the heavenly ruler, the ruler of the southern borders, had already arrived, and he was in the late stage of spiritual transformation. The chief asked if there really was a spirit transformation cultivator in the wild region. Chief Feng thought, what spirit transformation? There are already hundreds of them here. He had broken through to the spirit transformation stage with such difficulty and had become one of the key figures in the wild region in the past 10 years. And outside of it, it is not even considered something significant. And turning to the respected Taoist, he said that he is an elder of the moving mountain sect, and can they just call him Xiaofeng? But the warrior asked him, how could he not be ashamed? He also wanted to seem young. Let him get out of here immediately and keep quiet. No one here gave him a chance to speak. The elders also said that the barbarians of the wild region, even if he achieved spirit transformation, he would still be a pitiful piece of trash. and he still thinks he can compare to him? Feng told a respected Taoist that the wild region might have harsh conditions, but the people there were not inferior creatures. And why should they, spirit transformation and stage cultivators, just give in and let them trample them? He knew that his disciples were looking at him with hope. If he got scared now and simply retreated, then the wild region would have no future. Chief Feng got angry and said that the wild region is poor, but why not fight? Whoever disagrees, let them come forward. The elders got angry and said that he was an impudent old man and probably looking for death, and having gathered together, they decided to kill the old dog. But the chief stopped them and said that this old man was just a cultivator from the wild region. If they attacked in a crowd, they would be laughed at later. So let them allow him, let him be disgraced, but with one hand they will suppress him. And now the old petch will see how weak he is compared to them, and he used his palm attack. But Chief Feng did not lose his head and did not leave, and using his attack, he shouted for him to die. The old man's attack was so strong that the enemy didn't even understand how he blocked the attack. The enemy realized that he seemed to have underestimated him. Feng asked, "Is this all he can do? Let him try again." The enemy was very angry with him, and he pulled out his weapon and immediately attacked and said that he was an ungrateful old man. He must die. Feng was unable to block the attack and was severely injured after being attacked by his opponent. Chief Feng told him that he himself said that he would fight him alone, and now he is breaking his word. And now he disgraces the entire eastern region. But to die for honor is a worthy death, and he wants to tell him only one thing. The cultivators of the wild region cannot be humiliated. The chief of the eastern side said that he would then grant his wish. But suddenly a seal went off next to him, and he was shocked that he even heard someone say that it was a busy place today. The warriors said that this was the abbot of the heavenly temple of the Buddhist province, the master of the Golden Buddha, and behind him was young Master Tien and the heir of the first cultivator clan of the Ice Ocean. The leader also felt a terrifying pressure coming from them. They both reached the fusion stage. And so, the wild region will never win. The Heavenly Ascension sect has also arrived from the Jade Gorge province. Now all the strongest sects in the eastern region are here. The warriors were surprised and began to shout that this was the holy son of the Heavenly Ascension sect, Chen Xiao. He had heard of him. He possessed the body of a solar immortal and was considered invincible among his peers. And without a doubt, he will become the brightest star of the eastern region. In the next 100,000 years, he will write a new legend. The East Chief asked, "Wasn't he the crown prince of the Wind and Thunder sect?" He was from the wild region after all. He understood that the wild region was the place where he had suffered continuous humiliation in the Heavenly Ascension sect. It only made him feel disgusted. One of the elders attacked and said that the Heavenly Ascension sect's Saint Sun was not a figure that could be discussed by the lowly ants of the wild region. Anyone who spoke too much would die. Suddenly, the wild region chief came over and told Xiao that he shouldn't dirty his hands with these insignificant cultivators. Let him deal with them. Xiao told his man to do what he wanted, and the leader of Xuantianzong also arrived at the scene and said that as he thought, once the secret world appeared, the son of the late elder Mu from the Wind and Thunder sect Xiao would appear. Fortunately, Xuantianzong did not rush headlong into the chaos. Zhao told the leader that while they were fighting for resources, maybe they could leave the wild region and lie low for a while. Su replied that everything depended on junior brother Ye. He was Xuantianzong's last hope. But where was he? Suddenly the chief shouted that it was junior brother Ye who had already gone there. And Xiao was there too. Isn't that suicide? Chief Feng saw Lin and said, "This is a youth from Xuantianzong," and asked him not to be reckless. Lin said that these upstarts have completely gone wild. Without him, the wild region is simply doomed. Let everyone stay where they are and not move. Xiao asked, "Who is coming?" "Let him immediately state his name." Lin introduced himself and replied that he was his father's killer. The guy in the group heard his name and asked, "Isn't this the Soaring Peak Lord of the Xuantian sect?" But someone answered him that he was only at the stage of the soul's birth. He came here to die? Xiao, hearing where Lin came from, was actually furious and couldn't even control himself. Lin asked, "What is this unbridled rage? Does he have any business with him?" Xiao asked. "Did he kill the patriarch of the Wind and Thunder sect?" Lin asked, "What about that idiot?" He remembered the patriarch always saying that his son had the potential for immortality. Was he really his son? Xiao was furious and couldn't even say anything. Anger was filling his mind. But Lin didn't stop and said that it was true. He was that idiot's offspring. Xiao got angry and told him that he would kill him. But suddenly the servant turned to Saint Chen and asked him to let him capture this madman and hand him over to him. The warrior told Lin that he was a brat who dared to show disrespect to the saint, and now he had only himself to blame. But suddenly Hong stood up to protect Lin and was ready to fight this warrior. The warrior looked and asked, "Where did such a beauty come from?" But Hong didn't talk to him anymore after hearing him call him a girl, and immediately attacked with his fire attack, and used a flaming virtual ripple. But the warrior was shocked and a little confused. After all, Hong's attack had completely burned him alive. The elder asked after that, "Did a spirit transformation stage cultivator die just like that?" Shi Feng asked, "When did such powerful cultivators appear in their wild region?" And he even called himself a pioneer in this wild region. But here it is. New peaks are hidden behind the mountains, and unknown heights stretch beyond the sky. Afterwards, Hong approached the master. Feng was shocked and asked, "Is this the Soaring Peak Lord's disciple, Lina?" But who said that the Soaring Peak Ye Lord was at the nascent soul stage? How could a nascent spirit stage cultivator have a nascent soul stage disciple? And perhaps the Xuantian sect is so powerful? The leader walked up to Junior Ye and asked if he understood what he was saying. "This is the Heavenly Ascension sect. Let him run away, and they will detain them." Xiao also said, "Yes. As long as he lives, the Xuantian sect has a chance to be reborn. He can't die here." Lin told the clan leader not to worry. He was fine. Let him introduce the new disciple. Linner came over and said that she welcomed the elders. Lin replied that after solving the problems of the Harmony Kingdom, he found a promising girl, the daughter of Emperor Wei. With the highest quality root water soul, it is ideal for the peak of heavenly fragrances. Liner walked up to Sue and said that she welcomed the master. Sue immediately noticed that this little girl was the true embodiment of spirituality. But Xiao didn't leave it at that and shouted at Lin not to look down on him. Lin and everyone from the Xuantian said they would pay with their lives for his father. And Lin will naturally suffer for a long time. Lin asked him, is he going to compete with him? He is not even worthy of that. Lin immediately ordered Hong to follow him and teach him humility, just as he had taught him. And Hong decided that he was like a dog let off the chain. And he was definitely not his mutt, and he immediately ran after them. Xiao, seeing Hong, called his mentor a coward and said that he himself was afraid to meet him face to face, a real saint. Hong looked at him and replied that his mentor's intervention was not required to fight him. But Xiao asked, with such strength and beauty, why should he languish in a miserable sect? Let him accept their offer, and the heavenly Ascension sect will bestow upon him the highest favors. But Hong said he wasn't interested. Xiao called him a girl and asked if he really refused to even think about it. Hong replied that his mentor was right, and Xiao's father was an idiot, and he, his son, was a double idiot. Xiao listened to her and said that since she refused the treat, then let her get punished, and immediately attacked him. Releasing a swirling fire attack, he aimed it straight at him. But Hong didn't lose his head and used his meteorite flame. Hong endured everything and repelled his attack with ease. Xiao asked in surprise, what? He destroyed his technique so easily? Hong asked him, is that all? Xiao told him not to rejoice, it's just the beginning. Xiao threw out all his strength and decided to show what he was really capable of, and used the fist of the solar deity. The leader said at this moment that the Holy Sun was truly endowed with a divine gift. His highest heavenly rank technique, which harmoniously combined with his solar immortal body, possessed such power that it was capable of destroying even a spirit transformation stage cultivator. And if the enemy has reached the stage of fusion, then he will undoubtedly suffer significant losses when faced with such perfection. And suddenly Xiao, after his strong attack, said that he asked for it. And at the moment of the counterattack, an explosion occurred. All the people were shocked by what they saw, and Xiao was already happy that he had finished off Lin's disciple. But looking closely after the smoke, he saw the whole face of Hong, who remained alive after such a strong attack. Xiao was shocked and shouted that this couldn't be. He didn't believe it. He was born for immortality, and he was invincible among equals. But Xiao did not stop at this, and continued to strike further and finish the job. But Hong said that the frog was in the well, and all the anger he had accumulated because of Ye Ling, he would unleash on him, and let him know true humiliation. But Hong was stronger than him, and continued to make his counterattacks, and destroyed the Xiao in a jiffy. At that moment, Xiao was thinking, why did all his attacks dissolve, like hitting cotton wool? There was no effect. And was he really weaker than her? She said that he had never seen such martial prowess among the heavenly Ascension sect cultivators. How could a pathetic sect raise such a disciple? Hong told him that he was just a weakling, and that was all. The elder shouted at the Holy Son not to doubt. He is the chosen hero of the heavenly Ascension sect, born for immortality. Xiao suddenly said that he is a holy son born for immortality, and he released his Kui again and said that he was not defeated yet, and he used his solar immortal body and told him to wake up, and used the initial divine eclipse technique and sent it straight into Hun's body. But Hong was not afraid and said that this was child's play, and he would show him the true meaning of the words invincible among equals, and he will show him the difference between them. And she used the 7-colored flame attack, and she released everything that was inside him. Chief Feng was surprised and said, this guy has such a level of strength. Is he really just at the spirit transformation stage? The elder said that this power, and is it really possible for him to destroy even someone who has reached the fusion stage? And I wonder who will win in the end. But when they saw Xiao fall to the ground, people started saying that this was the holy son of the heavenly Ascension sect. Did he really lose? Hong asked them how a spark dared to compete with the full moon's radiance. The leader also saw this and said to the elder brother that his disciple was too strong. Zhao also replied that although he had defeated Xiao, the heavenly Ascension sect still had many elders. It was better for them to leave quickly. Lin suddenly joined the conversation and told them not to worry. There was no need to worry about it. Seeing his student, Lin told Hong that he would have an extra dinner today. The student replied that he was grateful to the teacher. Xiao was shocked and said that he had lost. But suddenly someone turned to him and told him to turn around. Xiao told the fire elder that he had lost. He was invincible in his realm, and he had brought shame on the heavenly Ascension sect. But the elder actually didn't expect that the saint's son would be defeated by the wild region disciple. His Taoist heart was shaken. If this continues, the reputation of the heavenly Ascension sect will be ruined. The elder told the Holy Son not to think about unnecessary things. He has a great future ahead of him. He was born to become immortal, and they must strengthen his Taoist heart and destroy these barbarians from the wild region to restore the greatness of their sect. The elder began to shout that there must be retribution for insulting the Holy Son of the heavenly Ascension Seta, and he asked who would go and destroy these barbarians. Unexpectedly, someone from their sect said that he would go. The warriors began to say that, as expected, the heavenly Ascension sect has deep roots. This time they sent 9 fusion stage masters. Although this girl defeated the Holy Son, he is only at the spirit transformation stage. In front of the fusion masters, he is nothing. But the monk said that such a waste of talent, such a pity indeed. Hong saw that someone was attacking them and asked, should he accept the fight? Lin told him not to worry, and to leave him alone. He would deal with him himself. People seeing this began to say that the head of the floating peak, Lin, had already reached the fusion stage. But the chief said that he thought that the disciple of the soaring peak chief had already shaken him enough. It turned out that the chief himself was a heavenly sovereign, and he even boasted, calling himself the first in the wild region. How ridiculous. The warrior asked him, fusion, so what? Does he really think he can compete with him? And insult the Holy Son, barbarians from the wild region must die, and released a flurry of attacks. But Lin didn't even move from the spot and asked him, is he joking? And passing through the opponent's attack, he found himself right in front of his enemy. But Lin didn't look at him for long and used his kick attack and fired straight at his chest. After that, Lin looked and asked, is that all? And he also didn't expect that after binding with the bone of the Supreme, the physical strength would become so terrifying. Now he can crush anyone at the same stage using only the natural strength of his body. The elder ordered his men to all attack him and finish him off. The warriors immediately surrounded him, but Lin was not afraid and used the seal of the ruler of people. All the warriors could not resist him and did not even touch his body with their fingers. The warriors were all injured, and one of them asked, what is this divine ability? And this guy is too strong, and let everyone use artifacts to destroy him. One of the warriors used the attack of the immortal sword of Jade Serenity, and they released all at once in one attack. But Lin wasn't afraid of them and just stood there and waited for their attack to reach him. But the monks said that this was a cruel joint attack and let the Buddha make sure that this man would reach his inevitable death. The warrior saw that this bald bigot was full of mercy on the outside, but behind his back he was doing things that even he despised. But still, he agreed with the monk. Moments like Yelena should die as soon as possible. The clan leader shouted and said that Chief Ye was in danger. Zhao also replied that he said that he should have run away right away. It's too late now. But Su told them that they didn't understand anything. Hong knew that after what he had seen in the state of harmony, he had no more doubts. He was definitely hiding something else, and now they would see what else he was hiding. Lin started laughing and replied that if that was the case, let him try it. And he used one of the divine abilities of the upper bone. Everyone was surprised to see his attack and asked what was going on. And what kind of energy was this? Lin didn't stop there and continued to use the divine punishing light and directly absorbed them all together. All the warriors were defeated and badly wounded. They didn't even know what to do against the enemy. They even asked the fire elder to save them. The elder said that he didn't expect this guy to be so troublesome. The Holy Sun is already seriously injured. If their elders also fall, how can he report to the sect? He decided to do it his way and immediately attacked from the ship. People said that this was the 3-star spiritual artifact of the Fire Elder Buddha Tower. This was his greatest weapon. Now they were saved. The elder used the Buddha Tower attack and said that this is where it will end, and their enemy will die. Lin was also overjoyed at the moment because he was the one he was waiting for. The system immediately came out and said that a collision with a peak fusion stage cultivator had been detected. And even the passive effect is activated. He becomes stronger when facing opponents stronger than himself. And the power of the full fusion stage is obtained. The elder tried to get closer to him, but he couldn't and used his attack every time. But Lin always repelled them. The elder was shocked and asked, "Has he been hiding his power all this time?" But Lin did not answer and released a stream of energy at him. The elder told the elder that today's incident, they admit defeat. The Heavenly Ascension sect voluntarily gives up the fight for the secret world. Lin got angry and told them that they came when they wanted and decided to just leave. If so, then they should die. The elder replied that the guy had gone too far. Wasn't he afraid of the wrath of the Heavenly Ascension sect? But suddenly he thought for a moment and said that now everything was clear to him. And that meant that elder moved from the outer courtyard. He also died at his hands. Lin told him that was right. Since he had already made enemies, why not kill a few more for fun? Without even leaving a chance for the elder's life, he burned him alive and did not even let him say anything at the end. The warriors were shocked and asked, "How is this possible?" This barbarian from the wild region destroyed the Heavenly Ascension sect's fire elder with a single wave of his hand. The elder saw that the elder had also fallen. Chen Xiao's Taoist heart had been destroyed. The reputation and strength of the Heavenly Ascension sect would suffer great damage. However, looking at the monk, I saw that now a real show would begin in the eastern lands. Xiao was also angry because even the fire elder couldn't handle him. Was his father's killer really that strong? Would he ever be able to take revenge? The warriors began to shout that everything was bad. The elders were in trouble. Let them take the Holy Sun and leave, and activate the golden ship. Hun got angry and asked them, why did they show off and decide to run away? But he did not leave them a chance to escape, and releasing flames into the ship, shouted that they would all die. The warriors said that they had first killed the elders of the Heavenly Ascension sect, and now they were going to kill the Holy Sun. They had decided to destroy every last one. And this mentor and student are just crazy. But suddenly at that moment, a monk stood up to protect the ship and used his palm. The monk addressed him as a young lady and asked when this endless cycle of revenge would end. Why did they want to exterminate them to the last one? Hong told the bald monk not to think that he couldn't see through their Buddhist tricks. By saving them now, he wanted to make the Heavenly Ascension sect feel indebted to him. This hypocrisy is disgusting. The monk told him not to speak false words. His prejudice against Buddhism was too great, and they were already showing signs of falling into the demonic path. He would advise them to hold on. Hong replied that when he was in the central region, he despised people like the monk the most. They do everything for their own benefit, but hide behind virtue. And even if he goes to the demonic path, he does not need his instructions. The monk decided that in this case, he will allow him to set him on the true path. Hong felt that this old monk was pressing with incredible pressure. He was clearly at the peak of the fusion stage, but suddenly Lin stood in front of the monk and asked if someone had decided to offend his disciple while he was busy. The monk told Mr. Ye that he was wrong. He just wanted to give his students some guidance. Lin asked, "To instruct?" The monk thought that he was worthy of instructing his disciples. Hong thought the same thing as instructing a reincarnated person at the stage of a true immortal. To him, a mere monk at the stage of fusion. Hong said he was grateful for the help. His disciple was going to hold up their ship, but this old bald monk stopped him and they were able to escape. The monk replied that he simply thought things had gone too far and had decided to intervene to smooth things over. If Mr. Ye thought otherwise, he had nothing to say. Lin suddenly asked, did he decide to show off and run away? Let him stop, since he had already started acting like that. The monk asked Mr. Ye what he meant. He understood that the floating temple was one of the strongest Buddhist orders in the eastern region, and he just made enemies in the Heavenly Ascension sect, and he thinks he has the courage to be at odds with them too. Lin told the monk that he could cleverly build combinations. He did nothing, but managed to create for himself a huge debt of gratitude, and he left all the dirty work to him to clean up in the future. Since he is so perspicacious, why shouldn't he predict the date of his death? The monk told Mr. Ye that his words had gone too far. Lin had already used a fire attack and asked, "So what?" But the monk did nothing and used the golden bell. But his defense was weak and he was injured after Lin's attack. The monk straightened his posture and stood on his feet at the moment of the fall. And he told the teacher that the immortal was mocking them. Did he really think that the floating temple was a weak point? The teacher replied that since Mr. Ye was so persistent, then he shouldn't blame him for being cruel. The Golden Buddha's teacher used the image of the Dharma Buddha against him. But Lin watched all this and did nothing immediately. The warriors have already said that this is a Buddhist technique of great manifestation, and he has a 3-star spiritual artifact of the glands of 9 rings in his hands. And this Lin has gone completely crazy. He has already angered the Heavenly Ascension sect. Now he wants to make enemies in the Buddhist orders. Is he just tired of living? The mentor told Mr. Ye that he had given him a chance, but he was too stubborn. Now he would calm him down. The monk raised his weapon into the air and used a resolution attack. But Lin stood still and replied that he was interested. Lin told him to let the monk do her job already, and he used the heaven burial coffin and stopped her with one hand. The monk was a little surprised after all this, and he didn't even understand how the immortal did all this. And suddenly Lin noticed that as his level increased, this coffin had evolved from a 4-star artifact to a 6-star artifact. Lin told the monk that his divine ability was all he could do and sent everyone inside. The monks were shocked and asked, "What was this?" And they shouted to the teacher to save them. The monk's master was shocked and considered him a cursed evil. There was an evil person hiding in the Yuan sect. The monk told his allies that this man was a heretic and let them destroy him immediately. The others were already wondering if anyone would take the risk. And Hong understood that he had known that his mentor was still hiding something. The monk told Mr. Ye that they were already at odds with the Heavenly Ascension sect. Did he really want to make an enemy of the strongest Buddhist sect in the eastern region? Lin replied that what irritates him most are hypocrites like them. He has absolutely no limit to who will become his enemy. His principle is simple: destroy hypocrites. And waving his hand, he told the monk to stop chatting and go to the coffin immediately. Having locked the monk in the coffin, he lifted him up with one hand and asked who else wanted to attack. The clan leader shouted that Brother Ye had done a great job, and he had done a great job. Xiao also asked, "Is he sleeping?" Someone should hit him. Su immediately fulfilled his wish and punched him in the face. Zhao asked her sister why she was hurting him. Su asked if it hurt him. The guy replied that of course it hurt. Su said that it was not a dream. The elder could not believe it and asked, "Did the wild region really win?" It is of course incredible that he was able to suppress everyone single-handedly, and everyone together began to shout that they welcomed the heavenly ruler. The enemies thought that this was still a wild region. They were sure that they had not come to the wrong place. They thought that Ye had only defied fate 3 times, but how wrong they were. And not only did he shake the greatest sect of the eastern region, the Heavenly Ascension sect, to its foundations, but he also reduced the priest of the Buddhist temple to dust. But now he has made mortal enemies, and retribution will be merciless. And if he can further destabilize the eastern region, it will only play into their hands. And if this continues, their Zhu clan will be able to reap huge benefits. Suddenly, a huge beam descended from the sky. The warriors began to say that this was excellent. The secret world had finally opened up. For the first time in his life, he had seen such a magnificent sight. Lin saw that he was happy because now he only needed to go inside to complete the task. But first, he needed to deal with the remnants of the hostile sects that had come. Lin said that everyone who belongs to the wild region has the right to enter and explore this world. And the rest, let them leave here. The clan was dissatisfied, and the guy shouted that their Zhui clan had never entered into confrontation with the Xuantian sect. But despite this, their path was blocked. And how sorry he was that the elders were absent. They would not have allowed such lawlessness. The warrior immediately told the young master that the higher the sun rises, the brighter its sunset. To enter a battle whose outcome is already decided is to challenge fate, knowing that it is not on their side. The young gentleman replied that he was absolutely right. Before crushing the enemy, he would drive him to the brink of madness. Let him wallow in his arrogance. It would be his downfall. There was nothing more to do here. It was time for them to leave. People had already said that even the Shu clan didn't dare to go against him, and it seemed like no one would dare to go against this Yiling. The warriors who had to leave said that they came from far away, but in the end, they got nothing. The young gentleman replied that they could enjoy their triumph for now, but they would wait and see. Lin took his disciple with him and said that it was time for them to go, and they entered the bright world of Luotian. Lin said that he didn't expect such a stunning atmosphere inside. The system suddenly showed that a place for activation had been found. Should they accept the reward? Lin replied that he was receiving. The system showed that he had received the projection, and the owner looked and said that it was not bad. After all, the great Buddha form of that golden Buddha monk's master was quite a nasty thing. If he hadn't used the heaven burial coffin, it would have been a serious battle. The chief ordered his men to scatter and look for rare herbs, but they shouldn't go far. Let them watch each other. Lin knew that he only wanted to complete the task, but since everyone was so busy, it was worth exploring the place a little. Suddenly, some of the boys fell into the trap of a monster who tried to attack them and eat them. The warriors shouted to the others to be careful. The local creatures are very dangerous. And another attack. The leader said that they are surrounded and everyone needs to gather. In this world, even monsters have reached the level of the gold core. We must not let our guard down. Hung replied that if they wanted resources, they should show their strength. No one gives them away for free, but everything turned out to be much more complicated. Suddenly, birds began to fly by, and after them, a flock of monkeys attacked. The leader immediately ordered his men to prepare for battle. The warriors immediately began to fight the pack of monkeys. The monkeys were so sinister that they were ready to eat everyone and cut them into small pieces. But suddenly, she grabbed a girl from them, and she screamed and asked for help. The warriors came to her to help and attacked and tried to remove him. But the monkey was so strong that no attack did anything to him, and his fur was so hard that he felt nothing. The girl was still underneath him and screaming that she shouldn't do this, and that someone should help her already. Hong suddenly saw this sight and walked up to him and used his fire attack to burn him. Hong asked the girl if she was okay. The girl thanked her brother Hong. At that moment, the head also told brother Hong that it would be calmer with him, and let him take care of the younger disciples. And these white monkeys have the power of soul generation. There are certainly too many of them, and they are very agile. Let them be careful. Hong saw that the chief was still worried about his arrival, but he had better take care of himself. But the monkeys did not stop and immediately pounced on him all at once. But Hong sensed them at the beginning and used a fire attack and said that they were all doomed. The warriors looked at all this and said that their elder brother Hong was amazing. And that's right, he completely adopted the style of his teacher, yeah. But Hong got tired of hearing their words and told them to shut up. And he thought, where did that bastard Lin go? And he's probably chilling out again. At this time in the forest, Lin asked the system, is she sure that the special energy anomaly is in this direction? The system answered the owner that yes, exactly there. And a new task in that direction, and a reward much better than for a regular activation. The inhabitants of the depths of the secret world of Luotian were on the tree of the great world. One of the elders said that the fruit of the great tree of peace had finally ripened. But along with this, the secret world of the great Liu was also revealed, allowing several human invaders to invade their territory. But the peak fusion stage Stone Clan chief said that they had to deal with this immediately. The head of the giant clan immediately entered the conversation and said that he believed that dividing the fruit of the great tree of peace was their primary task. Once they have eaten the fruit completely, they will acquire the body of the great tree of peace, and then they will crush the invaders like ants. But the head of the Wing clan replied that this little white mouse had already managed to steal the fruit. They couldn't get to it yet. The head of the Dragon clan, that it was all because the fruit ripened too suddenly. They didn't even have time to react. But the head of the Fish clan began to answer that nothing could be done about it. Now that he had eaten the fruit, the tree had recognized him, and as long as he was digesting the fruit, they could not touch him. Otherwise, the tree would attack them. The tree clan leader said that it seemed like all they could do was wait for him to digest the fruit, then grab it and use secret methods to process it, and then divide it. That would be fair. But the head of the giant clan did not agree with them a little, and said that he swears he will make this lowly white mouse pay for his greed. Suddenly, one of the residents said that the light was fading. He had almost finished digesting the fruit. Suddenly, little paws began to appear from the fruit. The mouse immediately came out and said that she had slept soundly. All the villagers looked at her and were very angry. The mouse greeted her brothers and asked why they were looking for her, and for what reason. The mouse realized that they would do something to her and might even kill her. She began to walk away slowly and told them not to hold her back. The head of the giant clan said that this stinking rat became so fast. The effect of the fruit of the great world tree is really amazing. The head of the tree clan immediately released his roots and told the others to stop being surprised and find her quickly. The mouse saw that the roots of the head of the tree were following her and shouting to them that she wanted to discuss everything, and she was intelligent and ready to talk. Suddenly, Mouse saw an unfamiliar portal in front of her. She was not afraid and jumped into it. When she entered, she felt very ill and said that she was dizzy, but she did not know where she had ended up. The head of the Wing clan said that who would have thought that by digesting the fruit, she received the power of spatial movement. And if she escapes, she will completely digest the fruit and learn cultivation, and that will be a real disaster. So she needs to resign herself and die here. The head of the Wing clan did not spare the mouse and launched an attack with her feathers. The mouse got hit and screamed that it hurt. Falling to the ground, the mouse said that she did not want to be eaten. The mouse wants to survive. But the head of the Kamnev clan stood behind her and said that she would die anyway, and released his air attack. The mouse was so weak and small that the air threw her into the abyss, and she could not even resist. The head of the Wing clan came up and said that some dead rat dared to lay claim to the fruit of the great tree of peace. Did she even know how valuable it was? And who did she think she was to have the right to it? The head of the giant clan also came down and told the mouse to run away. But he saw that she was standing still and asked why she was not running. Or did she think that since she had eaten the fruit, she could escape from them? The mouse answered them that their names were not written on the fruit. So why couldn't the mouse eat it? And now they blame her for nothing. She is so ashamed. The head of the tree clan asked if she knew that the tree of the great world tree, which supported the entire secret world of Tien, grew fruit for many eras. And everyone who eats it gains the body of the great Luo. This is the greatest body, the first in the ranking of bodies in the world of immortals. Their tribes had waited for this moment for hundreds of generations, and when the fruit finally appeared, she claimed it. Let her say, shouldn't she die so that the fruit can be returned to those to whom it rightfully belongs? The mouse was surprised and asked, so she had done such a terrible thing? What should she do now? She could really die, but she asked someone to save her. But the head of the tree clan tried to crush it with his hand, when suddenly he received an attack from behind. Stopping, he felt an aura, and asked the stranger who he was. Lin immediately appeared and asked the system what she said, that the energy wave was coming from this white mouse. The system replied that yes, this mouse had just eaten the fruit of the great world tree, and its body had already formed the body of the great Luo. It had enormous potential for development. Lin became very curious when he heard about the trees of the world. The mouse came to him and said that the hero saved her, and these evil people want to eat her. Lin thought about it and realized that this scenario seemed familiar to him. Why was it that every time he took on a disciple, he saved someone? Had he turned into Tang Seng? But if Hong is so stubborn, then at least this white and plump mouse will probably be obedient, and he will make her his student if he doesn't miscalculate. The head of the giant clan immediately began to attack and shouted that an invader had come, and how dare he ignore them, and now he would make him pay for it. But Lin did not run away and stopped the hammer with one hand and said that this mouse was now his, and if they left, he would spare them. The head of the Stone Clan also attacked and asked the stranger that he was also at the peak of the fusion stage, and how dare he say such a thing when they were all at the same level. The head of the giant clan saw their support and said that everything was right, and they would all crush him together. But Lin wasn't even surprised by their words and immediately walked up and struck with his bare hands. The head of the giant clan was in great shock because he was thrown back so hard that he didn't even expect it. The head of the giant clan asked how such a simple blow could have such power, but the head of the Wing clan did not stand aside and told the man that he was simply seeking death, and released a scale of attacks with her feathers. Lin used his defense and replied that since they had decided to resist, then they should not blame him for being rude. And he used the Great Wasteland Finger attack, sealing the heavens. Ascending into the sky, he released a fiery avalanche upon them. The heads of the clans fell under a huge stone and shouted to all stand together and repel this attack. But seeing that they were advancing again, Lin said that the stone one was being exposed to attack, and this was a little interesting. But he wasn't even embarrassed by this and decided to test his new login bonus, and he used the appearance of the Heavenly Emperor. But the head of the giant clan appeared nearby and said that he was a cursed man, and he actually used AI to create the manga. And now does he understand how much he has let his readers down? And if so, then all he needs is death to atone for his guilt. Lin stopped his hammer again and asked in surprise, AI, and told them to open their eyes wide and look. He's not an AI mangaka at all. The heads were very surprised and asked him what he was talking about. Did he show them the original sketches? Lin did not continue to chat and struck a strong blow with his fist. But the head of the Stone Clan looked at the defense from the stones and said that this is really not AI manga. The head of the Tree Clan came up and replied that this was erroneous information, and it was time for them to retreat. But Lin told them to keep on leaving their monthly votes and let them not forget that new chapters are coming out thanks to their support. The inhabitants of the clans were greatly surprised by his attack and asked what it was, because under this terrifying pressure from this huge illusion, they seemed so insignificant. And this is definitely something they can handle. Who is he anyway? Suddenly, the people fighting on the other side realized that this was a divine incarnation ability, even more powerful than that of the monk from the Martial Sky Temple. But the elder wondered who had used it. Could it really have been the heavenly ruler? But who could exist such a powerful incarnation? Even the incarnations of the strongest of the central lands fade before this, and can only bow in submission. Hong also saw that these were his mentor's tricks again. And how much more was he hiding, he thought? Suddenly, Lin's spirit said that the Emperor of Heaven was here. And would they dare to resist? But Lin immediately ordered him to kill them all without mercy. But the clan's inhabitants were not timid and went to kill their enemy. But the head of the Stone Clan immediately went to attack the enemy, and the rest remained below. Lin looked at the stone and told it was the strongest of them all, and he used a heaven-splitting blow. The head of the Stone Clan saw the fire in front of him and couldn't even dodge it, as he immediately died from the attack. The head of the Tree Clan said that this was too terrible a force. The head of the Giant Clan decided to go another way and answered the Lord of Heaven that he acknowledged that they had acted recklessly. And he suggested that they stop the fight, and they had no reason to destroy each other. But Lin decided that he would not leave them and lowered his fiery hand. The residents did not think about such a thing, and after that they shouted that he was a damn man. And how could he be so cruel and merciless? Their family would not forgive him for this. Lin told them that if they could kill him, they would have done it long ago. Do they think he will believe their words about peace? The Emperor form is indeed powerful, but it took 80% of his energy. He must be careful not to overuse it, and it's time for him to accept a disciple. Lin looked around and asked, "Where is his future disciple? That rat was just here and looked so obedient. How did it manage to escape while he was fighting for it?" The mouse ran away at that moment and said that it was too scary, and this two-legged beast almost scared him to death. Although he wanted to save her, he was even scarier than those 6 bad guys. But it also seems that the pain from the beatings has completely disappeared, and his legs carry him faster than ever before. Could all this be thanks to that mysterious fruit? It's simply unbelievable. Suddenly, she felt fear, and it seems to her that this two-legged one is going to catch him. Lin started chasing her and asked the system if the rat was ahead. The system replied that it was, and if he applied a little effort, he would catch up with her. Lin looked ahead and said, "This rat is a nimble one. It's all because of the fruit of the Great World Tree. And without the help of the system, he would never have caught her. But once he grabbed her, he would never let go." The mouse realized that she needed horses. And why was he approaching so quickly? How did he find her in such a huge forest? Suddenly, Lin appeared in front of her and stopped her. And the mouse was shocked that he appeared in front of her. Lin stroked her with his hand and said that the mouse didn't want to die. She had promised to become his servant, so why had she run away? The mouse replied that it was because his aura was too frightening. She, a mouse, couldn't stand it and ran away. And she was afraid that he would want to eat the mouse too. Lin said he had tried both beef and horse meat, but had never eaten rat meat. Maybe it was worth trying, he thought. The mouse replied that rat meat is sour and tasteless, and it will also give you a bloated stomach. Lin was surprised and said that she interested him even more, and he wants to try it too. Grabbing the mouse, he continued that this creature has the strongest immortal body, the body of the Great World Tree, but is so easily frightened, and she only saw him fight and immediately ran away, and perhaps he would make a pet out of her. 2 hours later, they stopped in the forest and prepared food. The mouse was sleeping at that moment and smelled the smell and said that it smelled very nice. And is she still alive? Seeing a large cauldron in front of her, she was afraid that this guy wanted to cook her. Lin told her to come to him, but just don't make him catch her again. The mouse looked at the fire and was very scared. Lin gave her some meat and told her she was a coward. The mouse started eating and said that it was very tasty, and asked what kind of meat it was. She had never eaten anything like it. Lin replied that it was rabbit meat. The mouse was surprised and said that rabbits were so cute. And why eat rabbits? Lin looked and replied that then they listened to her. The mouse said that she is not tasty like a bunny. It is better to eat bunnies. The mouse asked the owner if she could have another piece of meat. Lin answered that she could, but on one condition. He would not only be her owner, but also her mentor. Did she agree? The mouse was surprised and asked the mentor, how did she deserve such an honor? And wouldn't it be dangerous? Lin replied that she was talking too much. The mouse would be his student and would eat deliciously. And if there was danger, he would protect her. Sounds good, doesn't it? The mouse agreed and said that she wanted to become a student. She loves patrons. Lin immediately told her to quickly greet her master. The mouse came over and replied that the disciple Bai Xiaoxi was greeting the master. The system immediately congratulated the master for completing the task of accepting a disciple, and he received the reward, the divine ability of the great technique of the 5 wheels of rebirth. He then gains the great technique of 5 wheels of rebirth and destroys everything in his path and deals massive area damage. Lin was delighted and said, another powerful ability. This is great. And asked the system, is he underestimating him? With his noble nature, he would never hurt defenseless animals. The mouse suddenly asked the teacher, was he talking to her just now? Lin replied that he would now pass on one technique to her and let her definitely appreciate it and practice diligently. And she must become his good student. And he sent a beam of energy which he directed into Xi's head. Lin said that she had received the path of the great Tao Luo. Xi then replied that this technique was amazing, and she felt as if her mind had been enlightened, and she thanked the teacher for the technique she had given. Lin then told her to get up and drink the soup and eat the meat. After all, the meat was already completely cooked. Xi tasted her teacher's dish and said that it was also very tasty. The teacher was so kind to her. Being his student was a real happiness for her. The mouse would definitely repay him for his kindness. Suddenly, everything started to collapse above them. Lin asked, what's going on? Why is the sky of the secret world starting to collapse? The system immediately said that it had discovered that the life cycle of the ancient world tree Luo was coming to an end. It can no longer support the work of the secret world, and let him leave it as soon as possible. Lin said that the secret world was beginning to collapse. They should leave quickly. And suddenly he saw that Xi was crying and asked why she was doing this. Xi told the teacher that she didn't know why, but the mouse was so sad. Lin said that it might be because her body was connected to the Luo tree. But now the main thing is to urgently meet with the head of the sect and leave this world. Lin opened a portal and moved. The leader began to shout to his men to quickly leave the secret world. Let him be careful, he shouldn't get hurt. The elder said that he didn't expect something like this to happen here. The leader looked around and asked, "Where is junior brother Ye? Should they wait for him?" Lin came out of the portal and told them that the situation was critical, and they needed to leave the secret world quickly. The leader said that it was great and the younger brother came, and only his disciple remained. Zhao asked the leader, "Yeah, who is that in his hands?" Lin replied that this was his new student. The leader was surprised and asked, "Where is his other student?" After all, his previous disciple, although he had a difficult character, had a divine appearance, and his talent was incredible. And this one is just a huge rat without any cultivation. Lin left and told them not to worry. After all, he felt that he had already left the secret world, and they would meet him outside. Coming out of the world, the elders shouted that they had come, and this secret world was full of dangers. But thanks to Lin, they were able to obtain many rare resources. Hong approached the teacher and said that he had come too. Lin looked and imagined that this was his new student. From this day on, they should live in peace and love. Hong was surprised but told the teacher that he understood everything. She came down to the ground and asked where she was. Sai looked into the red portal and began to cry and miss her home, and she realized that she was about to disappear. But everything turned out to be much worse. Various creatures from another world also crossed over into the real world. The monster asked, "Is this the world beyond the secret world? And why is the spiritual energy so weak here?" The snake also asked, "Are these bipedal creatures the same people mentioned in the ancient records? But why is their cultivation so weak?" The rhinoceros replied that since they were in a new environment, they needed to learn to adapt, and he suggested that they take over the land and redistribute the territories. The head of the winged clan said that they first need to enslave them and then distribute the territories. The leader suddenly said that things were bad. These creatures were from the depths of the secret world, ancient relics. Their strength was incomparable to those they had met before. Let them just look. There are hundreds of cultivators at the spirit transformation stage level, and dozens have already reached the fusion stage. They are in big trouble. The warrior was surprised and asked, "Ancient relics?" The leader replied that the cultivation world is full of various races and creatures. The stone tablet in the secret world mentioned their origin. These creatures came here from different parts of all worlds. They have survived here for countless years. If these alien creatures unite, they will be able to rival the 5 strongest sects of the eastern region. Saikao asked how they could endure this. Maybe they could try to negotiate. The leader replied that it was impossible. They were barbarians, and they just destroyed their home. Now they will surely come for revenge and take over their wild region. Trouble is coming. The warriors asked, "Are they really doomed? What should they do?" Elder Feng came out and told them not to be afraid. They have Lin. As long as he is with them, they will definitely cope. The warriors were delighted and said that they had Lin, and they were no match for him. Hong thought that judging by his confidence, the mentor would be able to withstand even the onslaught of such a massive opponents. The system immediately appeared and said that a new quest had been activated. Let the master gain the trust of 10,000 natives of the secret world and join them to the Yuantian sect. Lin asked her, "What is she kidding me about? It's not enough to fight this crowd, now you have to persuade them? That's a ticket to the madhouse. And she wants to say that they cannot be destroyed? Only subjugated." The system told him to do as he sees fit. Suddenly the chief came up to them and asked if he was that Lin, the best fighter here. Lin replied that yes, it was him. Lin saw so many creatures in front of him, and the Xuantian sect can definitely shelter them all. They all look so strange. The monsters asked, "What is there to fear? There is only one of him, and even if he is at the peak of the fusion stage, can he stand against all of them?" And they decided to attack him together. Lin used his defense and thought about what to do next. He can fight, but running away is the worst thing, and it looks like it won't be easy. She said that the teacher looked a little puzzled. He was so kind to her, taught her the technique, fed her meat. She couldn't let him be alone. Hong heard her words and asked what she was going to do. She ran and shouted to the teacher that she would come to his aid. Sai didn't ask him any more questions and stood in front of the monsters and decided to protect the teacher. After this, Si suddenly became different. Her eyes immediately began to glow and improve several times. The leader saw this and said that the disciple of the younger brother Yi is not as simple as he seems. His aura inspires involuntary respect. The monsters were very surprised and said that this was the aura of the ancient luo tree, and they realized that the luo tree had not abandoned them. All the monsters immediately fell to their knees before her and said that they were asking the tree of Lo to guide their people. And how should they move on? Hong realized that, as he had suspected, every step he took was part of a carefully thought-out plan. His true nature was much deeper than it seemed. Lin immediately realized that the luo tree had produced a fruit that was the means of his reincarnation. And when she ate it, the body of the ancient luo was born inside her, and his will remained. And now the will of the tree of luo awakens and tries to take over Shi's body. He asked her if she was okay. Let her answer him. Lin walked up to her chi flow and shouted at Shi to wake up. At that moment, in Mouse's subconscious, she realized that the teacher was calling her, and she couldn't sleep. Coming to her senses, she turned to the teacher and said that she thanked him for waking her up. Lin asked if everything was okay. The monsters were very surprised and began to ask indignantly, did the tree of the great Luo become this man's disciple? But how is this possible? This bipedal animal can be the teacher of the great Luo? Lin saw this and whispered to Shi that she now had to do as he told her. She did not answer and simply nodded her head. Shi turned to them and said that the destruction of the secret world was the will of heaven, and they should not worry. They were all his children. He would never abandon them. Lin also turned to the great Luo tree and said that the sky was merciful. Their home was destroyed, but the Xuantian sect was ready to become their new refuge. And they will stand together and survive the disaster. She turned to her teacher and thanked him. The monster said he didn't understand. Does the tree of Lo mean that they have to submit to humans? Sai transformed again and asked if they doubted her words. The monster was frightened and replied that he did not dare. Shai listened and said that it was fine then, and let them follow her and the teacher to the Xuantian sect. The system immediately said that it congratulated the owner for the completed task and would receive a sundial as a reward. Lin looked and replied that it was a success, but this reward is not very impressive. He has a golden arm that makes him stronger without having to train, so it is simply useless. But for Hun, this training space can be useful. He will be so passionate about learning, and he will just be around him. It's great. But this guy still needs some training. Hong saw his mentor's face and wondered why he was looking at him like that. Was he really upset that he hadn't helped him solve the problem with the animals? The leader was shocked and came up to ask, is this a dream? Is it real? Have these powerful beings joined the Xuantian sect? Zhao also told the leader that from now on, their Xuantian sect would become one of the 10 strongest sects in the eastern region. Elder Feng asked, is this even possible? Although he is glad that the wild region has been saved, it seems that no one cares about his mountain-moving sect anymore. She told the teacher that she did it, and they really listened to her. Lin replied that it was great and he was happy. But Lin became curious and asked how she felt with this will of the great Lo tree. Shai replied that she didn't feel anything, and since she woke up, she didn't feel anything anymore. Lin said that then they should take them out and return to Xuantian sect. The enemies of Xuantian sect came to Heavenly Ascension sect. The servants met the saint and asked what was wrong with him. Why did he look so beaten? He was full of energy when he left. What happened in the wild region? Xiao was exhausted and couldn't even answer people. The elders also ran out into the street and asked the saint what had happened to him. Shia replied that he had to see the teacher. The elder told the saint that he had heard that the great teacher was now in meditation. What had happened? Where were the elders and their companions? She replied that they were all dead. The elder was surprised and asked who did this. Let him tell him so that he could report to the sect. Xiao didn't want to say anything, but he said that it was the Xuantian sect and peak master Ye Ling. And outside the Heavenly Ascension sect temple, people were asking, how is this possible? The elders and they died, but who dared to kill the elders of the Heavenly Ascension sect? Even the saint almost died. This is truly an insult. Residents also said that urgent news had arrived. Hot news had appeared in the eastern region. The boy was surprised and asked, was a saint of the Heavenly Ascension sect defeated by a red girl of the same level as himself? He was told that the Heavenly Ascension sect had lost 9 of its strongest elders. The murderer was the sect leader, Xuantian Yeling. A guest from another sect in the tavern said that this world is changing. The barbarians from the wild region killed the strongest of the Heavenly Ascension sect. The guy told him that the Heavenly Ascension sect was strong, but if they were to clash with them, this fight would be decided in advance. The girl also said that the Heavenly Ascension sect is the greatest power. It has given birth to immortals since ancient times. Their strength is not something that these barbarians can compare with. In the Eastern Region sect, in the Buddha temple in the capital, the senior monk said that the Heavenly Ascension sect had declared war on the Xuantian sect, and the Buddha temple must now avenge its blood. The monk replied that he understood and would pass it on to everyone, and he suggested gathering all forces to fight the demons. And in the wild region, after the destruction of the secret world, concentrated spiritual energy came out. So what is the beginning of prosperity for this impoverished region? Many creatures are now using this to strengthen their powers. Since they took on 10,000 creatures, the strength of the Xuantian sect has increased greatly. But after declaring war, things will be difficult. In the martial arts square of the Xuan warrior sect, he said that the Heavenly Ascension sect was going to attack, and the Buddha temple? He heard that they accused them of evil deeds. They answered that it was strange because they had not seen the head and senior mentors for several days. Where were they? The guy replied that they were saying they were in meditation. Lin is so strong, but he still continues to meditate. This is a blessing for the Xuantian sect. At this time, at the peak of emptiness, Lin was lying under the sun and did not even think about his affairs and simply enjoyed the rest. Suddenly she came and told the teacher that she had done it. She had prepared an incredibly delicious drink in a flash. Lin was surprised and told her to quickly put the tube in. She had already done so and handed it to the teacher. Lin immediately tasted the drink and felt exactly the same taste. He told her that it was a great job, and he would allow her to make 50 more cups, and he could keep one for himself as a reward. She was surprised and replied that she was thanking the teacher. Lin understood that these were drink recipes received for the daily task, and they are so much tastier than those of the past. Even the Ice King will appreciate his culinary masterpiece. Hong looked and said that his mentor was stupid and was also ready to make money on these strange drinks. Lin asked Hong, "Where is his fried squid? How is it not ready yet? Let him look at how she tries for him. He is even worse than a mouse." Hong answered the teacher that almost everything was ready. He would bring everything now. Bringing the food, he said that the teacher should enjoy it. Hong asked the teacher, "Is everything okay? Is there anything to add?" Lin replied that it was fine. Let him continue in the same spirit. Hong suddenly asked the teacher if he could get permission to train in the sundial. He wanted to develop faster. Lin answered him. Did he see that he was impatient again? Hong told the teacher that he wanted to become stronger so that his sect would be even safer. Lin told him not to worry, his sect was safe, and he was just staying with him and supporting him. Hong at this moment thought that his teacher was just afraid that he would be stronger than him. But she told the teacher that if the elder brother wanted it so much, let him go. She would take over his responsibilities. Lin stood up and said that since his sister was so insistent, he would allow him to train in the sundial, and let him thank her for it. Hong knelt down and replied that he was grateful to the teacher, and to she too, for asking for him. Lin, as he left, told him that he would go inside and that they should continue preparing the food. Hong understood that the day he emerged from seclusion, the time would come when Lin would bow her head to him. Lin immediately noticed that Huna was already throwing up his hands in anticipation. He thought he could turn the game around, but for him it was just a pity. The mentor only grew stronger when a worthy opponent stood before him. So he needs to accept it and continue to invest in it, pumping up his cultivation level. She turned to the teacher. 50 new cups are ready. And can she drink this tea with immortal herbs? Lin told her that of course he could. He said he could choose any cup. Shai was very happy about this and thanked the teacher. Lin suddenly said that other people pet cats, but he pets a mouse. To the touch, it is simply wonderful. The mouse suddenly started trembling and asked, "Where is the cat?" And she is very afraid of cats. Lin said that Luo's ancient body was just a waste of time. Even a cat is smaller than him. Moreover, she has 10,000 fighters from the secret world under her protection, and he is still afraid of cats? Shai replied that the mouse was just afraid. Lin asked her why she didn't go to practice in the sundial. Inside, 100 years passed like one day in the outside world. Her ancient Luo body would have been greatly strengthened. Sai said that the mouse doesn't want to. Then she won't see the teacher for 100 years and she'll be sad. Besides, training is boring. The mouse likes to go with the teacher and eat tasty things. Lin started laughing, and that he liked it. They were similar in that, not like some. And by the way, they say that demons, having reached the stage of transformation of the spirit, can take human form. Why had he never seen her in human form? She replied that it was because the mouse had forgotten about it. Lin suggested that they try it right now. She said that everything was fine, and suddenly, unexpectedly, she turned into a mouse girl. Lin was surprised and replied that she was just a miniature lowly, but Lin was a little shocked and asked, "What the hell?" She asked the teacher, "What happened? Does the mouse look bad?" Lin closed his eyes and said, "It's too bad. It's too scary." And asked she, "Is she deliberately making fun of him?" Sai replied that not at all, and the mouse tried very hard. But for some reason she can only preserve this appearance, and now she is offended. Lin suddenly told her not to worry, and asked her to turn back. Lin saw her coming and said that half a stick of incense had already passed, but he still had not transformed. Shaka told the teacher that the mouse suddenly forgot how to do it. Lin asked if she was really a mouse and not a pig. The mouse answered the teacher not to be angry. The mouse will try again. It will definitely work out in these days. But she asked the teacher if he wanted to continue petting the mouse. Lin replied that no, he wanted to be quiet. C ran to the water and looked and said that it was very strange, but she looked quite cute. At this time, the border guard between the wild region and the spiritual region, ships were heading to the eastern region. One guy said that the wrath of the #1 immortal sect of the eastern region is a rage that no one can bear. Zhuantian's sect is doomed. But they answered him that before, this E was so arrogant. Now he will die in agony, and he is sure that now he has already kept silent from fear. But suddenly a servant came to them and told the young master that the battle had begun, and there was already fighting outside. The gentleman began to insult him and told him to explain properly. Who is fighting with whom? Otherwise he will break his neck and throw him into a cesspool to feed the maggots. The servant said that it was the heavenly Ascension sect. Their troops just invaded the wild region. The master came out of his room and asked the servant what he said, and he was glad that the heavenly Ascension sect had finally come. And these pathetic savages dared to stand up to him. He knew their days were numbered. What a sight it would be. At the moment in the wild region, in the mountain moving sect, the Lord said that a huge army was advancing towards them. How many cultivators are involved? The elder told the old man that he begged him not to be a hero this time. If there was no way out, he should just run. After all, he is their strongest protector, the symbol of faith of all local cultivators. If he dies, it will be an irreparable loss. But in Xuantian's sect, the training area had already prepared and shouted, "The enemy is at the gate, and let everyone prepare, and they are already being attacked. Where is their leader?" Just said that after 500 years of hard training, he was still just a little short of achieving fusion steel. And it seems to him that simply closing himself off in seclusion is not enough for a breakthrough. Su said that he should still be happy. If it weren't for the technique and pills given to him by his younger brother Ye, he wouldn't have advanced a single step in these 500 years, even if B had lived his entire life. The warriors asked, "Where is the leader? Why hasn't he come out yet?" The leader came out and said that the battle is inevitable. All they can do is fight to the end. Luckily, he managed to break through to the fusion stage before the fight, and suddenly he saw a shadow in the fire and asked, "Is someone coming?" But who is it? This aura is frighteningly strong, even surpassing younger brother Ye. And suddenly Hong himself appeared from the fire. Cho said that this was his senior disciple, and a worthy disciple of the great teacher. His talent was simply monstrous. And he asked him to tell him what stage he had reached. But Hong got angry and said, "How dare he? And what kind of impudent words?" Without continuing the conversation, he immediately attacked him. Su told Hong that his elder brother had only misspoke. They were disciples of the same sect after all. Why fight? Hong asked, "A disciple of a certain sect?" And suddenly he began to laugh loudly. He is the greatest master of the demonic path, a true immortal. And how can such pathetic ants like them count on his patronage? If it weren't for Lin, he wouldn't have wasted his time here. But now everything has changed. Su got angry and said that he's completely crazy from training. He should watch his language, or else he'll complain to junior brother Ye. Hong told her to do whatever she wanted. He was nothing to him. After all, he couldn't even take care of himself now. If he can, bring him here. With his current strength, who will tame whom is still a question. Hong added that such an incomparable treasure, instead of wasting it here, it would be better to hand it over to him. Xiao was surprised and called him impudent and asked what he was doing. Was he really not afraid that junior brother Ye would punish him? But Hong left them no chance and shouted for them all to leave. And he blew fire from himself and headed towards his men. The leader was surprised and said, "What a powerful spiritual force. I didn't expect that even if he dared to break through at the fusion stage, he couldn't withstand the pressure alone. Who is this disciple of junior brother Ye?" Hong looked and said that it was a crowd of insignificant insects. But suddenly he was surprised and asked, what was going on? Why hadn't the sundial moved even a centimeter? The leader shouted at Hong that he was the disciple of junior brother Ye, the greatest genius of their sect, and the sect had always supported him. Why would he stoop to such vile actions? Hong got angry when he heard about the worthless man and asked who he was to teach him. Hong didn't listen to him and attacked immediately. The leader stood up and asked, what kind of power? The disciple only hit him lightly, and he can't even resist. And the difference from who he was before entering the sundial is simply colossal. Hong got angry and asked why some small fry dared to tell him what to do. He didn't kill them right away. That was already a great mercy on his part. The leader said that the Ascension sect army has arrived. Yiling, the main culprit. Let him come out immediately and accept his death. Hong ran to attack and said, just in time, and it's time to deal with this man. The chief also told his people to go quickly too, and he needs to be stopped. But Lin was resting all this time and said that freely drinking tea with milk is what makes life worth living. Hong understood that it was a disgrace for a cultivator, and such a slovenly attitude, and he calls himself immortal. It was just luck that smiled upon him. He accidentally received the highest blessing, and that's why he acquired so many rare techniques and priceless resources. But now it will all be his. Lin saw his disciple, that he had finally come out of seclusion. The teacher missed him so much. Hong replied that the heavenly Ascension sect had arrived. There was already a battle for his life outside, and he was resting peacefully. Wasn't he afraid of dying? Lin asked, were they already attacking? Why didn't he know anything? Hong replied that he was enjoying his cozy little world behind the soundproof barrier, and he dissuades him from this world. Of course he hasn't heard anything, and now let him listen carefully. The enemies were already approaching and shouting for Lin to come out and accept his death. Lin was drinking his tea at that moment, and hearing the screams, shouted that the war had already begun. Hong said that he himself sees the situation, but if he gives him everything he has, he thought about saving him. Lin was surprised and asked him what he was talking about. Hong shouted at him not to act like a fool. They were both smart people, so he had to speak frankly. Suddenly a mouse came running, and Hun, seeing it, told them to stop the planet and asked what it was. She approached the teacher and said that these were the same chicken wings that he asked to cook for him, and they were also spicy, and let him try them. And when she saw her older brother, Huna asked if he had come out of seclusion so quickly. But Hong was a little scared and told her to stay put, and he thought it was the same white rat. And why did it change so much? This appearance looks scary. And I thought, why the hell does the mentor have such strange tastes? He understands everything, of course, but this is beyond the bounds of good, evil, and common sense. And Lin at that moment was thinking, what kind of look is that? He wasn't thinking about something like that, was he? He is a noble man after all. The leader also arrived at the peak and asked the rebellious disciple what he was going to do to his teacher, and shouted at junior brother Ye to be careful. But when they saw a girl with a mouse's head next to them, they were very scared and shocked by what they saw. She told them not to be afraid, and it was just her, a mouse. The leader took a closer look and told the boys that this was the second disciple of the younger brother Ye, and of course, her image was frightening. And not only does younger brother Ye have outstanding talent, but his taste is so exquisite that they could never even dream of it. Lin told them to stop immediately and asked what they were talking about, and why were they all so tense? What happened? The leader told his younger brother that his senior disciple was planning a betrayal. He tried to take the sundial and even attack them. Lin was surprised and asked his student if this was true. Hong replied that even if it was true, what would the teacher do to him? The army is already here. His death is inevitable. He still doesn't understand the situation he's in. The leader heard his words and started saying that he was a damn traitor, and that younger brother Ye treated him so well. Hong asked him in return, what do they even understand? He understood that they had been treating him like a servant all this time. He couldn't stand it anymore. Lin grabbed his face after that and said that it was karma. He told the others not to blame him. It was his fault, and he disregarded his students' feelings. And it was all his mistake, and how he regrets it. C approached the teacher after seeing it and took his hand. The leader looked at his younger brother and said that he had never seen him like this. Hong also asked the teacher, did he think that he would believe in this crocodile's remorse? Let the mentor continue to pretend. But it's too late. He saw his real face. Lin told his student that he realized his mistake. Will he be able to forgive him? They are teacher and student. Maybe they will start all over again. Hong told the mentor not to even dream about it. He was already disgusted by him. The system immediately said that the master had successfully completed the temporary task, and she sincerely admits her mistake, putting all her emotions into it and causing empathy from those around her. The reward of the immortal ruler's technician. Lin was glad that he had finally completed the task. What a strange task it was. But the reward was worth it, so it was not in vain that he had put on this show. Lin thought about it after that and decided that since the task was completed, he could now have a little fun. But the thought that the mouse drank tea with milk for monthly tickets and her spiritual strength increased sharply. She thought about transforming into a loli to appeal to him, but she understood that the teacher wasn't fond of it. And now she realizes that she needs more milk tea to boost her spiritual power. Lin told Hong that he knew that once he became his teacher, he would always remain his mentor. He decided that he would continue to tease him and see how much he could endure. If he actually attacked, he would think that he wanted to make him stronger. But then he turned to Shi and asked her to come over and release his shoulders. Shi immediately agreed to the teacher's words and began to give the order. But Zhao was shocked and asked his brother if junior brother Ye was so depressed that he had started to suffer from split personality. But Su got very angry at his words and told him to shut up and talk nonsense. But Hong was confused because he did not understand what his teacher was planning. Lin turned to him and said that Hong had spent 200 years in seclusion at the solar chronometer and now decided that he had become all-powerful. Hong told the teacher to stop talking nonsense. Let him give everything he had, and he would think about whether it was worth helping him. But if he refused, he would rot here at his hands forever. Zhao listened and told the leader that this man was still willing to help them, and that meant he had at least a drop of conscience left. And now the fate of the battle was being decided. And if he intervened, then perhaps they could turn the tide. The leader told him that everything depended on the decision of the younger brother Yi. Lin, sipping his lemonade, asked his student if he was sure that he was now stronger than his mentor. Hong told him that he had been holding him back all the time, wasting his precious time. But in these 200 years in the solar chronometer, he had greatly surpassed him in both strength and skill. And having let out his anger, he ordered him to decide quickly and not delay with it. After all, the heavenly Ascension sex fleet is already approaching the soaring peak. Or should he forcefully take away its treasures and techniques himself? Sai was very scared and saw that her older brother Hu was scary and very hot-tempered. Zhao also saw that Hong was truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. He wanted to deprive his brother Ye of all his opportunities. And then he decided that he would help his younger brother Yi, and he launched his attack on him, which came from the sky. But Hong didn't like it at all, and letting out his anger, told him how dare he do this. Hong didn't think for long, and immediately made a counterattack and reflected straight in the other direction. Zhao was shocked and said that their attack was reflected back, and let them dodge immediately. But the attack was so fast and lightning fast that it directly destroyed the ship from which the attack was made. The soldiers did not understand what had happened and asked, "Who did this? Let him come out immediately and accept his death." Hong was angry because someone dared to interfere with him at that moment. But Lin was still no match for him. His resources would sooner or later become his, and he decided that he would first deal with these annoying flies. He went out to meet them and said that he had done it. And what would they do now? The senior teacher of the inner sect of Heavenly Ascension replied that he was a woman, and how dared he speak so impudently. And now the senior will teach him manners. The senior mentor went to attack and shouted at him to prepare to die immediately. But Hong replied that he was an ungrateful insect. Hong did not tolerate such disrespect towards himself, and immediately used his fire attack and easily removed him from his path. Hong said that they had half a stick of time incense to get out of this land. Otherwise, death would overtake them. The elders were shocked and said that this was impudence, and he thinks that he can order the first immortal sect of the Eastern region? Even if the Fire Elder had fallen to his hands, did he really expect to defeat dozens or even hundreds of fusion stage cultivators? The Elder turned to his brothers and ordered them to kill her, and now the Xuantian sect must be wiped off the face of the earth. Hong replied that since they did not want to leave on good terms, then he would arrange a bloodbath for them and use soul-devouring flame and attack the enemies with dead people from another world. And these fusion stage senior mentors, they hadn't even exchanged blows yet, and already a third of them were dead. Countless green skulls were raging on the battlefield like locusts. The enemies were hit and everyone was screaming in pain. But the elder told them not to let them bite them, because it was poison. At this moment, many members of the Heavenly Ascension sect perished in the hellfire. Their cries, moans, and pleas for help filled the sky. But suddenly the monks came and told their friends that the floating Buddha temple had come to their aid. Hong heard their words and replied that they were more suicides. The elder monk thought that the reports said that Lena's disciple was only in the spirit transformation stage. But what kind of terrible chaos is this? The wisdom master of the floating Buddha temple, a perfect peak of the fusion stage, wondered if he really had some incredible technique. And if his disciple is so strong, then Lin himself must be much more terrible. And once they have come, there is no way back. And immediately everyone began to attack at once. Hong looked at them and attacked them with a counterattack, saying that those lying bald monks have come again. He released all his mana to destroy the monks all at once and not play with them anymore. The monks were shocked by the blow and asked why their seals could not extinguish this strange fire, and they saw the devil approaching them. The monk was so scared that he told the boy not to do it. After all, it was his first time on the battlefield. But Hong was ruthless about this and used all his strength to finish off the bald monks. The elder was surprised that the guy and his army of tens of thousands of disciples disappeared with one blow. And now everything was gone, and he thought about who the Heavenly Ascension sect had attacked. The elder monk was surprised and told the boy that he was a demon and Buddha would not forgive him, and he used a huge palm attack. But Hong was not ready to stop and replied that even if the Buddha himself appeared, he would crush him into dust. At that moment, the senior monk saw fire in his eyes that was approaching him, and immediately there was an explosion. Hong was prepared for anything and said that they were just pathetic bugs. The leader told junior brother Ye that his disciple had a terrifying talent, and he's afraid that their Xuantian sect is too small to accommodate such a formidable deity. Zhao also told his brother that she was now protecting their sect, and it was better to fulfill his conditions than to try to go against him. And the main thing now was to survive. She also said that big brother Hong was so strong, and she rejoiced at his strength, shouting for him not to retreat. Lin noticed that his disciple had really made progress during his time in seclusion. Now he wanted to look at him with the eye of insight. Lin used his eye and saw that the cultivation was half a step away from the great transition stage. And now he knows that his disciple has almost reached the great transition stage. Of course, it is not surprising that he now dared to challenge his teacher, and he needs to wait until he has dealt with the enemies and then absorb him for his own breakthrough. Suddenly, a strange manna gathered around them, and the elders shouted that these were their elders, and they were all greeting the venerable mentors together. The leader looked at all this and asked in surprise, "Mentors?" And they brought 18 senior cultivators of the Great Transition Stage. This was the true power of the Eastern region's #1 immortal sect. Was Tien destined to die because of him? But these 18 mentors are the main military power of the Heavenly Ascension sect. They once joined forces and crushed the North Sea Demon Emperor, brought down the Southern Annihilation Church, and thus received the title of Invincible Immortals of the Eastern region. Lin made a surprised voice and said that half a step before, the Great Transition is one thing, but the real stage of the Great Transition sounds much more tempting. One of the Great Transition perfect stage spiritual wind masters thought about it and said, "What useless cowards! They have dishonored the good name of the Heavenly Ascension sect." Master Golden Snake also replied that the most dignified and strongest sect in the Eastern region had been beaten by a girl. If they hadn't personally come to check on the situation, wouldn't they have become a laughingstock for the entire world? Hong looked and asked, "Who the hell are they? And how dare they speak so insolently about him?" The Golden Landmaster got angry and asked the boy what he just said. The chief elder of the Heavenly Ascension sect told the Golden Snake's mentor that she shouldn't waste her energy on someone who was already doomed. This half-baked cultivator, half a step away from the great transition stage, thinks he can stop them. The second elder also answered that it was true, and this overconfident Lin, instead of fighting personally, sent his disciple. Isn't he underestimating them too much? The third elder said that his disciple would be put to death first, and this venerable one is eager to see if pain will pierce his heart when he, hiding, witnesses her death. Hong shouted at them to get out of here, and he had nothing to do with him. The elder laughed and replied that this was a touching affection between a teacher and a student. Let them grab her, and he would disfigure her face and then tear out her tongue. The elders attacked and shouted that he was impudent, and under his celestial palm of azure birds, thousands of souls perished. Today he will disappear without a trace. The second elder also said that he could defeat 10 of his kind with one hand. The third elder also did not stand aside and said that today he would raise the sword with his head in a sacrificial rite, and maybe this way he will awaken the true spirit of the blade. Hun laughed and asked, "A sacrifice to the sword? And maybe they'll let him show them what real hell is." He thought that once he dealt with these insects, he would see if Lin would find any more excuses to hide his strength. Hong used his giant hand attack and easily repelled their vile and weak attacks. The elders tried to resist, but they could do nothing against him because they considered it impossible. And one of them asked how an ordinary cultivator half a step away from the great transition could stop all of them. His azure bird's heavenly palm had absorbed the soul of an ancient demon, but Hong did not stop and continued to press them. In the end, the elder shouted that his firmament had split and collapsed. This devilish fire even burns the soul of swords. One of the warriors looked on and said that she was only half a step away from the great transition, but she was able to push back 3 elders who were already at the stage of the great transition. But the elder answered the same, that he did not think that such a rare genius could be born in this abandoned land. The second elder of the snake said that then this girl even more so cannot be left alive, and all together they will kill her. One of the elders immediately used the great obelisk palm to attack. The second elder used the star-reaching hand, and the third elder used the dragon-suppressing combat style. But Hun was not at all intimidated by this, and in response to their several attacks, he used only blazing dragon fire. The fire was so light and terrible that it slowly passed over the attacks of the enemies and easily killed each of them. From below, the chief looked on and said that he never thought Hong could fight against so many elders. But Zhong replied that it seemed like his flame was weakening, and it looks like he's already at his limit. And if he doesn't dodge this attack, he'll be cut in two. Hong looked at this attack as his light training and immediately used Hellfire-destroying flame. The red dragon emerged from the blazing fire and easily pierced the enemy's attack with its sharp teeth, and applied the absorption technique. Hong asked, "Is this all the Heavenly Ascension sect can do? They should change their name to Useless Sect." The elders were shocked by what they saw and said that it was some kind of strange flame, but it was absorbing all their techniques. One of them said that it was impossible to hold back 15 mentors on his own, and even he had never seen such talent in his entire life. But the fear elder asked them, "Are they blind? This is definitely a demonic technique. They must destroy this witch immediately, otherwise it will become a disaster." Hong addressed her as an old witch and asked if she would come out and fight in person, and give her 3 blows so that she wouldn't say later that he had attacked a cripple. The old woman accepted his challenge and called him a brat, and when she rips his mouth open, she'll see if he can still speak so boldly. The elder also said that if he were left alive, in 100 years he would become the greatest threat to the eastern region, and he must be destroyed along with his soul. They all approached the dragon from the side at once and began to use their strongest clan techniques. Hong was angry and saw that all this happened because of Lin. If only he had handed over his treasure to him earlier. And who would have thought that the Heavenly Ascension sect would send 18 great transition masters to exterminate some pitiful sect? Isn't that like hunting a sparrow with a cannon? The elder came very close to him and started shouting that it was time to end it. And he used his Heavenly Lord strike. The attack was a bit unexpected, so Hong didn't even have time to see it before he felt the blow and fell to the ground. Shai was scared and asked Big Brother Hong if he was okay, and Lin turned to him and said that he said earlier that he could win, So why is he lying around like a beaten dog? And he is so disappointed in him. Hong got angry and asked the master how he dared to mock him. At least he would be able to leave here alive, but the master would be left here to die. But suddenly the elders used a strange mechanism that opened a bright light above the clan. The elder told them that as long as he was here, none of them would leave the Xuantian sect. The leader began to shout that this was a spatial compass. And Zhao asked his elder brother if he remembered what was said in the ancient chronicles. After all, 300 years ago, during the Northern Sea calamity, Elder Spiritual Wind used this compass to evaporate a third of the Northern Sea, destroying 100,000 demons. And they say he even sealed the ancient demon god. They don't even have a chance to escape. Hong got angry and thought, is he really going to die with these worthless ones? But he won't put up with it. The leader also suddenly asked, why is younger brother Ye so calm? Hong started shouting at him that he is here eating, and everyone is dying, and all he does is eat. Lin looked and told Shi that she really had a talent for cooking, and next time he wanted to try the honey flavor. Shi asked the teacher if there would be a next time. Lin didn't keep him waiting and replied, of course! And going up to the elders, he immediately stood in front of them. The elder saw Lin and said that he had finally deigned to come out. Lin replied that he understood that they had trampled his disciple in a crowd. But that was unfair. As his teacher, he was obliged to stand up for him. Hong heard these words and became even more angry and slandered him. The elders said that his fate was sealed. He would tear off his skin, break his bones, and scatter his ashes to the wind. The old woman was also surprised and said that the main culprit, Lin, had appeared. And although according to the reports he was only at the fusion stage, since his disciple was so strong, then things were clearly not so simple with him. The elders all gathered at once and drawing their swords attacked him, shouting for him to die. But suddenly the system worked and said that an attack by enemies at the stage of the Great Transition had been detected. And now the passive effect is activated the stronger the enemy, the stronger he is. And the middle stage of the Great Transition is obtained. Lin used his new technique on the elders and said in parting that they were too weak. The leader was surprised and shouted that his younger brother Ye was a true cultivator of the Great Transition. A future immortal had appeared in their sect long ago. Hong also did not believe it and said that it was nonsense. Hong knew he was still weak and wondered how much power the mentor was still hiding. Was he even playing by the rules? The elders immediately stopped and said that this was a great transition, and he had already reached this stage long ago. But Lin began to laugh at them and asked if he had disappointed them with his level of fusion. The old woman shouted that even if the data was wrong, he was only in the middle stage of the Great Transition. He was just an ant before the storm, and she ordered everyone to attack. She ordered everyone to immediately form up in battle formation, and decided that she would use her blood as a sacrifice to the sword. 15-fold heavenly punishment. But Lin looked at this whole map and just started smiling at them, because he didn't care about them, and he knew that he was 1,000 times stronger than them. Everyone saw the flow of power at once, and the chief asked, why is junior brother Ye not resisting? The 15 heavenly punishment sword formation is capable of defeating even a great Ascension peak cultivator. And Hong wondered for a moment what this guy was doing now. Was he giving up? Lin asked the elders, is that all they can do? He couldn't even cut a single hair on his body. He understood that this undying tyrant body technique was something special. It could attack so many great Ascension opponents. The elders shouted that this was impossible. Even the great Ascension experts were fighting the 15 heavens performing the swarp formation. So how does a mid-stage great Ascension cultivator withstand this attack? Ah Hong saw that it was as he expected. This guy must have some funny opportunity hidden away, and he must steal it. The elder decided to approach him, and after looking at him, said that he was not a cultivator of the MIP stage of the Great Ascension. But who is he? And then Lin turned into a true warrior and asked why the dead man was talking to him, and immediately attacked the enemy. Lin didn't play around with them and with his fists. With one true blow, he cut off the elder's head. But he did not stop there, and continued to pass through other elders, completely exterminating them from the world. One of the elders said that this asshole is too fast, and asked the great elder to save them. But Lin released flames from his hands and headed towards the other suicide bombers to completely get rid of them. With his final move, he went all out and blew up all the elders. But at the moment before his final blow, The chief elder of all clans and the strongest warrior stopped. The boys were happy about their salvation and thanked the elder for his intervention. But that's not bad either, since the blow was heavy, but he still holds up. Lin looked at him and laughed and said that he would now see how long he could last. The elder knew that his specialty was body refinement, and he even had a beast imprint that strengthened it. But this blow almost pierced through him, and if he gets hit again, he won't be able to hold on. Lin saw that there was still an old woman left and said that this cutie wants to join in the fun too. The old woman said that she didn't believe that the boy would be able to withstand the attacks of 3 great Ascension peak cultivators. One of the elders immediately used a chaotic breath destruction attack after that. The strongest elder shouted to his brother and said that he would watch him take another one of their techniques. Suddenly, the system worked and told the owner that he would encounter opponents in the late stage of the Great Ascension. And activating the passive ability strength through adversity, now the master of Ascension to the peak of Great Ascension can climb. The elder saw that he had become stronger again and said with surprise that this was impossible. His cultivation had increased several times. And now they realized that the sex information was wrong, and Lin is a great Ascension peak cultivator. And now they've all been nullified. Lin told them that since they had all given him such wonderful attacks, now let him give them the same in return. The old woman said that at the moment they had no choice but to activate the sex-forbidden secret art. The elder replied that he agreed with her, and the honor of the feathered immortal sect depended on this battle. They could not lose. The elder shouted at the boy that he had forced them to use the technique of the ancestors of the sect founders, and he should be flattered by this. And this is the exclusive secret art of the legendary Tao imprint Immortal Feathered Sect. And it was created by the founder of the sect himself. This is the basis of the existence of the sect of feathered immortals. And those who activate it will temporarily gain a power close to the immortal realm of emptiness. And now Lin is definitely a dead man. Hong thought and understood that this secret technique, she was as mysterious as those that the great sects saw in the central house. The leader was also shocked and asked, "Is this one of the powerful techniques? How many of them have there been in the Immortal Feather sect? And let the younger brother be careful." The elder began to shout that this was the power of their secret art, and he felt his entire body being filled with boundless power. But another elder said they don't have time, and they all know how much it costs to maintain this technique, and there's no turning back now. The elders all said that as long as they could destroy this sect, they didn't care if they crippled their own foundation, and unleashed an attack of a magnificent destruction technique. Lin looked at all this and replied that now it was finally getting interesting, and summoned his manifestation of the Heavenly Emperor. Lin stood over them and called them ants and told them to kneel down, and immediately knocked them all down at once. Hong was shocked because he saw that this was the manifestation from the secret realm. It was really him, and such pressure, it was even more terrible than the ancient demon gods from the abyss. The elders were shocked when they saw the art of divine manifestation, because they had never seen anything like it. Lin told them to watch carefully because the real battle was starting now. The old woman asked the boy if he was trying to scare her, but she had actually seen a lot. Lin, hearing her words, simply smiled and used a finger attack that cuts through the sky, and walked straight towards her as if with great speed. The elders saw this and started shouting at the others to run away. After all, he really is a demon, and the Immortal Feather sect must survive. After all, he is definitely a reborn void immortal monster. Lin said that the art of destroying reincarnation specializes in dealing with people like them, and there is no need to thank him. He will scatter their ashes for free. Lin used his power and rolled over them like a steamroller. He only heard them crying for help. The elder said that he had just torn a great Ascension cultivator apart with his bare hands. Lin approached them and began to pursue them. The elders were very frightened by his appearance and began to run away. Lin grabbed them with both hands and asked, did they think they could escape? The elders shouted that he was a demon. The weak, immoral secret would never forgive him. And in the province of the wasteland, a great demon appeared. But Lin did not spare them, and while burning them alive, said that if they did not want to die so much, but everything would have ended like this. As befits the highest divine art, although it certainly burns energy. And now it's time for him to deal with his cowardly disciples. Lin slowly descended to the ground and looked into the eyes of his student. But Hong already knew that he was doomed. Zhou was delighted to see his brother and called him boss and asked if he needed an assistant. After all, he could hang around. Su immediately came out in front of him and told little brother Ye that he had worked hard and could let big sister give him a shoulder massage. The leader also came over and said that this battle had finally allowed her to see his true strength. How much longer was he going to keep them in the dark? Lin told them to listen to his words and told them to remain humble. After all, a true expert remains humble. Hong saw how everyone was thanking his mentor and realized that at this rate he would never be able to get rid of them. And this vile bastard, he still had the peak strength of the Great Ascension, but he still pretended to be a body integration realm cultivator. He had never seen such a thing in his life. Lin saw his student and asked, "Is he still here?" Hong was surprised and thought that he was already being kicked out. Lin turned to his elder brother Zhao and asked if he didn't mind. Could he grind it into a paste? Then they would go and fertilize his phoenix tree with it. Zhao had already prepared himself and replied that he thought it was a good plan. Hong, hearing these words, fell to his knees and begged for mercy, and he was ready to atone for his guilt, and he asked his mentor to give him another chance. Lin asked him if he hadn't been cool before. What happened? Hong replied that he had been arrogant and short-sighted, and asked his mentor for another chance. Lin immediately told him to start spanking himself, and he would tell him when to stop. Hong was shocked by such an order, and slowly raised his hand and said that he would do everything, and immediately began to strike. Lin understood that despite Hong's perverted nature, his potential was limitless, and if he follows him correctly, he will definitely be able to truly create his own sect and become its leader. The leader approached them and said that betraying the sect would be punishable by death. However, in the end, he protected the profound sky sect. And the question of redemption can be considered. He suggests sending him to the back mountain to think about it. And what does the younger brother think about this? Lin agreed and replied that he could keep his life, but punishment was inevitable. Let him go to the back mountain and think about his sins. Hong was already completely beaten, and with a swollen face, he bowed and immediately ran to the back mountain. The leader told his brother that his student was not letting him relax, and frankly, only he could keep him in check. Without him, he wouldn't even look at them. But Zhao said that with his talent, they should be grateful that he stayed in the profound sky sect at all. And to be realistic, it was all thanks to junior brother Ye. Lin replied that it was his fault for not keeping him in check, and there was no need to worry, he would raise him properly in the future. In fact, he just loves watching Hong struggle to contain his anger while smiling. It's priceless. After all this, he went to his hammock and told Sai that his master was thirsty for hot cutlets. The mouse replied that she understood everything, and she was in. At this time in the deep sky sect's backyard, Hong was saying that it was impossible for a master to be lucky forever. And if he trains diligently, he will surpass the peak of the Great Ascension and even into the highest realm. At this time in the Eastern Demon Buddhist state, people were saying that this couldn't be happening. After all, Lin of the Profound Sky sect is actually a Great Ascension cultivator, and he even destroyed all 18 elders of the Immortal Feather sect. The monk replied that in fact a million-strong army of cultivators had been destroyed. One of them got angry and said that his brother served in that army, and he thought he would take care of his sister-in-law. The monk replied that he was such a bloodthirsty demon, and they too will see this rickety old devil bears divine punishment. Now he is the most wanted man in the Eastern domain. On the Eastern demon of the province of spirits, one of the warriors shouted that it was impossible. This Barbartan from the wastelands not only survived, he killed the entire army of Alted. And now by law he owes the reincarnated immortals. He was glad that he had not fought that day, otherwise he would have definitely died. The warrior told the servant to quickly find him more female cultivators. He needed to calm his nerves. And why was he just sitting there? He told him to go, or let him call his mother here, it would be more fun. In the Feathered Immortal sect, the chief asked the servant if he was sure of his words. The servant told the young master that it was true. Everyone in the Eastern house is talking about it. The Feathered Immortal sect has suffered a crushing defeat, but young master couldn't stand it and started shouting that Lin was a schemer. And he was a Great Ascension all along, but hid his cultivation to play with him? In fact, he thought that by reaching the realm of body integration, he could finally compete with him. But it turned out that he was just wishful thinking. Elder Mo told the young master not to lose hope. This white-haired devil is probably an ancient monster that has been around for thousands of years. And for him, the Great Ascension is the end. But for the master, it is only the beginning. The master answered that it is exactly so, and he needs to ascend. The Lord asked, how can he? And so what if Lin has achieved the great ascent? He will achieve it too. The master hugged Elder Mo and told him to report to the higher-ups immediately. He decided to awaken the supreme treasure Yang ahead of time. Elder Mo was surprised and told the young master that he couldn't do it. It would be better if he changed his mind. The gentleman answered the old man to believe him, and he has only one goal, and that is power. The solar true flame is destined for him. It is destiny. And he will be reborn in nirvana. Elder Mo said that he would report as the master had asked, and let him prepare. The master was so angry with Lin that he saw him in his dreams, and next time he will finish him off. 3 months later, on a misty peak, Lin was resting and told Hong he wanted a glass of 1982 Lafitte. Hong replied that he would have it in a moment. Pouring a glass of wine, he told the master to enjoy his drink. Lin took a sip and replied that it was very good. Hong was so angry, and he saw that this was another crazy episode. When will this guy finally stop acting like a maniac, he thought. Suddenly, a notification came from the system saying that the daily registration had been updated. And would the owner like to sign up? Lin thought about it but didn't answer. And then the system congratulated the owner again because he hit the jackpot and got an ultimate mount. Lin jumped up from his chair and asked, "What?" And then Hong began to hit himself and bow, and even told the master that he was wrong. Lin told the system not to keep him in suspense, and he said, "What kind of fastening is this?" The system replied that although he is still small, he has already reached the level of the Great Ascension, and let the master take care of it. It is an ancient divine beast with unlimited potential, one of the most powerful creatures in the world, and it can fly freely in the skies and sail the seas without difficulty. Lin saw and realized that it was a beautiful cultivator, but how it deserves a majestic mountain. And Kun Peng is the dream horse of every cultivation protagonist. Hong saw his face and was shocked by the thought, because he didn't understand why he was always so lucky, and he didn't even look angry. And this guy was so mad. Suddenly, she came in unexpectedly and shouted to the master that the head of the sect had received the invigoration and ordered her to bring it to him. Lin looked and said that this was an invitation to the Shu clan's banquet in the Spirit Province. He heard that this old man had recently broken through to the tribute realm and shaken the entire Eastern world. But to invite the profound Sky sect at such a time, obviously he just wants to measure his strength and establish his dominance. Hong heard this and said that the Yu clan's ancestor is now a pseudo-immortal. He is as strong as a real immortal, but still far superior to them. And considering how many enemies the profound Sky sect has made recently, isn't this banquet very dangerous? Lin replied that he had never heard of such a thing, and he was willing to go. Lin thought about the pseudo-immortal, and he watches how problems are created here, and he gets out of the water dry. And this is a great reason to show off his new mount. The system responded immediately that a new West had been launched, and the owner must attend the Zhu clan banquet on his steed, and successfully shocking the public will bring a special reward. Lin told the system that he was just in time. His heart was aching with the desire to do a great job. She asked the owner when they were leaving. Lin didn't waste any more time and told her that right now. But Hong thought, why is his mentor so confident? Suddenly, Lin decided to demonstrate this and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the sky began to tremble and the wind appeared. The animals sensed danger and began to behave very ominously. But the people also asked what was going on. Were they being attacked by animals again? The leader said that it was an Ascension-level Great Supreme Beast. But where did such a thing come from? Could it have been sent by the Immortal Feathered Sect? But they replied that it didn't matter where it came from. Let them immediately activate the sect's protective array. The leader and the other guys used force, and the deep heavenly hectare was activated, and the sect array was launched. Hong was also shocked and did not understand what was happening, but she was very scared and screamed that it was a monster. Ling saw and felt that it was not bad, and this was his juvenile form. And if this Kunpeng reached full growth, even those 18 elders would have no chance. And if a beast of that level attacks this sect, it will definitely be destroyed. Lin asked Hong if he could see, and this karma is just for him. Hong was shocked and did not understand what was happening to the mentors, and was he crazy? He was really studying with them? Lin rose into the air to meet his friend, and Hong asked, what is he doing? Is he trying to die and take them with him? But when he saw the real body with his own eyes, he said that it was impossible. Lin caressed his friend and said that he was a good boy. And he decided that he would call him Kun. And from that moment on, he was with him. The leader was shocked and asked, what was he imagining? Did junior brother Ye just tame him with one gesture? Che replied that no, and it was more likely that the beast already knew him. Su also said that this creature corresponds to the ancient Kunpeng mythical beast recorded in ancient texts. The leader said that since they were talking about it, he remembered reading about it too. A fully grown Kupeng can eat planets and roam the multiverse, but it's much smaller than the legends. Che replied that it was probably because he was still young. If he fully matured, his strength would be beyond imagination. Lin told them not to panic, and this is his mount. The leader asked, is this ancient beast his mountain? And the younger brother should now be blessed by heaven. It must be fate. And Hong saw that even the wisest immortals of Kunlong thought that this was sudden. But he not only appeared, but voluntarily became Lina's mountain. And for him, this is simply absurd. But why him? This lazy slacker does nothing, but fate continues to bless him. And he, a true cultivator who trained tirelessly, making his way to power, is forced to humiliate himself at his feet. Lin told the sect leader that they were ready to leave. And with Kun accompanying them, there was no need to worry. Lin looked and said that something was missing here. And after doing several techniques with his own hands, he understood. He immediately put his house on his friend, and Lin shouted that it was wonderful, and this was his new house. The leader looked at it and was shocked by what he saw. Lin told them to get on the ship, and they set off. She replied that she was going too and told her elder brother Hong that the master was calling them. Hong is angry and admits that fate favors the strong, but he refuses to be someone's pawn forever. And if he waits for the right moment, he will steal his luck and make it his own. And as long as he refuses to give up, anything is possible. The leader asked finally, will junior brother Ye really be okay at the Zhu clan banquet? This ancestor is a pseudo-immortal. Su told him that he was worrying too much. And did junior brother Ye ever need their care? Zhao replied, yes, and to be honest, he would be grateful if he didn't cause chaos. The leader said that the Zhu clan thought they could push them away. But now the tiger itself is walking right to their doorstep. They might regret this invitation. At this time, in the Spirit Province, the floating island of the Shui clan, all the residents and invited people from the clans were heading to the ceremony. It was said that the ancestor of the Yu clan had become a pseudo-immortal, and now these aristocrats were flocking to them. It was good that a big stage needed a big audience. But on the main island of the Ji clan, in the main residence of the Ji clan, the guests shouted that they were congratulating the pseudo-immortal of the Ji clan, and he would have divine protection for the next 300,000 years. But seriously, if he becomes a true immortal, he will be able to live for over 1,000,000 years. And does young Master Shui agree? Young Master Shuo told them that they were flattering him, and there was no need to worry, the Shuo clan would take care of their allies. But people asked, did the Zhu clan invite the profound sky sect? Shui replied, of course. But do they think they dare to show up? Or they better not send random people to brush them off. Otherwise, they won't even let them through the gate. The elder asked, what if Ling himself came? The young master replied that later, this village oaf, and finally he would be able to see the power of the Zhu clan. One of the elders said that young Master Shui was groaning loudly in anger. And this Mr. Ling is certainly an honorable person, but when it comes to his young Master Shu, even they must obediently come over and propose a toast. The guest laughed and said, what a joke. And the ancestor of the young Master Shui of the Zhang clan was a void immortal. And no matter how powerful the venerables were, how could they compare to a void immortal? The young master understood that no matter how great his name was, and no matter how famous he was, he still had to be humble in front of this gentleman. Suddenly people looked up at the sky and asked in surprise, what is this? And what is approaching across the sky? At that moment, Lin flew in on his new animal and built his house over it. The villagers were also shocked and asked, what is this? Is this really Kunpeng? But this is an ancient god who disappeared long ago in Long Men. One of the guys told Mr. Shu that this is a great crossbow. Kunpeng is participating in the feast. And Kunpeng is a rare creature that foretells auspicious omens. But they answered him that how highly he values the status of a divine being. And he puts so much pressure on him. And it's not for nothing that this guy is the ancestor of the Shu family. He can have such connections with great people. The young gentleman told the man that this was a guest who had close ties to their ancestors, and his parents had once welcomed him with joy when he was born at this time of year, and they had specially decided to raise him as a literary man. But later his parents, having received too many consequences, politely refused him. And now remembering this, he really feels regret. The guest also said that it was really amazing, and it was not for nothing that the Zhou family was so high up in the Murim. But in reality, they don't know who this great man really is. After all, they haven't seen him before, and apparently this man has courage, and it is one of the friends of the Taoists who has traveled thousands of miles to come to the feast. But the Lord replied that this connection was obtained by him. Lin said that this is the Xiantian sect, or even the Xiantian order, and it may refer to the Taoist Shoka, or sect, and the master is definitely meeting them. People also said that it was really the master, and the outside world thought that the Xiantian sect was an ancient sect. They had doubts before, but now they really believe it. One of the guests said that when Kunpeng was sent away, it was taken away and used, but what really lurks in its depths? The young master saw and replied that this is what he really is. But the people told the master that he really is the best of all, and truly their master. The young gentleman asked what he wanted to know, what was going on, and asked them all to think carefully before they acted. But the guest answered Mr. Shu that no, he didn't understand anything. He didn't hear anything either. But the master saw that this pesh was too thick, and its skin was really thick. Suddenly, the ancestor of the Shu family appeared and said that he didn't expect that the person who could control the Kunpeng crossbow was actually a member of the Xiantian sect. The Shu family's ancestor looked at the animal and thought that if such divine beings could help him, it would be beneficial for the Yu family. And if it weren't for the concerns about the Yantian sect, the recent upheaval in the great realm, and the fact that the Kunjong man was nearby, he would have already intervened. The ancestor came out and told the boy that in fact this great Lord crossbow light really brings light, really brings their Zhu family new breath. Suddenly, the system said that it congratulated the owner on completing the task, and all the divine abilities and methods he used would increase his training speed by 30 times. Lin thought that it didn't really count, and it seemed that if there was a way to get support, it was good. And even sending a blank required some respect. And Shui must be pretty hard too, right? Lin looked and said that he expressed hopes on behalf of the Xiantian sect, and wished for Kuigan to successfully overcome the disaster. The ancestor met them and asked them to come into the house, and he said that in Fujian, those stinking monks all know that he is the old demon Baiquan. But today people have a son, and Yang Zhen, who looks completely different from those who were before. People have already said after seeing Lin that although he is a little boy and doesn't look threatening, he still looks cute. Looking at him, he doesn't look like an old school enemy at all. She sat down at the table and said that there was so much delicious food here. And let Brother Hong take a look too. Lin told her that if she wanted to eat, she should just go and eat. She asked them if it was true, and if it was, she wouldn't be embarrassed. But suddenly the young master came up to them and told them not to worry. Lin wondered if this was really true. They were well acquainted with him. The master said that he was the youngest son of the Yu family and a direct descendant of the ancestor of the Yu family. Lin didn't even pay attention to him and just picked his nose. The master told him not to worry, and it wasn't too late to find out either. But Lin was already uneasy and said that this was just nonsense. The young master said that he was the junior of the Yu family, but he was the heir, and his ancestor was the head of the wasteland. The gentleman asked the boy how he dared to threaten him so boldly, and how could he do that? The gentleman also asked them the same thing. What is there to see? But Hong saw that this man had actually defeated the Holy Son who could transform into a heavenly being, and it was truly wonderful. And this guy, no matter how hard he tries, can't compare to those who play with such ordinary people. And this gentleman from an early age already possesses outstanding abilities, and many girls immersed in their feelings cannot free themselves. But the young master believed that if he took a step forward, he would definitely be able to attract her attention. And when the time came, he would use her abilities to attract the master. The young gentleman approached Hong and, calling her a beauty, asked if she liked flowers. Hong knew that this guy was just a stupid bear, and in the central area, a flower star is added and can be used to create a potion that increases spiritual power. And the rental materials are a rare and valuable commodity, and they are actually used to insert into flower vases. And really, it's just funny. The young master asked, "Red fairy? How so? Doesn't she like the flower with the throat?" Hong replied that he shouldn't call him a fairy, he's a man. The young master said that the red fairy is really witty. People look beautiful when they meet those who can live and laugh. And he asked if he could follow her into the room to exchange experiences on improvement. Hong got angry and turned around and said that he was busy here. And he let out all his flames for show. People asked, "What kind of a spectacle is this?" The young master was also surprised and asked, what could he feel in front of the blurry red silhouette? And even the ancestor of the Shu family at the fairy level was just an insect? The gentleman realized that this was already a problem and fell to his knees, and said that this guy was too crazy, and was the red fairy really the newest way to stalk this year? Suddenly, the head of the Shu family came over and said that having lost a person as valuable as a pearl in one day, the young master immediately fell into despair and was frightened. The chief approached Hong and said that all this was the fault of his unfortunate son, who was too strict. Hong replied that he was actually a man. The chief was very surprised and asked, "A man? And if you look closely, his figure is quite slender, like a girl from the Mao family, with an elegant and free style. And of course, below the bucket lies a heavy bowl, and is afraid that this is not the flow of the skirt. And this, too, seems to be the old man's belief that this is fate." The chief was very surprised and told the red fairy that he was really witty, and he was so brave that he could do it again and again, as if she was playing with him. But Hong couldn't stand his words and looked at how his power could do all this, and said that he would definitely die. Suddenly, Sai came running unexpectedly and turned to the red brother, that the bright director of the Winter Mouse took wine from people, and she pursues, but it is well drunk. Hong thought that he had simply run away unsuccessfully, and it was only his own fault that he did not have enough strength, and one should not limit oneself on the wrong path, because it could lead to death. And he saw that the eldest ancestor of the Shui family had no power that could be dear to him. The leader apologized and said that he was indeed a man and lost his sword. Hong picked up the drink and went to drink. She also started laughing and said that she also wanted to save her reputation. People were all shocked and asked, "What is this thing? And what is this white road? Is this strictly a Yan demon tumor?" And also fast stupid. Lin also came up to her and told her that it was time for them to get ready to leave here, because he was already hungry. She answered his master that everything was correct. And at that moment, the young master passed by and asked the servant to give him non-feminine intimacy, and he needed it now. But Hong heard and saw everything, how the young master was dissatisfied and was always on edge. And he even has a Shu family, but to discredit him like an ant is too much. Hong was still behind the wall, and in that moment he saw a strange man following the young master. The guy immediately felt a strong curse from this stranger, and now he will see how well or how magnificently it will play. The young gentleman sat down at the table and thought about how he could meet the woman he wanted, but the girls told him that he had little hope. Suddenly, at that moment, he was attacked by a mercenary who had been following the young master the whole time. The young master simply covered himself with his hands and shouted that he wanted a kiss. But suddenly the mercenary's sword was simply broken into small pieces. The mercenary knew he had thought that this annoying little boy had access to a high secret space, and now he had missed a good opportunity. The young master was frightened and told the mercenary that he was such a big dog. How dare he be in the Shu family, in front of Mr. Min Fan? The guards immediately came and surrounded the mercenary, saying that they were protecting their young master. The mercenary decided that he needed to move faster, and he needed to do it before a large number of people, otherwise he would be the only one left. And if he can kill him, even though he can't be reborn forever, so what? But he has no choice but to start fighting. The young gentleman said that the close trace of the dog kindled rage, wanting to be on the same level with friends. The mercenary was ruthless about this, and immediately, like lightning, he passed through the guards and finished off everyone in his path. And finally he reached his target, and with his speed he passed through his defense and wounded the young master's hand. The guards immediately came to the defense of their master and shouted that there was a stranger on the territory who needed to be finished off. At that moment, the mercenary took a closer look and was very excited, because this dog was from the West, because he had a pattern on his back. The young master asked the mercenary if he was okay. What had he swallowed after all? This gentleman hadn't touched him. But why would he pursue this gentleman and try to kill him? The mercenary instantly attacked him with his sword and shouted that it was he who created the orchid, and even the flowers were not clear. But then he would have to die. People were already shouting that this was not good. And there was a murderer in the backyard who wanted to attack Mr. Zhu, and the servants of the Yue family were pushing him away right now. Lin also heard all this and asked Hong if he knew what had happened. Hong replied that the students were only guessing and nothing more. And anyway, they had better chat. He would take him and his sister, and they would go and see together. But Si was saying at that moment that she only wanted to drink. At this moment, the chief himself entered the battle, stopping the mercenary's two-fingered sword. The leader asked him how he dared to be involved in the Shu family's affairs, and so he came to them with a message. The mercenary began to choke, and the chief asked him, "Did he come with a message?" The mercenary replied that he acted so strongly without showing any signs. It was unimaginable that he interfered. If not for that, he would have definitely dealt with him. The young gentleman suddenly spoke up and said that there was only one sky and that he was a saint. And he told the elder that he was just a modern sick person. He was not going to get involved with him at all. If he continued, he would definitely kill him. The mercenary replied that he was not a saint, and let them listen to him carefully, and he will not change his name, will not change his last name. The guests also gathered in the square and asked what it was, but they were told that he was actually just a demonic swordsman. The guy said that his skill with the sword is fiercely accurate. There are no rules in his actions. Only if it is a person he doesn't like, he immediately takes out his sword and kills. The guest also said that it was them. For some time, Yunzhou had been looking for strong enemies. The sword skill was such that everyone who sought it was defeated and disgraced. And everyone in Yunzhou was in Beijing. And he just thought that this person actually intended to attack the young master of the Shu family. The leader suddenly said, "How is it that he is a representative of the Shu family and fell into the hands of this clan of the demonic world?" The mercenary told him not to shout, and it was related to Gu Qi. The young master said that they had a deep feud with him. Even in the last moments of his life, he was still going to attack him. The mercenary asked in surprise, did they have such a big feud? But how would he respond to the fact that his younger sister died at his hands? The young master asked in surprise in response, "His sister?" The mercenary replied that his sister's name is Hao. She is always by his side after the 8 big events he met, the path to practice, met Chen Meng, and showing the realm in shadow. And that year, his sister began to study alchemy, planning to travel to Lushan to see the best flowers in the sea. And he took advantage of a certain opportunity, became interested in sword art, and decided to go with her. As a result, a few months later, she left his broken jade bracelet, and only then did he realize that she had suddenly appeared in Shuangzhou. And he hurriedly went to Shuangzhou, asked many people on the way, almost lost hope. Only then he learned that his sister was here, and she was kidnapped by him and his Shui family, and since then she has not appeared again. And even everyone in Anjuxin knows that the junior master of the Hui family is very stupid and attached to women. And there are even rumors that he secretly practices on Mount Lehman, and many women have died from his torment. And his sister is a Jindan-level cultivator. She definitely fell into his evil hands, and he can't imagine what his sister might have gone through before she died. And from that moment on, he definitely had to take revenge, even if he had to pay a high price. And so he risks his life diligently and trains, looks for people to break the barriers, and eventually was able to overcome the level of unification. And yet, while he waits for an opportunity to take revenge, he always goes out with a group of strong servants. If he suddenly decides to attack, he will definitely fail. And so he can only hide and wait, look for opportunities, and when he, the junior master of the Zhuo family, holds a feast, that will be his best opportunity to attack. And the most dangerous place is the safest, and he is going to be his assistant in the Wu family's disaster. And because this will be the moment when he is most relaxed, his success rate will be even higher. But he did not expect it. The young gentleman told the hired man that he was really as strong as an animal, and indeed he admired him. And he was missing only one thing, only one thought. Young Master Shui simply licked his lips and said, "That's the thing." He remembered that this girl has a character and is his sister. And the female cultivators he met weren't particularly memorable. Most of them he had already forgotten. However, there are some whose images remain in the memory, and even after many years they are worth remembering. And his sister is one of them, and he still remembers that she has a very attractive figure. But unfortunately, her character's like a firework. Just get angry and she explodes. The mercenary remembered his sister telling him not to use the knife and to just be with her. Young Master Shu simply licked his fingers again and said that such women are the ones that attract him the most. And the more success he achieves, the more satisfaction he feels. Young Master Shu continued that this young man still remembered that she had an amazing figure, but unfortunately her character was like fireworks. As soon as she touched it, it would explode. But with such a woman, if you tame her, the feeling of achievement only becomes stronger. And he himself allowed her into the drunken tower of the immortals. But she did not know her place. So he made her come into his room. But at first she scolded him like crazy. But after what he did, she cried, begged him to stop. And that sound still rings in his ears. And such a huge mare. But in the hands of this young master, she was properly tamed. But after that, he told her not to say another word. And he played with her for 3 days straight. Her skill level collapsed. She lost consciousness. And when he got bored, he broke her neck. Let her die in a merciful way. And now Lee just has to thank him for treating his sister so well. Lee got very angry after his words and asked why he didn't die. And why was this monster still breathing? Lee was out of his mind and immediately attacked the elder and shouted that he would kill him right now. But the elder used his techniques and knocked him down from a distance. After all, he was just a demon cultivator, and his sister was used as a cultivation furnace for their young master. And this was her atonement. And his worthless sister's life is more important than their heir's life. And after that, the guy just deserves to die for trying to kill him. But the mercenary told him to shut up, and how dare he compare her to that bastard? He's just another damn animal. Just dirt. Young Master Shui replied that his sister should feel proud to have served their young master. He was just a dog barking at the crowd. And Sister Lee was lucky. And he just complains like a child. And their young master rubbed his hand, and he just rubbed his sister. And who's worse? Lee was lying on the ground at that moment and shouted back at them that they were all just crazy. But he didn't even try to get up. Lin noticed at this moment that the man who trained like crazy to take revenge for his sister was called a demonic cultivator. And the heir of a noble family does the most vile things in secret and at the same time walks with the aura of a righteous sect. But for him, it's just some kind of joke. Suddenly, the system popped up and said that the master had a secondary task. And now he needs to protect Lee and accept him as a disciple and convince the Shu family's antecedent to personally kill Shui Tianyi. And in return, the antecedent will be eternally grateful. And as a reward, he will receive the divine martial art of the Holy Fight Strike. Seeing this, Lin was overjoyed because he would receive 10 spiritual crystals. And now after this, his life is secured. But Lin decided that he was going to intervene anyway. And as he could see, the terms of this mission were just plain crazy. And now he has to make the old man kill his own heir, and then be noble. But this feels like some kind of twisted secondary task. Young Master Shui simply pulled out his sword and told the boy that this was the end. And in his next life, he should try to be smarter. Shu immediately pulled out his sword and raised it above his head to cut off the guy's head. But Lin did not allow this to happen and simply put his hand under his blow. Young Master Shui was surprised and asked him what he was doing. The elder was also shocked and asked what was this? And did the Xuanting sect try to protect a demon? Was he from a demon cult? And this is not an entity. They are in the Zhu family's territory. Isn't this a disgrace to the Shui family? Elder Shui asked the boy, what does this mean? Why did he stop their young master from exterminating this demon? Lin replied that he just wanted to. He was taking him on as his apprentice. If any of them tried to mess with him, they would take the fight with him with them. The guests also looked at all this with surprise and said that Mr. Lin was simply crazy. And he really said that out loud? Lee stood up and told Lin that he had become famous throughout the eastern region. Why take risks for just one person? But Senior Zhou was very angry and told Lin to think carefully. And if he left now, they would forget this incident. Lee also asked the elder to leave, and he is grateful for this gesture, and if he has a next life, he will repay him by working like a horse or an ox. Xiao didn't get involved either, and he sympathized with this guy. But risking his life for a stranger is just stupid. But Lin suddenly turned to Xiao and asked him how long he was going to stand there. Let him come over immediately and protect his new younger brother. Xiao was shocked and told the master, of course, and thought that he was just swearing by all the heavens, and he didn't even know what the master was trying to do. But Senior Shu was simply not willing to accept all of this, and said that the two of them thought that their family was so easy to bully. After taking his measures, he released a huge energy that was visible from the outskirts of the city. Xiao immediately said that his spiritual energy was frozen, and the mouse also agreed with his brother and even hid behind his brother. But Lin at this moment wished that the old man would hit him already. After all, the task was not yet completed, but at least he was a higher level, and the profit was guaranteed. But suddenly, Senior Yue heard some strange sounds and thought that it was another pseudo-immortal, and even decided that it was Lin's backup option. Lin turned to Nara and asked where he was, but the elder still asked who was barking. After all, he didn't see anyone yet. At this moment, Lin seemed to have turned into a holy emperor and rose into the sky, looking down on everyone. And he dares to ask which of the elders bestowed such an honor upon them. But he finally reached the stage of pseudo-immortality and threw a banquet to show off. And now some guy who is stronger than him just shows up and attracts all the attention. But Lin also became curious and asked who was bragging here. But suddenly a guy appeared and said that he was from Huahaman, and everyone called him Dao Yuyan. The warrior suddenly said that he had heard of him, and it is said that Yuyan is the strongest in Huazam. He is also the personal teacher of the Holy Sun. And as it was said, their saint was disabled, and 18 elders were killed, and he would not just sit there. But Senior Jue realized that this was not an ally, but another enemy, and this Lin really dug his own grave, and it looks like he won't even have to lift a finger. He immediately told Yu Yan that Lin was behind him, and let him not be shy about sorting out his own affairs. Yu Yang asked Elder Shui, what does he need his permission now? But Lin was not afraid of anything and showed him his middle finger, saying that he was here, and asked him, what does he want? Xiao was a little surprised at this moment and thought, doesn't Master understand the difference between himself and the pseudo-immortal? Yu Yan just got even more angry after hearing his words and showed what he was capable of. But Lin was not afraid and asked him why he was barking? Or was this guy pretending to be a dog? And he asked him why he was barking like a stray dog. Yu Yan just lost his temper after these words and told the guy that he was a little bastard, and activating his ball, he told him to die. Lin was a little shocked and saw that the space around them was forbidden. He would soon die with this psycho. Elder Shui also saw that it was a golden sphere, and if it hit, the entire sea estate would be steamed. And it shouldn't happen because of some country bumpkin that he would also suffer. But Lin did not run away like a coward, and instead went against this huge sphere to destroy it. And he decided that he wanted to complete the task right now. The guests also asked in fear, what is it? And is it really such a blinding light? And they can't even open their eyes. The system immediately after said that the owner met the enemy at the early stage of pseudo-immortality. And now the passive increase of strength against strength is activated and increased to the middle stage of pseudo-immortality. Xiao was shocked that his master was also a pseudo-immortal, and this pressure is worse than that of a primordial demon somewhere in the depths of the demon abyss. Lin asked his enemy, is this all he can do? It won't even scratch his nails or even touch them. Lin didn't waste any more time and attacked back with his own attack, which left Yu Yan shocked and didn't expect that from the guy. The guests were also shocked that Lin was actually a half pseudo-immortal. Shui also couldn't believe that this guy could actually be a pseudo-immortal. Lin was also afraid for his master, but one of the guests said that it was no wonder he was so arrogant, he had the power to prove it. And now he realizes that Lin has played a trick on them all, and if it weren't for this banquet, how long would he have had to continue to hide it, the guy thought. Yu Yang got angry and asked, he had a pseudo-immortal cultivation, and he was still trying to hide it? And now everything is clear with him, he has disgraced all cultivators. Lin replied that he swears he is innocent. He has just been through the overcoming. He really was on a great ascent before, and he swears to heaven. But Yuyan said it was a lie, and he thinks that this is some simpleton and can be fooled. Lin replied that he didn't care whether it was true or not, but he could say that he was the only one who was so simple and gifted. Yuyan told the guy that he had never seen anyone so brazen in his life, and used the Solar Annihilation Seal attack. Lin didn't even flinch after his attack, and smiled and asked to be allowed to prove it. Elder Shui looked at all this and said that the guy was showing off just because he was strong. But he deserved to be crushed by Comrade Taoist Zhu Yang. Yu Yin was shocked that the guy easily repelled all his attacks and asked how this was even possible. The elder was also a little surprised, because the guy didn't even have a scratch, and he must be using some kind of protective artifact. Lin was starting to get a little irritated with the guy and was telling him to try harder. Is that all he can do? His pectorals are stronger than his sex defensive formation. And he also noticed that this is the tyrant's unwavering technique. And the physical magnifier simply expands the mind. And it is not even at full strength yet. But Yuyin used his technique and said that this sun wheel was made by the best Mega craftsmen. Even the pseudo-immortals in the late stages step carefully next to it. And now they will look at his solid body than his holy artifact. And they can try to take it face to face. But Lin was still not afraid and replied that he would see how far he could go. Yuyin, however, was very angry and did not believe that the guy could take them all. But Lin answered him that this noise was very annoying to him, and that was enough. Grabbing Yu Yang's attack with his bare hands, he immediately lifted him into the sky and stopped him with just one movement. The elder shouted that he might be an ancient beast in human form. If it were him, he would already be a pile of meat. Yuyin also couldn't believe it and thought it was a joke. And it was designed to destroy pseudo-mortal cultivators, and it couldn't even bite through skin. Lin asked him if he envied his resilience. But that was bad luck. He was born so tough. But here is his broken toy, Lin said, and he will give it a chance to try again if he feels lucky. Yuyin replied that this was too much, and he would never forgive him for this, and that would be war. Yuyin, after saying his words, simply rose into the air of the sky and, throwing out all his energy, used the feather-adorned art of Ascension. Lin started making fun of him again and asked if it was called something like flying chicken feathers, or something like that. But Yuyin didn't want to stop and shouted at him to shut his mouth, and didn't dare to insult Huahaman's secret technique. After using his powerful attack, he continued to attack. But Lin knew that he would stop it and did not even bother, and he used the King's Night Seal in response. Yuyin, seeing several attacks above him at once, was shocked and tried to stop them, but it seemed very difficult for him. Yuyin told the guy that he is strong, and he admits it. But what if he uses this move? How will he cope with it? Yuyin was delighted and believed that he would succeed, and he used Nine Suns Burn the Sky. And Lin shouted that he was already sacrificing 1,000 years of life and calling forth the fiery sun of the immortal realm. And he would make him kneel in the heart of the sun and beg for mercy for all eternity. The guests also said it was too hot here, and they're giving it away even now. And this guy Yu Yan is going to really burn it all down. But Lin called the guy a brat and told him to open his eyes because this is the finale, and applied his fivefold samsara of oblivion technique and spread it throughout the entire area of the territory. Yuyin said that only one of them would get out alive today, and he released even more powerful and fiery balls. Lin looked at all this and smiling asked the guy, is he trying to do his thing again? But after that, Yu Yang started laughing loudly and shouting that it was fake. But what does this pseudo-immortal mean? And what does invincible mean? He has been cultivating persistently for 3,000 years and still can't surpass him. And then he promised Lin that he would wait for him in the underworld, and he would be consumed by the wrath of heaven. Shou had been watching this whole time and thought it was unbelievable. And the strongest so-called pseudo-immortal in the eastern region had been driven completely mad by defeat. But just how much power was this guy hiding? Lin then took off his glasses and said that it was finally not so dazzling, and it seemed like it was time to finish this quest. He turned around and immediately went down to Elder Shui. Shu told the esteemed Lin that his divine power was truly inspiring. This humble man was full of admiration, but could he ask if he had any further instructions? Lin turned to Shui and replied that he had no objections to the fact that he had just taken on a new disciple. He replied, of course not. How could he dare? Let him take him, and even anyone. And maybe the respected Ye would show mercy and spare him. But Lin said that his disciple Li had been humiliated and oppressed by his Shu family. As his teacher, don't they think he should help him take revenge? Yi replied that it was absolutely reasonable and completely justified, and he was just wondering what the esteemed Ye intended to do. But Lin said that he wanted to kill every member of the family right there. The elder was surprised and asked in surprise, what is he talking about? Lin asked, is this demand excessive? But he understood that life on the Jinjiang Islands was full of difficulties. The people of the Shui clan, who were many there, were facing problems, and this made them dissatisfied. How could such difficulties be dealt with? Elder Jue asked if the requirements could be lowered. Since many of the Jue clan were Wu Qi, Lin replied that the old man had only lost his own people, but his disciple had lost his sister, and he was an old fart and had no mercy. Elder Shu simply lowered his eyes and asked the boy to look at him and his son. After all, what goes around comes around. He asked the guy to give him mercy, and he really can't do that to his son. Lin then turned around and told him to get up, saying that he would go his own way, and if so, then let him remove the main culprit of the disasters. The old man replied that so be it, and he himself could not stand it any longer, and he would deal with them. The old man asked the boy, does he really mean it? He knew that destroying the entire Zhu clan was no joke. Killing even one person was not a good thing at all, and this is truly a great one who grants mercy. Elder Zhui turned around and seeing the elder, he did not talk to him, and immediately fired an electric beam at him. Young Zhe was shocked by what had happened. He asked his father what he was trying to achieve, and what should they do next after this. Elder Zhui asked the boy if he was happy with it. Lin told the old man that it seemed like he was asking a question about what he was assuming, and he could help him with an explanation or translation. The old man asked the boy what he was saying about someone being the cause of disasters, and mentioned that children do not teach their fathers. This is certainly an interesting thought, and he might join him in discussing it further. Lin agreed with him and said that so be it. Old Jue said that he would do so too, and he was sure that the boy would be satisfied. But suddenly he turned around and immediately flew his attack straight towards his son and grabbed him by the throat. Xiu tried to tell his father not to do it, but the elder still stood his ground and squeezed his throat until the very end. After the work was done, the elder said that he was grateful to the master for his help, and on behalf of Shui, he expressed his deep gratitude to him for his kindness and generosity. Suddenly, the Gai Li started laughing and asking the others if they saw what was happening, and the animals were criticized and punished. Lin approached him and said that fate was cruel, but now the enemies were punished. And was the boy now ready to become his disciple? Li fell to his knees and replied in tears that he was ready to be under his control. From now on, his destiny would belong to him, and he is ready to do whatever the Lord wishes. He can control him as he pleases. And he bowed to the Lord. But Lin told him not to worry. After all, he was happy to welcome a student who had become successful. Lin thought that although it sounded quite dangerous, it might work miraculously at the crucial moment. Lin said that since Li had already performed the disciple initiation ceremony, he, as his teacher, would impart a new technique of the way of the sword to him. Li was very happy when he heard about it. Lin gave it to him and said that this sword style was called the Mixed Heavenly Sword. Suddenly, in the moment of light of his new abilities, he collected all the swords from the hands of the guys with the help of his new technique. Li looked at his hands and said that this is a sword technique, and he probably understands that this is the way of heaven. And in every carving technique, there is a will that can soar into the sky and crush the earth. And his so-called great sword technique is not even worth putting his carving art to shoes. And who is this great master anyway? Lin told the boy that he was too arrogant, but he would grant him his art, and he would truly create his own destiny, but it turns out that he had doubted him before. Shou didn't like it and saw that this person just came like a loyal dog, but now he made his heart tremble. And what kind of dark art did he use? Because he knew that one blow would destroy the void. Fate, like a dog. If he didn't stop playing with it, he would burn it. And he also had the fire from the underworld, with which even a broken sword would become smoldering ashes. But suddenly Li started coughing and spat out a lot of liquid. Lin told him that if he continued to use his secret techniques, his body would soon break down and collapse. And the foundation was damaged by heavy resistance, and it looked like he would have to give up hope of it. And after that, he gave him the ball and told him to eat this medicinal elixir, and he would feel changes that he didn't even expect. Li was surprised and didn't even understand what it was. And this medicine looked like a mushroom, and it seemed like something unusual. Lin hoped that the boy would not ignore him. And this elixir is mixed with the smell of hatred for his country. He really thinks that he can help his disciples awaken the disease and the blood of the demon. Elin told the boy that there were harmful elements accumulated in his body, and he really felt that his strength had weakened. But there was no need to worry. let him continue to act, and everything would be fine. And he is almost like a faithful dog, and he should not worry. This is not just dust, it is an elixir. Let him eat it better. Lee swallowed the pill and immediately turned into a walking monster, showing his strength to everyone. But Lee suddenly turned to the great master and said that he was very tired. But Lin saw that the boy had a strange and ominous presence that was causing concern. And perhaps his behavior and aura are related to practices that affect his body and mind, causing feelings of fear and anxiety in those around him. Lin said that Lee was exposed to magic related to demonic blood, which caused changes in his body. The system immediately went out and told the owner that the boy had been exposed to demonic blood, which had led to aggressive and restless behavior. In such a case, it is important to control his actions and ensure the safety of those around him. Xu thought at this moment about what techniques Shen Shu used that he was able to break through the disciples' limits, from the initial fusion stage to the great stage in one go. Moreover, it all looks like the fusion stage. And what kind of joke did he feed this guy? And why did he suddenly transform to such an extent? After all, even he, who had achieved a state of deification in the central region, had never encountered such a strange and abrupt increase in strength. And what kind of state is this? Lee suddenly started laughing and couldn't even stop. And then he started waving his sword. The warriors were all shocked and knew that he was in the fusion stage. But how could he release such power? And he was afraid that even if he fully unleashed his power, he would not be able to withstand even one blow from him. It was too terrifying. Lin at that moment looked at this picture and said that this is not all. And after activating the blood force, he became like a tiger that gained wings. But suddenly Lee looked back and saw the master in front of him. He did not stop and flew at them with his attack. But Lin stood still and said that from this day forward, let him find his destiny and awaken to the great path. This is the power of his new disciple. Even when Lin saw that his future disciple was trying to harm him, he decided to teach him a lesson and use the Heavenly Emperor's attack. But Lin understood that there was no need to go further, because his disciple was only at the fusion stage and was already capable of clinging to Fashion himself. And such overcoming of boundaries was not a power that could be underestimated. The master looked at him after that and said that Li Tai had completed his task. Otherwise, he was afraid that his disciple with such weak strength could not cope with the consequences. Lin shouted at him to wake up and concentrate immediately. This was no time for thinking. Li tried various ways to break through the master's defense, but slowly began to let off steam. Li came to his senses and asked what had just happened to him. He seemed to have lost himself. His whole body was overcome with a feeling of helplessness and fear. And even he, it would seem, dared to commit a disrespectful act, and now he must face punishment. Lin walked up to him and said that he would now see if there was anything that had changed from the previous time. Li replied that it couldn't be, but after he looked hard, he was glad that his level had increased. Lin noticed that Li's path, despite everything, remained the foundation of his strength, and it was becoming stronger and stronger, as if tempered by iron. Li knelt down and replied that the disciple was thanking his teacher. Lin told the disciple that he had just activated his madness bloodline, and once he activates it, he will gain incredible power, but it cannot be used for long. Let him learn to keep balance. Li replied that the student will remember his instructions. Elder Hui began to laugh and congratulated Lin for finding himself an excellent disciple. He asked if they should have a drink on their lucky day. Lin asked in surprise in response, would it really not interfere with the main celebration? After all, this feast was in his honor for successfully overcoming the crisis. The elder replied that he should not worry, the joy was only growing. But people were already saying that this elder from the Shu family had just killed 2 of his own men. And now he was flattering Mr. Ye so much, he couldn't believe how things had changed. He heard their words and understood that it was indeed so. In this world, the strong rule. This man was able to force the elder to destroy his own people with his own hands, and he was still grateful to him to tears. He must also become stronger, otherwise he will always be under his control. Lin agreed and said that the matter was finished, and the Zhuwei family could continue to celebrate. And now let Xiao take his little sister, and they were leaving already. Shai replied to the master that he understood everything and would do it. And after that, the elder shouted for everyone to see Li Shuxian off. Before leaving, Senior Shui told Li to come to them whenever he had the time. And to them, great honor for their Shua family, and they are happy to welcome them. Senior Zhu got angry and said that it was a shame for him, and such a great celebration for the victory, and everything was ruined. But suddenly one of the guys shouted to the master and said that he finally found the hand of the young master. The boy asked, "Where is the young master?" Elder Shui replied that he should throw that damn hand into the backyard. Let the dogs eat it. He also started shouting at the others and ordered them to get out of here. And the party is canceled immediately. Lai was on the ship at that moment and felt what it was like to travel on a divine beast. And he felt like he was in some kind of dream. Not only did he avenge Xiao Fei, but he also became Ling Xuxian's disciple. But Red Xiao is really as beautiful and charming as the rumors say. And now he thinks that he should go and say hello when he becomes a disciple. Li approached him and said that Red Senior's sister not only had outstanding talent, but her beauty was truly unearthly. In the future, he would be able to learn a lot from her in his studies. She saw that he had come again. Why were all these men like this? Originally, Master Ye was annoyed after he killed the great Xu Xian, and now that he had taken a disciple with such a level of cultivation, it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to turn the situation around. Li saw Xiao start to walk away and asked if there was a problem with what he said. But the mouse came up and told him that they all always mixed up the older brother's gender. He hated it when they got his gender wrong. The mouse came up and remembered that she didn't know who he was. Li introduced himself and said that he was the teacher's new student in Zhu's house. Li said he was grateful for the information, and that's why he ignores all the men trying to please him. Turns out he's a man himself. He just stepped on the same rake. The mouse replied that now he understood, and that was the main thing. After all, it was a big taboo for the older brother Hong. But Li said that as expected, the teacher was surrounded by such unusual people, such a stunningly handsome man, and such a cute little sister mouse. She replied that she actually wanted to be like her older brothers, but for some reason she was stuck in a half mouse, half human body, and that's why she sometimes caused trouble for the teacher. Li said that here is his sister. She does not deliberately maintain this form, and he thinks she is quite cute and unusual. And yes, if this is a transformation technique, then when he was traveling in the eastern region, he somehow found a secret technique. And maybe it will help her to return to her human form completely. If her sister doesn't mind, she can take it. Sai was delighted and said that if everything worked out, she would no longer cause problems for the teacher. Shai was overjoyed and shouted to the teacher that perhaps she could completely return to human form and would no longer cause him any trouble. Lin was surprised and replied that if there was such good news, the teacher would miss his soft, fluffy mouse head. Shai told the teacher not to worry. Now the mouse can change shape at will. If the teacher wants to see something, the mouse will become like that. And she forgot to ask him if they really need to go back to the sect now. Lin asked in surprise, "What return to the sect?" "Of course not. His mount is so cool, and he needs to show it everywhere." And he ordered a Kun to step on the gas. Soon, when Kun Peng had been flying for several months, many from the eastern region were shocked to learn of the events that happened at the banquets at Shua's house. And the cult of Lord Ye became a real mystery to them. At this time, in the eastern region of Kangzhou, the great Zhou dynasty was fighting. There was a bloodthirsty battle in which warriors fought with monsters that had invaded their territory. The warriors knew only one motto: to die but hold Panxizheng. But at that moment, Li came down from the ship and told the teacher that demons were attacking from below. But Lin was busy playing dominoes. But Xiao thought, whose cannon can ignore all the obstacles placed on the field and destroy the enemy king at once? And he had never met such an impudent and shameless person. But suddenly Lin told Xiao that he was too weak, and he barely used 1/10 of his strength, and he had already lost. But Xiao told the teacher that in order to install a siege machine, a platform must be prepared, and its movement is limited. Even a 3-year-old child knows this. Lin replied that it was a hammer thrower, not a siege cannon. Doesn't it work? And suddenly he thought that he should fly away with this mortar, and Xiao only knows how to break the rules. But he briefly thought about what a mortar is. And seeing the student's face, Lin said that it seemed he did not agree. He doubted the mastery of his strategic art. Xiao told the teacher that the student would not dare to do such a thing. Lin suddenly turned to little Shi and asked how she judged his mastery of strategic art. Shai told the teacher that he was the strongest, and Xiao saw that this dead mouse really knew how to flatter. Then Lin asked Li what he just said. Li replied that a group of demons had been detected down below, attacking the city. The situation was critical. Lin remembered that the demons said that this was one of the great races of dark creatures, originally from an ancient forbidden land called Mingyuan in the eastern region. This place is the nest of many dark races. And according to legends in ancient times, the creatures from Mingyuan tried to invade the outside world. Then humans and masters united their forces and waged a large-scale war against them. And later, the creatures from Mingyuan were defeated and retreated. From then on, they and humans no longer interfered with each other, and everything was calm. And now that the demons have invaded again, does this mean that the centuries-old truce has been broken? It seems that this matter is not so simple. Lin told the boys that if that's the case, then they can meet this group of demons and see what's really going on here. The warriors who were fighting the monsters at that moment were a little afraid because, with an unexpected blow of the spear, they cut the strongest General Zhang in half. The warriors dropped their hands and said that everything was lost and it was simply impossible to defeat them. Suddenly, one of the strongest monsters in their group appeared behind the monsters. He told them to stop putting up useless resistance. After all, taking this city is only the beginning. All the other fortresses will also fall under the onslaught of his clan of ghosts, and the entire empire will soon be destroyed. But suddenly a fast lightning bolt passed through the monsters, cutting them into several pieces. After that, Queen Hua appeared at the Yuanying stage and told them to shut up, as they would never achieve their goal. She set her sights on the strongest of the group of monsters and rode her cat towards him. But all she got in response was the sound of an evil laugh. The monster used one of its strongest attacks and knocked her down from a distance. The warriors looked at all this, and when they saw how Commander Wang was knocked down, they became wary. The super monster said that they were insignificant people and should kneel before their general. Hana said that she was the commander of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, appointed by the Emperor of Great Zhou himself, and he represents the dignity of the Great Zhou. How can she kneel before a beast like him? And if he wants to kill, let him kill. If he wants to cut, he can cut. No need to be shy, but to attack. The monster replied that this was very good, and now the general would grant her wish. And after that, he would cut her into pieces and hang her head on the high tower of the city gate, so that she could watch as the great Zhou was exterminated by his people. But suddenly the sky above them began to open up, and the head of a huge creature appeared. The super monster simply did not understand what had happened and looked at it all with surprise. But he managed to ask the others what it was. But Lin's monster didn't leave them a chance and immediately began to swallow everyone like a vacuum cleaner. The super monster also went after his minions because he could not resist. The warriors looked around after this and asked in surprise, were the spirits of the demon clans all eaten? And this couldn't be a hallucination, could it? Hala said it was a divine beast that had descended from the heavens to protect their great Zhou dynasty. But she saw that there was a man on the back of the divine beast, and that meant that this divine beast belonged to someone. And as she noticed, it was the great master of the human clan who came to their aid, and she doesn't know how to address the elder and where he comes from. Lin replied that he was from the Xuantian sect and asked who was the leader here. Hua immediately thought, could this really be the same Lin Huanlin that everyone has been talking about so loudly lately? She heard that he had trampled the face of the #1 immortal sect of the Eastern Domain, and she didn't expect that at such a moment their great Zhou would receive such good fortune. Hiwa introduced herself and said that she was the commander of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry and welcomed all respected elders. Lin asked her, which imperial house does this place belong to, and why is the Demon Clan army attacking them? Hua replied that this place is the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty, and she does not know why they attacked the Great Zhou. However, according to the information from the deceased demon general, the demon clan is preparing another, larger attack. When it begins, it will undoubtedly be a fierce battle. But Lin said that the living beings from the abyss of darkness were attacking human kingdoms so openly and on a grand scale. Weren't they afraid of provoking a punitive campaign from human cultivators again? Yu Yang replied that the demon clan liked dark, humid, and dark energy-filled places. But what benefit would they gain from capturing the Great Zhou? But Xiao joined the conversation and asked, why think so much? If they come, just destroy them, and that's it. Hua addressed him as a respected fairy and asked her if she had come to help their great Joe overcome the crisis. And she, as an insignificant one, on behalf of all the inhabitants of Joe, expresses to them in advance deep gratitude for their great mercy and virtue. Yuen understood that his elder brother in teaching was truly a natural-born person who caused misunderstandings. And the more you don't like something, the more it appears. Lin also understood that this matter was definitely not that simple, and the sudden appearance of millions of representatives of the Dark Abyss race was not at all accidental. Suddenly, the system popped up and congratulated the owner that he had activated the task, and he would need to kill the army of ghosts invading the Dazhu Empire, and after completing it, he would receive some good rewards. Lin saw this and just assumed it was time for a mission. And that was fine. He would make this his base for the time being and see if he could get any clues from the ghosts. But he raised his hand and said that alien races were sowing chaos and mercilessly killing innocents. And he, as a powerful representative of the human race, could not stand aside and not help. And let them tell everyone that he will intervene in any case. Hua was delighted and thanked him, and said that the Dazhu Empire will forever remember his kindness. Yuyan listened to all this, and joyfully shouted that his teacher was wise and great. But Xiao replied that he really interfered too much in other people's affairs. Lin wasted no time in telling her to take him to their holy lord. Hua replied that she would take them to him immediately. Afterwards, they arrived at the military headquarters outside the imperial capital of Dazhu. Inside the tent, the leaders were discussing their plans of attack. But one of the commanders said that several units of the Ghost Army had just broken through their defensive lines, and they are moving along the nearest route with the intention of directly attacking the capital of the Dazhu Empire. And besides, according to reports coming from the country, several suspects in the status of the united entity of the Phantom Generals have already appeared. And it is possible that among them, there is a Phantom Commander at the level of the Great Transition. But another commander replied that this time the Ghost race had suddenly become more active, intending to seize their imperial residence. And was there something valuable in the Dazhu Empire that had attracted their attention? The chief said that he understood what they meant, but unfortunately, as the Crown Prince, he was also not in the know. But the commander replied to His Highness that he had just been rude. The prince told them not to worry. This time when the Ghost race was actively invading, they needed to do their best to resist. And if they can't hold the line, then they'll need to protect as many civilians as possible and help them evacuate the country. And as long as people are alive, there's always hope. Suddenly, a warrior came and told His Highness that there was new news from outside and that he should look at it. The prince asked if the ghosts were up to some trick again. The prince was angry because in recent days the ghosts have been constantly waging wars of attrition against their army. Their soldiers are already exhausted to the limit, no longer able to even fight. And the enemy army numbers 800,000, and they have only 40,000, and the initiative is entirely in their hands. How can he win, he thought. Raising their heads to the sky, they were frightened and asked, "What is this strange monster? And why did such a creature appear in the Dazhu Empire? Let them immediately order all the soldiers to prepare for battle and stop him." The prince ordered them not to act rashly because this was the divine being Kunpeng, and besides, he recognized the commander of this divine creature. It was Wang Hua of their tiger leopard cavalry. The commander was surprised and asked, "How does Hua control such a divine creature?" Hua jumped down and said that he welcomed His Majesty, and he brought the master of the divine being, Lord Ling, to help the Dazhu Empire fight the Ghost Army. The prince heard his name and asked Commander Hua again, and clarified that this was the same white-haired assassin from the Xuantian sect. He was really the master of this divine creature? Hua went to His Majesty's ear and told him to be careful with his words. In fact, he is a very kind person and not as cruel as rumors say. The prince heard the words of his subordinate and said that the heir to the Dazhui Empire welcomes the respected Ye. And he saw that the respected Ye saw that the people of the Dazhui Empire, busy fighting ghosts, were still living in the past when he destroyed the 18 elders of Yuhahua men. Suddenly, a voice came out of nowhere and said that they were people, surrounded by their army of 800,000 ghosts. And if they were intelligent, then it was better to surrender and become victims of their ghost race. The prince took up his sword and said that these ghosts were simply too impudent. But Lin sent his disciples into battle and ordered them to be dealt with. The disciples immediately agreed and flew off to war at high speed. The warriors, seeing them, asked who these two were, who dared to break into the ranks of 800,000 ghosts alone. The monsters said that it was ridiculous that in order to take over this human kingdom called Dazhu, they really needed to use so much force. And they had heard that such empires usually had the support of luck. But in any case, 800,000 against 40,000 was the advantage on their side. The green monster replied that this time, when the 100 tribes of their shadow world unite, their ghost race must seize the initiative, and it is a matter of survival and prosperity for their entire people. The purple monster agreed with him and said that in any case, the fall of this world was only a matter of time. And when they take control of the eastern region, they can use their merits to gain certain voting rights. The super demons, seeing people in front of them, began to laugh and said that a human monk had come to them. And he ordered his people to be quiet and not to scare the food. They had to wait until they approached slowly. Yu Young looked at them and said that among their 800,000, the number of beings at the body fusion level was so great that it could not be counted. Previously, he probably would not have even had the courage to face them. But even now it turns out he can fight shoulder to shoulder with such outstanding talents as his elder brother Hong. But Yu Yang told elder brother Xiao that his sword skills were not very good, so he would show his shortcomings first. Yu Yan didn't waste any time and immediately used his sword technique and ran straight into the crowd of monsters. The chief ordered his monsters to catch that human monk. She saw that they were starting to advance and attacked them from afar with the golden sparrow flame. The monsters tried to resist the fire a little, but it could not be extinguished, and they died alive on the spot. Yu Yan told his elder brother that he really has powerful abilities, and he admires it. But Xiao suggested to the younger that they should end it quickly so that they wouldn't be ridiculed. He understood that even if this shameless man took the monster under his wing, he, Xiao, was still the strongest elder brother. The commander and the others watched the war from the castle and said that it was very strong. The prince also understood that it was not for nothing that he was the disciple of the white-haired killer. He destroyed 500,000 troops in an instant. One of the monsters asked who these two people were. Someone told him that they had appeared at such a critical moment, and it seemed that they were the strong defenders of the Dazhu Empire. They should act and destroy them. But the demon said that no matter who it was, no one could stop their people's plans, and he gave the order for the monsters to attack. But Xiao was already ready to attack them again and released his fiery flame from his hand. But the monsters opened a portal and immediately released half a dozen more monsters from it. She saw them and said that interesting guests had come. But this powerful presence, it must be an Indian commander at the level of the Great Transition. The monsters saw these two guys and realized that they were in trouble. The monsters in the group told the elders that they were at the level of unification of bodies. The other was at the initial stage of the Great Transition, and they dared to confront them. The monster with a spear in his hands headed towards them and said that there was no need for their boss to interfere. He alone at the level of the Great Transition could easily crush the two of them. Yuan decided to fight him and shouted that he would be just right for him to train at the level of the Great Transition. The monster with the spear simply did not see any obstacles in front of him, and after releasing the attack, he told the guy to die. But Yuan released the attack earlier, and the monster, reflecting it, said that it was not painful or unpleasant. It was just helping him improve his skills. The leaders looked at the battle and asked in surprise, "How is this possible? And can they explain the cause and effect?" The prince was also a little surprised, because he saw that the disciples of the respected master Ye were also strong. Yuyan heard their words and replied that he was really pleased, and immediately flew to attack and show something new from his abilities. Yuyan took aim at the strongest and most important ones. He flew at them and used the Great Transition, the initial stage. But another monster came out in front of him, who was at the peak of the Great Transition. And this is only because the Elder Ninth underestimated him and was killed. And does a person really think that he can resist them? Such a number at the level of the Great Transition? The monsters all gathered together to attack him and finish him off once and for all, so that he would not bother them anymore. Suddenly, Yuyan saw this and was scared, because he had slightly overestimated his strength. And in this situation, he would now have to use the blood of a mad demon. But when he turned back, he saw that Brother Xiao was helping him and used the jade glass flame. The monsters didn't expect this and fell under Xiao's flames. But one of the monsters got out and shouted to the human woman that he would take her life. Using his powers, he released his brothers and continued on their way to the single attack. Yuyan said that this was a powerful force, and it was not for nothing that this was the peak of the Great Transition. But the monster laughed and said that it was too late to realize fear now. He and that stinking woman must die. Yu Yang heard his words and asked again, "Stinking woman?" At this moment, Xiao was already ready to attack them, and the younger one said that they were all dead. Xiao also told them at the end that they would all die for him, and used his soul-consuming black flame. The monsters, seeing this power, asked what it was. The blue monster immediately turned to the elder brother and the second, but it was too late, because Xiao had already let everything out of himself, and after such insults he was ready to end them. The blue monster said it was impossible, but he himself didn't understand how he had already fallen under attack. The monsters saw this and were a little shocked, but Xiao said that they, not knowing their fate, are just ants. Yu Yang also thought that the enraged elder brother Xiao, at his level he is simply invincible. No wonder he is the very first disciple of their master. And it was even better for him that way. And if a fight started, he would be able to chop him up mercilessly. Suddenly, Xiao turned to the side and saw his younger brother simply pointing his finger, which was cool. But Xiao thought at this moment, was it really just his mistake? The boys then came to the teacher and Xiao said that according to his instructions, 800,000 troops had already been destroyed. But Yuan heard nothing in response and thought that their teacher was unhappy. She slowly walked up to the teacher and told him to wake up. Lin woke up and asked the boys if it was decided yet. Xiao replied that it was, and the enemy was completely destroyed by them. Xiao was very angry and realized that they were fighting to the death outside, and this man, it turned out, was sleeping on the battlefield. Lin told the boys that it was very good and ordered them to continue in the same spirit. The prince also met him and said that he greeted the esteemed Master Ye with respect and was grateful to him for saving them from danger. Lin replied that it was a small thing, but they were tired too. Shouldn't they, the Dazhoi Empire, treat them well? The prince replied that of course they were their most honored guest, and they would immediately take them to the capital and hold a banquet in their honor. After that, they immediately went to the Hall of Heavenly Light. The prince met them and said that he respectfully welcomed the esteemed Master Ye, and before the banquet, his father would like to see him, and he was waiting for them inside. Lin noticed that this old man was quite self-confident, waiting for him inside to come to him himself. But the old man apologized to the respected Master Ye for not being able to meet him. It was just that his health did not allow it. Lin immediately felt a powerful energy and thought that it was the energy of the nation. The old man was the Emperor of Dazhou and was already at the peak of the Great Transition. Lin walked up to the old man and replied to Emperor Dazhou. He remembered that according to his memories, in this world, every empire has a national fortune, and which serves as a mystical force to increase power, heal, and even help in training. And the life of all people is the basis for the formation of national luck. And this Emperor Dazhou seems to be using national luck to heal, and from the looks of it, his condition is not very good. The Emperor said that he was sorry for making the respected Master Ye laugh at him. But the Emperor was thinking at that moment, why couldn't he see the level of the guy? And is he using some method to hide his strength? And is he really a master or not? Lin asked the Emperor to tell him what really happened. The Emperor replied that the demons from the dark abyss had attacked their empire without reason. Many ministers in the hall were discussing that there were treasures in the imperial palace that the demons were encroaching on. But even he doesn't know what this treasure is. Lin asked him how he got these injuries. The Emperor replied that before the demons began their official attack, his ancestral tomb was attacked by a mysterious man. And that man had an incomprehensible power, and their warriors looked like babies in front of him. He had no choice but to use the power of national luck, and only in this way was he able to drive away that mysterious man with difficulty. And the strange thing is that that mysterious man, although stronger than him, still acted cautiously and eventually left as if he was afraid of something. And later, after some time, demons began to attack their empire. Lin replied that it seemed that the problem lay in the ancestral tomb. He understood that, judging from Emperor Zhou's description, the demons were probably acting on the instructions of that mysterious man to seize the ancestral tomb. And there are definitely huge interests behind this. Otherwise, they would not do something so difficult and thankless. But the strange thing is, if the mysterious man has the power to suppress Emperor Zhou, Why did he suddenly stop and leave? What is so valuable hidden in the ancestral tomb that is worth his attention? And there are many questions in this matter. He originally came to this cultivation world with incredible abilities. He did not need to train. He could just enjoy life and play in this world. But since there are so many hidden secrets in this matter, it becomes interesting. Yuyan heard all this and asked, "Are there really such amazing events?" Xiao realized at this moment that this matter was a bit similar to the rumors he had once heard in the central region. Lin approached Emperor Zhou and asked him that if he did not mind, could he take him to the ancestral tomb? The prince replied to the respected Master Ye that the ancestral tomb was the resting place of his ancestors. If he entered there, he might encounter something bad. And since Master had done so much to protect Dazhu, the dinner prepared in the imperial kitchen would soon begin. Should he move to the Hall of Heavenly Unity and enjoy the meal? But the emperor apologized for not being able to grant his request. But he, as the most honored guest of Dazhu, would receive the best service, and he could choose any treasures from the imperial treasury. Lin replied that they shouldn't worry, he just dared to ask. He understood that the task from the system had not yet been completed, so it was better to stay and see how things would develop. The prince said that he knew that the respected Master Ye was a reasonable and understanding man, and now he asked everyone to come to the table. At this time, in the Demon King's palace in the eastern region, Kang Zhou was sitting on his throne and sipping his drink. The Demon King said that the fluid of this baby, who had just turned 1 month old, was a real delicacy. And after so many years, he finally got this chance. If he could take over the Dazhu Empire, his fame among the demons would grow even more. And most importantly, if he gets the approval of those few people, perhaps in the future, he will be able to take a place among the influential people of the eastern region. And there had been no news for so long. With their strength, Kunta and the others had to force Emperor Zhou to act. The one he fears most is the one who carries the national fortune. The Demon King saw the servant in front of him and called him useless, and asked him what he was still doing here. The servant replied that he was making a small bow before the esteemed envoy. The Demon King said that while all the tribes of the Dark Abyss were preparing for a holy war, he, as the Demon King, was hiding in the rear and having fun. And can he understand that the demons have already surrendered? The servant replied that this was unfair. He had already sent troops to attack the Dazhu Empire, and he was sure that Emperor Zhou would be forced to act. At that time, his true strength will be revealed, and he will have more confidence in how to deal with it. The Demon King said he was a fool. His 800,000 troops had just been destroyed outside the capital. This had no effect on Emperor Zhou. The servant was surprised and asked, "How is this possible? After all, there were dozens of fusion-level demons in this army, as well as 10 commanders at the Great Transition level. Even if Emperor Zhou himself came out, it would not be so easy for him to destroy them all. And the Dazhu Empire was unable to destroy his army of 800,000 people. But one who happened to pass by the cultivation, who is respected in Dazhu as Master Ye." The servant became frightened and turned to the master. He asked how one great transition dared to interfere with his plans. Although he doesn't know what methods he used to destroy the 10 demon commanders, in his hands he would be as weak as an ant. The Demon King told him not to be so blindly confident. This dark essence Dan is for him. Let him definitely take over Dazhou, and he won't let him fail again. The servant replied that he would certainly fulfill the messenger's wishes this time. The Demon King gave him power and sent him on to reclaim the lands. He took charge and told all the monsters to follow him on his journey. At this time, a ceremony was taking place in the Hall of Heavenly Unity in Dazhu Palace. Everyone was rejoicing and enjoying the moment. Yuyan said that this wine is really strong, and this meat is really delicious. The prince asked the Red Fairy if the food at the banquet was not to her taste. Lin replied that he should not pay attention to him. He was on a diet. The prince said that the Red Fairy was indeed very disciplined. Zhao was angry he was not on a diet. And what a shame for a cultivator at the transition level to give in to such earthly desires. But the prince said that if the Red Fairy cannot enjoy delicious food, then let her enjoy the sounds of magnificent music. Suddenly, the #1 musician of the eastern region, Nangwang Changfeng, entered the room. He introduced himself and said that he was glad to meet them. The prince said that this man is the first musician of the eastern region. His music is not only beautiful and melodic, but also contains deep philosophical meanings. For a cultivator, this is a great experience. Once, when an aging master at the Yuan Yin level heard his music, he was able to reach the Hua Shen level and save his life. And he told Master Nangguang to begin. The musician picked up his instrument and immediately began to play it. Suddenly, Nangguang told the prince that if such a situation arose in the future, he would not need to invite him. He could not afford to lose face by seeing everyone fall asleep at the table. The prince turned to Master Ye and asked if the music that Master Nanugan played did not satisfy him. Lin replied that it was a so-so performance. But Nangguang heard this and told him to shut up. After all, he was a rude person who did not understand music at all. Yuyan got angry and pulled out his sword and shouted at the old man, "How dare he insult his teacher?" And the old man had already chosen the path to his death. The prince saw that everything was not going as he wanted and asked the elder Li to calm down. And he told Master Ye that Master Nangguang's character was such that he was simply straightforward and did not mean anything bad. Nangguang became even more angry and told Lin that he was just a rude person who only understood violence. And why did he dare to say that his instrument playing was mediocre? The prince was frightened at this moment and only hoped that Master Nangguang would be able to leave with dignity. Yuyan looked at the teacher, but Lin moved his head to the side. Suddenly, the system appeared and said that the master had activated an optional task. And if he orders Nanigan to be executed in anger, he will receive 10 high-quality spiritual crystals after doing so. Lin wondered if an optional task had really appeared at this time. He said that option 1 was definitely not suitable. The reward was too small, and it would damage his reputation. But while option 2 doesn't provide a powerful skill, it can help Akun develop. If he can take another step forward, it will make him look even more impressive. Lin thought about it and asked, "Is this just playing a tune? He has hands, he can do it too." Nangguang asked him, "How dare he say that? He has studied music from great masters for thousands of years, and he doesn't even understand the value of music." The prince also joined the conversation and said that every profession requires its own master, and practitioners are no exception. If everything were as simple as just having hands, there would be no masters left in this world. Yuyan also supported him and shouted that his teacher was right, and the main thing was to have hands. Nangguang shouted at the boy to act. He would lend him Fu Yao's lute to play, and they would see what kind of amazing music he could create. And if he can play, even a pig will not climb a tree. With an approach like his, which only knows how to fight and kill, he does not understand anything about the art of playing the lute. Lin asked the old man if he could restrain himself a little. He was really afraid that the respected Ye would run out of patience and would start a massacre on the spot. Lin picked up the instrument and said that in his past life he was also a creative person, and playing the lute is easy for him. And what's more, he has the skills and abilities of automatic improvement from his master. The system immediately informed him that Shu's current skill level was basic understanding, confident mastery, outstanding mastery, supreme mastery, and pinnacle of perfection. "And the master's lute-playing skills are currently at the pinnacle of perfection?" Lin asked her. "What level is this person?" The system responded that this gentleman's lute-playing level was just reaching the level of confident mastery. The old man shouted at him to hurry up and not waste time. The prince looked at all this and thought that the respected Ye had run out of patience. Should he try to intervene and save Nangong? Lin thought that he had only just reached the level of confident possession, so it was better to accept his level of skill. Just give him, the people of this world, listen to his old melody, power over the world. Lin simply placed both hands on the instrument and began to play it with his energy. The energy of the waves was so fast and slow that Xiao wondered how his teacher could play such a magnificent melody. And this high level, if placed in the central area, will be the highest level that no one will dare to compete with. Nungguan was shocked to hear such a sound and asked how this was even possible. Yuyan also shouted at that moment that the music was great, and he was suddenly able to feel incredible depth and meaning in it. And it causes a storm of emotions in him, and he feels like his heart is about to jump out. But Lin suddenly started playing faster so that everyone could feel the energy. Xiao didn't expect this, and suddenly felt that he was raising his level. Lin told him that this was the middle of the great transition, the late stage, the peak, the perfection. She suddenly realized that she was only one step away from reaching the transition state. Yuan also fell under this and shouted for more energy because Senior Li had dreamed of this for a long time. And someone said that Senior Lee also suddenly moved from unification to the Great Transition. The prince saw all this with his own eyes and said that the middle of the transition state turns out that the respected Ye is not respected. He is a false immortal. The energy passed through the house and was heard from different sides of the city. The warriors saw it and said that this sound of music, that even his wounds, it turns out, were completely healed. It's so amazing. The other warriors also said that they had suddenly entered a state of spirit transformation. It was a miracle. Heaven blesses them, Dazhu. At this moment, in the eastern region of Kangzhou, outside the capital Dazhou, the elder was saying that the demons were going to cause a bloodbath in the Dazhou Empire tonight. Suddenly they saw a bright light and asked the elder to also look. What was it? The sound was so loud that it tore them apart. But the monsters managed to ask, "What is it?" and let the great king save them. But who can do this? Let him come out and not hide. And hiding is not a skill. The monsters told the king to retreat immediately because the man has a powerful protector. The elder immediately told them no and asked who it really was. And at this point, there is nothing left to do but accept Ming Yuandong. He is willing to pay any price to find this mysterious strong opponent. The elder began to improve and shouted that he felt the power inside him blazing up, and his skill had gone from the initial level of transition to the late stage. This music can no longer affect him. The elder evolved and began to attack the city from afar. He shouted to the enemy that it doesn't matter who he is, he will die anyway. The elder began to shout that the royal city of Dazhou would soon fall anyway. But Lin continued to play the instrument and released his light spirit. Coming out into the white light, the spirit completely surrounded the earth and pulled him out of the darkness, and began to shine over the house. People said they had never seen anything like it in their lives. Isn't it a legendary phenomenon when the sun and moon shine at the same time, the dragon and phoenix sing in unison, and the stars sparkle in the sky? And this is truly a blessing from heaven for Dazhou. The monster saw all this and asked, "What is really going on in Dazhou?" But suddenly someone attacked him, and the attack hit him right in the back. He didn't even have time to dodge before he felt the pain. The elder monster asked, "Who was it that really attacked? And if he has the courage now, let him come out." But the elder friend saw that there was someone in the house in front of him, and he said that humanity had a great threat. But the sound of energy was so loud that the elder monster couldn't even hold back and slowly disappeared in flames. By this time, Lin had finished playing his melody. He asked the boys how they liked his power over the world. The system also congratulated the owner because he defeated the demon army, and as a reward he will receive Xinpan, 5 elements of spiritual roots. Lin himself was shocked and asked, "What is this? The system didn't break during his melody, did it? When did he manage to defeat the demon army?" The system replied that the demon army that invaded Dazhou had just been destroyed by the sounds of music he played. This system is professional, and let him not doubt it. Lin accepted everything and said that it was really good, and the 5 elements of spiritual roots would be perfect for his technique of 5 poles of the great cycle destroying. Shai ran up to the teacher and said that it sounded great, and the teacher was just incredible. Lin replied that he said that the most important thing is to have hands, and Nangong agrees with him, right? Nangong fell to his knees and told the elder that he was right. It was indeed a magnificent divine melody. He didn't even realize his own impudence when he condemned him for being rude and not knowing music theory. And he should die. He really should. The prince approached and addressed the great master Nangong, but the old man said that no, and he was not worthy of being called a master. And the elder, he is the one who rightfully deserves the title of master, and he is just a clown, a real clown. Suddenly the system popped up and said that it congratulated the owner. He had completed the task and received 10 bags of first-class pet food. The prince approached Master Ye and asked how he planned to deal with the false immortal. Lin understood that since the task was completed, he was no longer important, and he told him to retreat and study hard. Yuyan also ran up and told the teacher that thanks to his music, he was able to enter the state of great rebirth. Lin looked surprised and agreed with him on all his words and joys, and he understood that the great migration had reached, and the one who became immortal was truly not like everyone else. How quickly they were able to overcome this stage. The prince shouted that as the emperor's father, he had made an incredible breakthrough. He thought that this was excellent. After Father Emperor became a void immortal and received the blessing of state fortune, the position of Great Zhou in Kangzhou would become even stronger. The emperor could not believe this and immediately bowed his head before the great warrior. The emperor said that on behalf of all his subjects, the great Zhou thanked the immortal Ling for performing the divine melody that brought blessings to the entire people. The prince thought, could it be that Father Emperor, the ruler of a great power, a great powerful ruler at the stage of overcoming the heavenly tribunal, had humiliated himself so much as to take such a low position? But then how powerful must this person from the Xuantian sect be? Lin told the emperor to stand up, for if he could break through the tribulations, it would be his own achievement. The emperor told Lin that he was joking, because it was thanks to his divine musical composition that the national destiny of the great Zhou had reached an unprecedented flourishing. He had merely seized the opportunity and had broken through with difficulty. Lin told the emperor that it seemed like he was truly grateful to him. The emperor replied that everything was so. As soon as Lin said the word, everything that was in the power of the great Zhou, they would certainly do it in every possible way and without hesitation. Lin used his words and asked the emperor to take him to see the family mausoleum. The emperor did not refuse him and asked him to pass, because he would show them the way. Upon entering the tunnel, the emperor said that in fact, apart from the burial treasures that might interest tomb robbers, there was nothing particularly noteworthy in the family mausoleum. Soon the emperor said that this was the end of the tomb. Lin looked around and replied that he had indeed found nothing unusual. But Xiao decided to demonstrate his abilities, and using his powers, he opened the doors to another world, which was closed with huge chains. The emperor was shocked and asked, "What is this? And why is there something like this in the Zhou family mausoleum?" He didn't even know about it. Lin also noticed for himself that this door looks so beautiful, but it seems to be an illusion, and even a mouse can't touch it. She also realized that this star door definitely exists. It's just that at the moment it hasn't materialized in the real world. In order to fully activate it, it might require paying some price. Lin asked the emperor how long this empire had existed at the moment. The emperor replied that their great Zhou had existed for 1,200,000 years and was one of the few immortal dynasties in Kangzhou that had survived for more than 1,000,000 years. Lin became curious and asked if there were other states or powers. The emperor replied that according to existing historical records, there were at least several dozen states before the Great Zhou, and some of them could no longer be researched or even mentioned. Lin realized that this meant that this star door belonged to an even more ancient time, and perhaps there were records of it before, but after many storms and upheavals, it had long since disappeared into the dust of history. And the family mausoleum was built in this place by chance. Even the rulers of the Great Zhou did not know about it for all the centuries. They simply believed that there was good feng shui here. Lin asked Xiao, since this door was opened by him, does he by any chance know anything about her? Xiao replied that as for the origin of this star door, he had only heard rumors, but there was no reliable evidence. He also just tried it by chance, and this is what happened. Lin listened and asked him to tell him everything he knew. Xia replied that it was rumored that in ancient times, in different parts of the Kunlun world, there were many teleportation points that allowed one to directly enter the Great Thousand Worlds. Countless Kunlun monks could use them to travel around the universe and move freely. But later, for some unknown reason, these teleportation points were sealed by the great ancestors and were never opened again. Yu Yang stepped into the conversation and said that this star door really has such an effect. The prince also asked, are the legends he heard about when he was a child really true? It is said that the Kunlun world is a giant star for cultivation. After all, there are many such stellar worlds, they are scattered throughout the boundless space. The emperor replied that previously monks could travel back and forth freely. All cultivators who had reached the Hua level could leave the Kunlun world and wander through empty space. But since an unknown time, some invisible force has restricted the monks of Kunlun, not allowing them to leave this world. They were forced to live here until they died. The only way to overcome this is to go through the tribulations and become a true immortal, after which it is logical to ascend to the world of immortals. Only through this world can one gain the right to travel the universe. The prince was delighted and shouted that now that the monks of Kulin could overcome the limitation and enter other parts of the universe through this door, this was simply heavenly help for the Great Zhou. The prince told his father that if this is so, then the Great Zhou will be able to expand its territory. This is a rare opportunity. The emperor replied that it was absolutely true. With the strength of the Great Zhou and its level at the stage of overcoming tribulations, the conquest of the world for the Great Zhou is a matter of time. Lin turned around and said that they were fools, and they only thought about stupid things. The emperor asked him what he meant by that. Lin asked him in return, is he so sure that the Great Zhou has enough power to start the stellar expansion? Or the opposite, won't it turn out that the Great Zhou will be captured by alien races? And if it is really so beneficial for the development of Kuglin, why did the great ancestors seal such star doors? And what about the mysterious man? Did he find out why he retreated? They couldn't even take Kangzhou, and he was already dreaming of invading other worlds. Human ambition is beyond measure, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The emperor told Lin that he was right, they were too confident. Lin replied that of course there was one more important point. Do they know how to open this star door? But the emperor lowered his head and did not answer. Lin told them to continue trying, and he thought that as long as this star door exists, the good times of the Great Zhou are yet to come. The emperor replied that he understood everything, and they would closely monitor the situation. Yu Yang turned to the teacher and said that if this was really the case, then these dark creatures from Minbuan deserve to die. They dared to betray Kunlun and become servants of alien races. Lin replied that what he was most interested in now was what actually happened in Kunlun in the past. And the invasion of Mingyuan can't be that simple. Judging by the pace of their advance, this star door is clearly not the only one in the eastern region. And it looks like parallel universe travel really does exist. Now it's getting really interesting. Yu Ying said that he was also curious. If they knew what happened in Kunlun, perhaps the immortal world could shed light on these events. And with the power of the teacher, he is sure that soon he will overcome the tribulations and ascend to the upper world. She also said that she hoped that when that moment came, she would be able to follow the teacher and go to the place that all monks dream of. She said that the world of immortals is also cruel. Here the sign of the weak yields to the strong is in effect. It will be even more cruel than the world of lower beings. Xiu remembered that when he himself had gone through the tribulations and become an immortal, he had not chosen to ascend to the immortal realm immediately. Instead, he had stayed in the central realm, continued cultivating, and taken up the task of settling matters with the fire doctrine. And the main reason was that he had heard that in the world of immortals, there was a strict hierarchy. And in their days, those who became immortals were those who in the world of Kulin controlled the elements and enjoyed the worship of countless monks. But if you ascend to the upper world, you have to start from the lowest level, and there are few ways to bear such a huge difference. And if in the world of immortals there is support and family ties, everything is not so bad. There will always be an elder who will help. However, he found himself in the opposite situation, and in the central region he has made too many enemies. If he rises too quickly, he fears that he will be pursued and killed by those above. She said that becoming immortal and ascending is not as easy as he thinks. It is not just intense training that guarantees success. Yuyan asked, does the teacher mean to say that it is not just a matter of successful efforts? Arriving at his home, Lin saw that Minyuan had already launched the first wave of attacks, and perhaps other regions in the east would soon face their attack. Even the four great regions may be drawn into this conflict, and now he will take on this threat to Kunlun and save them. And suddenly Lin picked up his glasses and said that he almost forgot about this, and he showed his student the gift. Sai said it smelled so good, and asked the teacher what it was. Could she try it? Lin replied that it was pet food. She told the teacher that he was right, and the mouse was also an animal, and of course, she was the teacher's pet too, and immediately turned into a mouse. Lin sighed and replied that since that was the case, she could take this package for a snack. She thanked the teacher and took her food. Xiao was angry all this time and saw that this stupid little mouse was not doing any training all the time, but only thinking about food, just like the one with the surname Li, with the same attitude. And indeed, such a magnificent great immortal essence is wasted, simply squandered on nonsense. Suddenly, Sai tasted the food and immediately felt a strong flame inside her. Xiao watched and saw how she, just from the middle stage, reached perfection, and after that, made another breakthrough. Shai told the teacher that the teacher's treats were so delicious. Why did she suddenly break through? Lin was also surprised that just one packet of top-quality feed, and from the initial stage of Huashan straight to the initial stage of Decheng, if you eat a couple more packets, Can you really become immortal on the spot? Yuyin started shouting at his sister that she had already reached the same level as him in just one blink of an eye. Xiao also realized that this was all the tricks of that same delicious thing. He increasingly wondered what level of treasures this Lin controlled if he could get such amazing, incredible things again and again. Lin asked Shi if she wanted to eat more. She replied that she wanted to indulge herself some more. Hearing these words, Lin threw a few more packs in front of her and told her to enjoy, and he was glad that she liked it. And he didn't even forget about his Akuna and said that he had also been working hard lately, and these goodies were for him. And C also told Akun that she was glad that he liked it and let him enjoy it too. After trying a few tasty treats, Akun also increased his strength to the limit. Yuying was surprised again and said that Akun had gone from the initial stage of Dacheng to perfection in an instant. And the teacher is truly incredible and incomprehensible. Why knew that this way of increasing strength, was it fair to those who worked hard? He had to condemn it severely from a moral standpoint. And the most important thing is probably to have side effects. Even if he is offered, he will not eat it either. Lin saw that she had already eaten 3 packets, but the effect was not as strong as the first one. The strength had only entered the late stage, and it seemed that the effect would be significantly weakened with repeated use. But Xiao was sitting behind a tree at that moment, looking out of the corner of his eye at Shi. He even asked her to come over to him. Sai replied that the elder was calling the mouse, and it was rare that the elder would call to ask for something. Sai asked him if there was anything she could do for him. She told her that what the teacher gave her to eat was poisonous. She replied that it was unlikely. The teacher would never harm a mouse. Besides, once the mouse ate it, the power went boom and increased dramatically. Xiao said that everything has 2 sides. Any elixir that cultivators consume is bound to have different natures and properties. While it increases the cultivation level, it also poisons the meridians. So this delicacy seems to help at first, but in reality it is just a forced pull on growth, like pulling out a sprout to make it grow faster. And perhaps a large amount of toxins is already accumulating in the body, and if you continue to eat it will be tantamount to slow suicide. Sai said that since the teacher himself gave it to the mouse, then everything is definitely okay with these treats. Besides, the mouse does not feel any discomfort at all. On the contrary, everything is great. Xiao replied that if she didn't believe him, then let him show her. And then he used his powers on her. Xiao was shocked because he saw that all the meridians were safe and sound. The foundation was extremely strong. Moreover, flows of incredibly pure, innate spiritual energy circulated freely throughout the body. This was even more effective than any elixirs. Sai turned to her elder brother and said that if everything was okay with her, then she could go. She told her to leave the treats after all. Her elder brother was doing this for her own good. She should listen to him. She said that the teacher gave it to her. Xiao did not stop and immediately took the pack of treats from her. After that, he asked her why she was crying. Let her wipe her tears and hold back. She needed to go and look after the teacher, and she didn't need to tell him about it. She didn't dare contradict her brother and replied that she understood everything. Xiao looked at her sarcastically and said that he would overtake her now. And now the moment has come when he will finally go through a breakthrough and be ready to improve. He lifted the bag over his head and felt that these treats were really tasty. But why did his stomach feel like it was about to burst? She started saying that he felt bad because his body was raging with energy, and if this continued, it would destroy his body. But he wondered why that stinky old mouse ate it and was not harmed, and this happened to him. Clutching his stomach, he realized that he was finished. Suddenly, unable to hold back, a huge smoke appeared behind the house, and Xiao simply flew away from the fart into the sky. Lin is just surprised. What's going on? And why did little Hong fly into the sky? But Yuyan asked further, why is there such a pleasant smell in the air? Looking at the mouse, Lin asked her, is she okay? But she didn't answer the teacher. She just bowed her head. Lin immediately realized that something was wrong. Lin thought about it and said that this was the case. And then Xiao fell right in front of him after flying into the sky. Xiao asked the teacher what happened and let him tell him what happened. Lin asked him what he did, but Xiao didn't answer him and simply bowed his head again at the teacher's feet. Lin started yelling at him and saying that he was asking him. Xiao told him that he realized his mistake and asked for forgiveness for his behavior. And he didn't want to do it. He just couldn't resist such delicious things. and he apologizes for being too selfish. Sai joined the conversation and said that she gave it to him. The elder said that he wanted to try it too. Lin said that he understands that Xiao is willing to do anything to improve his strength, but she is his younger sister. Xie replied that he, as a student, realized his mistake. And suddenly he felt sick again and farted into the sky. But Lin shouted at him to stop making excuses and come to the teacher to receive punishment. She realized that he hadn't expected that trying to steal a chicken would result in losing rice. He had to be more careful next time. But fortunately, his old enemies did not see this. Otherwise, he would have been ashamed to live in this world. People who were in the city also saw it and said that it was a beautiful heavenly maiden, and she was making strange sounds. But the girl said that she thought the sound reminded her of her sister farting. But someone thought it was nonsense. After all, such a beautiful heavenly maiden, how could she fart? She is releasing heavenly energy and a blessing for their village. Let everyone quickly breathe in this heavenly power. After this, Xiao stopped and told the teacher that he had already purified his internal energy and asked him to punish him. Lin replied that he understood that the disciple was proud. So next time he would serve white Xiaoxi for 3 months, whatever she said, he would do. This was his expiation measure. Xiao didn't think that he was so great he would end up being this mouse's servant. After all, he hates it. But he thanks the teacher for his mercy. 3 months later, outside of Wuzhou in the eastern region, the Dragon Gate flying ship flew past. Someone from the ship was shouting that the Poison King's Valley was about to open. He didn't want to miss such a rare opportunity. They told him that the Valley of the Poison King was a sacred place full of possibilities. According to legend, its owner, Yao Zun, had unrivaled skill in medicine and was the most respected of all cultivators in ancient times. Not only that, but rumor has it that he personally planted many rare medicinal herbs in this valley. There is even a giant spiritual energy gathering formation installed inside. And there, even the most common medicinal herb, if taken outside, can cause a bloodbath due to the fight for it. The guy continued to tell that the Healing Valley opens only once every 10,000 years, and the time it remains open is limited. Entry to it is also restricted, so they were finally lucky enough to get in this time. But the competition will be very tough. I heard that only Hua Shen level masters sit in the VIP room, and they, such small newbies at the foundation laying level, can only stand outside and enjoy the win. The guy replied that he heard it said that there were even a few fusion stage Tianzongs in the top level hall, but they still had to try. Maybe they'd get lucky. But then the masters came to the tavern and told everyone to lay out everything valuable that they had, and not to force them to act personally. The warrior turned around and asked, "Is this really an attack? There is a heavenly ruler on their ship who will protect them." The old man also asked who was so brave that he dared to attack them in the middle of the road. But one of the men approached the brave and asked if he could find out his name and title. The people introduced themselves, and the girl said that her name was Juntian Song, and next to her was Lei Yanlin. One of the warriors began to shout that it was him, the white-haired killing god Yamuling. The guy asked him if he was real. He still thought that the man wouldn't do something like that. Maybe he was an imposter? But one of the guys asked the others if they had seen who was standing next to him. Exactly as the rumors said. Exactly the same. Ding Zishan and Shiren Wen. But the guest said that there were other rumors that his mount was the ancient divine beast Kunpeng. He was asked right away, does he believe in this too? Such divine beasts disappeared from the Kunlun world long ago. How is this possible? The guy told everyone else that this was probably a fabrication by those who like to exaggerate. Yelin may be strong, but even he couldn't ride Kunpeng. But someone from the group got angry and ordered them to stop chatting, because now the main thing was to humbly give everything they had to save their lives. The old man immediately saw that this bunch of miserable creatures had taken the bait again, and it was time to act. Waving his hand, he shouted to Li Wujie to accept the gifts from their respected Dao friends. Wujie immediately replied to the teacher that it would be done. Wujie attacked them and told them to be smart, to hand over everything that was worth money, and not to force him to cut them. The people were afraid and shouted that they were surrendering and that they should not be touched. Wujie also told the others who were up there to surrender their Li rings. Otherwise, they should not blame him if he was merciless. But after all this, Wujie asked how those in the topmost room could pretend to be dead. Should he personally come and deal with them? But the guest answered him that it was absolutely not necessary. After all, There were two guests from Guangzhou inside. They were not ordinary people. They had important connections. But Wuji was not afraid and said that no matter how important they were, they had to respect his teacher. If they had any sense, let them come out and surrender. Otherwise, his teacher would intervene and they would all die. But suddenly a strange voice asked, "Is this a Dao friend? They are from Guangzhou, from the Wendao sect. And can I ask him for a favor? In the future, they will definitely visit their Xuanqin sect." Wuji immediately thought, Wendao sect. It is one of the most powerful sects in the eastern region, second only to the Yuhua sect. And it is said that several immortals once came out of it. But even the Yuhua sect could not resist Ling. So anything is possible. Wuji told them that everything concerning the future would be left for later. Now let them come down to him. Immediately after these words, Fan Dezheng and his assistant An Miao Yi appeared in front of him. Wuji asked, "Is this poor girl bothering Li? Do they want to play with him?" Miao Yi immediately attacked him after he said these words and asked who he was calling a poor girl. Fan told her not to act impulsively. Leave this situation to him. He will sort it out himself. Fan saw that these four people were indeed, as the rumors said, Lin and his companions. Although their level did not seem high, according to the rumors, he was very good at hiding his strength. It was better to be careful. Feng showed the ball and said that there were 5 million pieces of supreme spiritual crystals, as well as several spiritual artifacts that could still be useful. Now let them accept this and pass it on to Lin. Let him know that this is a small gift from the Wendao sect. Wuji answered him so that the old man would think that he understood what was being said. He would return and definitely hand everything over to his teacher. Miao asked Uncle what he was doing. Wuji thought that after showing off, he ran away and even got a thrill. And in front of the master of the great stage, there is indeed pressure, but fortunately, his acting talent is high. The teacher who burst in and pretended to be a thief said that he would gratefully accept gifts from all of them and see you in the future. Miao told Uncle that he had disappointed her. Fan told her that he was also acting for her safety. If they did not show respect with such a bloodthirsty character, Lin would definitely kill them all. He's not even afraid of the Yuhua sect. If something really happens to her, he'll be guilty before the Wendao sect. Miao said that indeed, as the saying goes, if the top is wrong, then the bottom will be crooked. This Lin is too arrogant. Why can he do whatever he wants and walk around the eastern region with impunity? He also has incredible strength. He recently killed one of the immortals from the Yuhua sect, and he was the teacher of the holy son of this sect. And now she thinks of him as a poor guy. He was in such a hurry to go there, thinking that he could defeat Lin alone. But in the end, that guy hid his strength, and in the end, Zhu Yang was destroyed in a counterattack. Miao told her uncle, how could she be such a villain? She would definitely become strong and destroy such a bastard herself. Fan replied that it was true. With her abilities, she would sooner or later be able to overcome the test and perhaps even achieve immortality. Let him not forget that she possessed the body of a star immortal, and this strength was not inferior to the sun body of the Yuhua sect's Saint Sun. Miao told her uncle not to worry. She would train hard. Just let Lin wait for her. The robbers gathered in one place, and the toothless old man said that the name Lin really worked like magic. In recent days, once they started robbing, all their attempts were successful without exception. Wuji also replied that he had almost scared him to death just now. Fortunately, that respected person from the Wendao sect, under the pressure of the name Lin, finally submitted. Even such a respected person had to bow down to him. The girl spat and told him to look at himself in the mirror. Did they respect him? No, they respected Li Wuji, the master of the devil sword. And who was he? Just an empty face. Wuji didn't like it and grabbed his sword and asked her, "What's wrong with her? She's no better either. She was carried on people's shoulders. Has she forgotten how long she worked in Fengchonglo? She shouldn't pretend to be some kind of red fairy." The girl answered him right in the face, so that he would just try to pull out his sword. But the chief told them to shut up. Do they think so highly of themselves? They don't even know what they're capable of. Let them listen to him carefully. They are not irreplaceable at all. He can find a replacement for them at any moment. So if you are smart, you need to behave wisely. And now is the busiest time. The flow of people is at its peak. They should use this chance, do the last thing and go. But before that, they will play for high stakes. Suddenly, a strong wind appeared, and the chief turned around and asked, "What is it?" Wuji was frightened and said that it was terrible, and asked what kind of monster this was. The chief saw that they had flown away and said that he was glad that they hadn't stopped. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have had enough of them, even for a snack. At this moment, Xiao was petting Shi on the animal, and she said that she really liked it and was grateful to her older brother. But Lin told him that his term of imprisonment was about to end, and the teacher had prepared a big gift for him. And he asked Shi to go and get that chocolate ice cream that he had prepared with such care. Sai ran and shouted with joy that she had found a swirl ice cream and presented it to her brother. Ling told Xiao that this is the best cold delicacy in the world. He knows that it has been hard for him for 3 months, so he specially prepared this for him. Let him not let down his teacher's kindness. Sayo replied that he was, of course, grateful to the teacher, and he felt that the teacher wanted to humiliate him at the end. How could he deal with this now, he thought. Lin asked him what was wrong, or was he unhappy with the gift from the teacher? But Xiao tried it and just started to beam with happiness. Xiao felt that it was cold and melting in his mouth. It was really delicious, and it seemed that Lin wasn't trying to trick him on purpose this time. Suddenly Yu Yan came and told the teacher that they had already entered Wuzhou, and they said that in a few days the medicinal valley would open. But when he saw Xiao's face, he noticed that he was eating something, and this was probably the teacher's last punishment. The elder brother had to pretend to enjoy it so much. It was really a real test for him. Lin asked, "Medicine Valley?" Yu Yang replied that it was a real place of opportunities full of rare treasures. All kinds of miraculous herbs and unique medicines grow there. It was a place that could not be missed. And suddenly the system came out and said that it had discovered that they had entered Wuzhou, and let him complete the task in the Healing Valley, and it would bring him huge bonuses. Lin immediately said that it sounded tempting. They had been wandering around for a couple of months with nothing to do, so they would go to the Medicine Valley and see what was going on there. At the same time, in the eastern region in Wuzhou, in front of the Dragon Gate guest house, the guys arrived. Yu Yang told the teacher that this was the largest inn within a 100-li radius. They could stay here for a few days and wait for the official opening of the Medicine Valley before heading inside. Lin replied that this was a very familiar name to him, and they would stop here. Opening the doors, they were greeted with respect and asked to come inside. And Lin gave the task to the little one to prepare a better room for them. The chief replied that he understood everything and asked them to go up to the second floor. As Xiao stood up, he asked the teacher why they had to hide like that. Lin replied that now that he was so famous, there would definitely be a lot of fans. If his identity was revealed, everyone would come running to ask for autographs, and then it would be very hard for him. Xiao realized that he shouldn't have asked this question at all. It was impossible to understand from this person. His thinking was completely different from that of ordinary people. Sitting down at the table, Lin asked the waiter what dishes they had recommended. The waiter replied that he could recommend several of their establishment's signature dishes and guaranteed that the taste was simply authentic and unsurpassed. And let's look at this dish called fried lion heads. The lion heads here are from a wild beast, snatched at the stage of a primitive spirit, a fighting lion. The crust is crispy and very tasty. And this is sugar vinegar carp. And this carp is not ordinary at all. Its body contains a spark of real dragon's blood. Its taste is simply incredibly fresh and exquisite. Suddenly she looked and asked what kind of dish it was. After all, she thought it was very tasty. The waiter told her that she had excellent taste. This dish is made from the meat of an ice mouse. Each slice of meat is like a snowflake, transparent and crispy. That's why it's called that. And he recommends frying it on a hot grill. She covered her ears after that. And suddenly Lin told her not to worry, they wouldn't treat her to that dish. And having decided, he said that, except for this snow meat, he would take all the other dishes and let them cook them one after another. The waiter was surprised because these dishes had not been ordered for a long time, and it seemed that they had encountered a real rich man. He told the guest that he would immediately inform the kitchen to prepare his dishes first. But Sai asked that mice were so cute, why should they be eaten? Yun suddenly asked the teacher, why don't they wait for the opening of the medicinal valley right on Buffalo Pepper? Lin replied that he didn't understand that. Since the Medicine Valley was opening and everything was going to be wild, they should certainly experience the atmosphere for themselves. Who knows, maybe something interesting would happen. Yuyan was surprised and said that their teacher was always so far-sighted, and now his student admires him. But suddenly Xiao said that they should be quieter, because someone was discussing them. Lin replied that it was normal, he had many fans, and asked him to let him listen to what they were saying about him, what epic stories they were telling. Using his hearing, he heard someone say that trouble. He had recently met that damn Lin, that same scumbag. All his efforts for half a lifetime collected, he just took away. And the second one also said that the same thing happened to him. Not only that, but also 6 level 7 artifacts, 30 amulets, 5 earth elixirs. All of this was taken by that bastard Lin. Yunya couldn't stand it and started shouting that these people were talking absolute nonsense and slandering the teacher. And Xiao just laughed at that moment and realized that Lin had also once been an object of contempt. And this is the opinion of the people. Lin thought about it and told the disciple not to be impulsive. Obviously, someone was impersonating him, and it seemed like these people had also become victims. And if Xiao wanted to laugh, then let him laugh. There was no need to worry. Yun immediately stood up and said that they were just pathetic worms. Let the teacher just say a word, he will immediately get down to business. He will not leave a single one alive. Lin told him that it was too exaggerated. Listening to the voices, they heard that the rumors said that the red one had incredible beauty and a unique cold aura. But when he saw her with his own eyes, he realized that the reality was very different from the stories. She smelled strongly of wind and dust, as if she was from some brothel. The guy was told that he was right, and judging by his many years of experience in places of fun, the red one is, at most, a mid-level product. He does not understand why outsiders praise it so much. Indeed, rumors are one thing, and the eyes are quite another. The next person told them that their assessments were already quite objective. When he first saw the red one, he almost slobbered on his lips. The scene was so amazing that he just wanted to go up and take everything into his own hands. Suddenly, Xiao noticed something and asked Yuyan what he was looking at. The guy replied that he actually had sand in his eyes, so he shouldn't think anything bad. Lin told Xiao to be more generous. Besides, they were discussing a fake, and a woman at that. He wasn't a woman, was he? Why worry so much as a man? Zhix tried to say something, but Lin told him that he seemed to have finally accepted this name of Red. Otherwise, why react so strongly? Shai replied that he didn't mean that. Suddenly, the waiter came in and said that their dishes were ready and he would serve them now. Seeing the food, she said it smelled delicious. The waiter wished them a pleasant appetite, and if they needed anything, just call. Lin told the boys to start eating already, because the lie would be revealed sooner or later. As the waiter left, he said that these guests were somehow familiar to him. At that moment, Meow asked her uncle if he heard that everyone here was cursing Lin and his company. According to her, this was the true opinion of the people. Fan replied to Milady that they were just talking empty talk. Powerful individuals like them would not be moved by rumors and gossip at all. Even if the whole world cursed them, what of it? Meow asked Uncle why he always defended that idiot. Fan replied that he would not say anything more, and that they should eat. The food here was no worse than in their questioning teaching. As she was leaving, she said that it was very delicious and she ate to death. Suddenly, Meow asked her uncle what he was looking at when Lin and his team were passing by. Fan replied that he felt that the strength of these people was unimaginably great, especially the one who led them. It gave him some inner feeling of helplessness. Meow took a closer look and said, "This can't be. Is it a virtuoso again? They just encountered an immortal, and now another one?" Fan replied that it was true, because at this time the portal was opening, and many strong cultivators were probably flocking to this inn, and my lady knew that they were far from home, and it was better to be careful. That same evening, creatures appeared in front of the inn, and the warrior asked the respected priest if he was sure he wanted to act right now. The priest replied, "In order to weaken humanity's resistance, the plan of great destruction will begin from this hotel tonight." The priest immediately ordered the servants to act immediately and began preparing for the attack. The priest gave the go-ahead for the attack and shouted that it was all for the sake of the holy war. Opening the door, they all rushed into the hotel in a flash. The priest told everyone, after they entered inside, to gather and be on guard 100,000%. Let them cover the entire hotel immediately, and under no circumstances allow even the slightest mistake. If someone misses, it will ruin the whole plan. And their evil snake clan had destroyed countless strong people on the front lines with just this move. All human cultivators below that level would be swallowed up by endless nightmares and never wake up. And when the array is completed, even if the great Luo Zhenxian comes, he will not be able to destroy it, and humanity will fall into eternal sleep. The Reaper and his team simply took control of the entire hotel and released a poison that knocked everyone out cold. The priest began to say that once the formation was completed, even if the great immortal Luo came, he would still not be able to destroy it. But the boys still didn't feel anything and slept in their chambers like the dead. Soon after, the human race fell into eternal sleep, and the illusory world of the great disaster was outside of time. But on this day, the world of Kunlun suffered greatly after the sacred battle. The war between humanity and monsters continued. The elder, seeing that humanity was dying out, began to pray and say that the heavens wanted its destruction. But suddenly everything changed, and the monsters' heads began to simply fly off in different directions. Everyone started asking who this mighty warrior was. A guy appeared from behind the dark clouds holding a fiery sword and answered that it was him. Everyone started shouting that it was him, the sword god Li Wuji, and he was the strongest sword master of the Kunlun world, the greatest Dao Blade master in history, and now they were definitely saved. Li showed his might and said that anyone who encroaches on their Kunlun will definitely be destroyed. Li immediately began to destroy the monsters. Only the screams of the enemies and the pain in their eyes were heard. After this, Li stood on the huge mountain and shouted that he would always protect the Kunlun world. The warriors were so happy with their victory that they began to shout that Li was their great hero, and they would always be loyal to him. But the boys found themselves in an illusory world in which there were only them, and they were in the main hall of the temple of the cult of fire worship. She said that he who occupied this throne declares that the era of the reign of the cult of fire worship has arrived, and the power of the supreme teacher is limitless. But it was said that the sacred fire burns the sky. Worship of fire is the highest honor, and endless torments and troubles, only fire shines forever. Shakshi was also in an illusory world, but her world was different from the others, because in her world she was just lying down and enjoying sweets. That same evening, Lin went out onto the balcony and said that he thought his fame would spread throughout all the provinces of the eastern region, but it turned out that his name had become a disgrace. And now he understands that morals are indeed deteriorating, and people are not what they used to be. It turns out that he hasn't visited for so long that he should sign now. Is it still possible to make the signature he missed? He asked. The system, hearing his question, replied that of course it was possible, and now it would begin issuing rewards for the missed signatures. Lin was surprised when he saw the reward and asked what class it was. The system replied that no, it had no level or class. The flute's power was entirely dependent on the owner's skill in playing it and his own strength. Lin said that he remembered that his flute-playing skills had already reached their peak, so now was the time to play a melody to relieve inner tension. Lin wasn't even afraid to try to play it, and immediately produced one calm melody, which spread throughout the city. But one of the Hydras heard it and asked what the sound was, but he immediately began to dance and said that the music was beautiful and that it reminded him of his childhood in the tribe. Another monster saw this and asked him what he was doing. Let him keep the giant illusionary formation in order. Suddenly, all the monsters stopped what they were doing and started dancing to Lin's music. The Hydra did not understand how this was happening and asked who was interfering in their affairs. Let this priest show himself immediately. But Hydra also couldn't resist listening to such music, and approaching the others, began to show dance moves. Elder D also woke up and said that he had just fallen into a trap. After all, he had not fallen asleep for several tens of thousands of years, so who had dragged him into such a fascinating dream? Dead burst into his assistant's room and shouted for her to wake up quickly. Meow was sitting on her bed with her eyes closed at the time. Day approached her and touched her head using his technique to wake her up. Meow immediately opened her eyes after that and asked her uncle what he was doing here. Dee immediately told her that they had been tricked, Meow asked in surprise. Were they trapped? And she felt that she did not want to wake up, and the deeper she sank, the more tired her spirit became. Dee said immediately that if he was not mistaken, the enemy had set up a giant illusory formation. This was one of the ancient and sinister formations that were legendary. She can make a person fall asleep without noticing it either in spirit or soul, and die quietly in his sleep without giving any signs. Meow replied that this was a very evil plan. But what was driving them? Was it really for the sake of murder and robbery? D replied that the Valley of the King of Medicines would open sooner. The situation was changing rapidly. Anything could happen. And just now the melody of the flute was heard. And now for some reason everything was quiet. And now let her not run away. He would first go out and see what was happening outside. Flying out through the window, it is said that these are creatures from the border abyss. This is a legendary race of evil snakes. The snakes immediately turned to the great priest. The priest said that although they were interrupted, most human cultists would choose to continue sleeping for the beauty of sleep. But if they intervened in time, there was still a chance to save them. But Dee did not want to leave it like that, and going down, said that the evil spirits from the border abyss dared to attack their human race. The priest understood and said that there was nothing wrong with that. After all, the army of the border abyss would definitely sweep away the eastern region, so killing them, the cultists, in advance is not too much. Dee replied that it was very impudent, and this is their human territory. The priest said that they were both cultists of great perfection, and that there were more than 10 experienced masters of combining bodies behind him. How was he going to fight them? But then Yuyan ran out and asked, "Who is he?" "It's them again, the creatures from the border abyss. Last time they killed several tens of thousands of snakes, and now their hands are itching again." Xiao also said that who are these dirty and vile creatures trying to vilely kill him? The priest looked and asked, "Are these the two cultists of great perfection again?" Day immediately felt a strong pressure, and it was not at all like the aura of a great perfection cultist. But most importantly, where did this strange familiarity come from? The serpent asked the priest what they should do. The enemy had 3 cultists of great perfection. The priest told him not to panic and to redirect all their power to him immediately. The priest began to receive a flow of energy and said that with the power of his bone of darkness, there would be an instant disappearance without a trace. Yuyan saw this and said that things were bad. They were going to run away, but Dee didn't want to leave them and shouted at them not to hope for that. But the priest told them it was useless. This staff is a sacred artifact that was once given to him by the chief of their clan. Even cultists of the 3 trials fracture level can hardly hold it. Yuan saw them slowly disappearing and said that this flute melody somehow made him feel an irresistible urge to dance. Xiu also thought for a moment and couldn't understand where such a melody was coming from. The priest also began to lose himself because again this damned sound of the flute was confusing him. They all started dancing together, so much so that he even put his staff aside and asked people to stop doing this. Xiu also didn't know what he was doing and didn't understand how this was happening, Yuyan asked. Was he provoking them? But Day looked out the window of the room and replied that it was all because of that flute. It was the sound of that flute that woke him up back then. As expected, this inn is full of hidden masters. Suddenly Meow came out and asked who was playing the flute. And such a pleasant melody. Walking into another room, he saw Lin, who could not stop and continued to play his melody. When she saw him, she blushed deeply and told him that she apologized for disturbing him because she really wanted to address him. Lin immediately thought, could it be that his identity was revealed? Could it be that his fan had finally come with mad admiration? Lin grabbed her hand and said that since his identity was revealed, he would no longer pretend and let her have his precious signature. Meow was so surprised that she even started screaming in fear. Lin told her to tell him where he wanted him to sign. Meow blushed deeply at the moment and thought, what's wrong with this guy? And why did he drag her into his room for no reason and still strangely insist on her getting his autograph? What should she do now? Meow asked the master to let her go. He was wrong. She didn't want his autograph at all. Lin didn't understand either and asked her what she meant. Didn't she want his autograph? Then why was she standing at the door of his room? Meow introduced herself and said that she had just been attracted by the sound of his flute, so she stopped at the door of his room. She did not expect to disturb him while he was playing, so she really doesn't know him, and she didn't want his autograph at all. And maybe she can find out his name? Is he famous in the entire eastern region, and she, just a girl, just doesn't know? Lin replied that he understood everything, and he was too intrusive. And he is from a desert area. As for fame, he thinks it is quite good. Meow was surprised that the guy was from the desert area. Lin replied that everything was like that and asked, what's wrong with that? Meow replied that she actually had a rather bad opinion of the desert region before. The elders said that this was a backward and poor land. the most unremarkable region of the Eastern Dimension, where hardly a single Huasheng master could appear. But now with the appearance of Xuantianzong, her understanding of the desert region had changed dramatically. She suddenly realized that this place was greatly underestimated. Lin asked, so now her impression of the desert area had improved? Miao replied, no, even worse. The peak lord Piao Miao of Xuantianzong uses his high strength to do all sorts of evil. Recently, he and his disciples have been robbing the Tao masters in Wuzhou. Even she and Uncle Fan have become his victims. The great virtual immortal of the three trials breakthrough level. Yet he behaves so lowly and despicably, a real disgrace to the Eastern Dimension and the cultivation world. Lin started laughing and couldn't even stop. Lin turned to her and said that he thought there was definitely some misunderstanding. In their desert land, Ye Junlin was the only perfect man of his kind. Not only is he strong and has an impeccable character, but he also has such a perfect face without a single flaw that even he, a man, almost fell in love. Such an outstanding man could not have committed such vile deeds. It is simply impossible. It cannot be. Miao asked the master. There is no one else here. He can talk to her frankly. There is no need to worry that his words will leak out and cause the revenge of the white-haired old devil. Lin told the girl that she had a very rich imagination. Miao replied that Ye Junlin was cruelly oppressing the people of the desert region, forcing him to say things that were contrary to the truth. In fact, the fear of the white-haired old devil is in his blood, and he probably lives a very hard life. And don't be afraid, justice will defeat evil sooner or later. She will train hard, become stronger, and then take the life of the white-haired old devil and free the suffering inhabitants of the desert region. Miao asked the master what the expression on his face was. Was she wrong? Lin replied that she was, and let her hold out because he believes in her very much. But she needs to defeat Ye Junling and save the desert region. Miao told the master not to worry, she could handle it. She felt Uncle Fan standing outside the door. When she went outside, she told her uncle that she was here. He asked her why she ran here. Wasn't he asking her to stay quietly in the room? Miao replied that earlier she heard someone playing the flute. The melody was very pleasant, so she followed its source and ended up here. Dee asked, what does she mean, that she found the one who played the flute? Miao called Ling and replied that he was the one who played the flute. Dee told the master that he admired his abilities. Lin responded with gratitude and said that it was just one of his signature moves. But then the boys ran up and turned to the teacher. Lin immediately confronted him so that he would not reveal himself, but simply call him Brother Ye. Shou told Brother Ye that the problems outside had already been resolved. Miao immediately noticed him and saw that she was as beautiful as a fairy herself. She asked, who are these two? Lin replied that the one in red was Xiao, and the one with the knife was Yuyang. Xiao immediately wondered who the teacher was up to again. Why call him such disgusting names? Yuyang also introduced himself, but Miao noticed Xiao at that moment, but she didn't like his name. Miao said that she was glad to meet both of them, then she would not detain them. Yuyang didn't understand at first and turned to the teacher. Lin said that he thought so. These fakes will do something else. It would be better not to spread any information in the coming days, so as not to scare off the enemy. Yuyang immediately told the teacher that he was wise. Shou saw that this guy was also sucking up, like that little white mouse. And anyway, why should he be called Wang Chuihua? Day was saying at this time that Mr. Ye was really impressive. Although he didn't appear in person tonight, he was able to use the sound of the flute to restrain the enemy, resolve this crisis, and easily control those creatures from the dead abysses. Miao asked, is it really that impressive? Deg replied that both of these people were strong, but they both revered him. And for some reason, when they got together, he got a strange feeling of familiarity. In general, these people radiated something unusual. They had better be careful. And let Miao go to rest quickly. The Valley of the King of Herbs will open soon. The girl did not argue and replied that she would go right away. That same evening, a huge stream of fiery energy flared up behind the mountains, and all the people immediately came out to look at the beauty. People started shouting that the Valley of the King of Herbs had opened. But of course it's strange. The opening time doesn't match what the rumors predicted. This time it opened so suddenly. Dai took his niece and said that they were leaving. At that moment, Lin came out and thanked Shi for her tiramisu, which was very delicious. She replied that she was glad that the teacher was happy. The mouse could make tiramisu for the teacher every day. Lin said that he didn't even expect the Valley of the King of Herbs to open so soon. Then it's time to go. People who wanted to enter the forest, one of them said that he already felt that there were countless heavenly materials and precious treasures waiting for him inside. And if he can obtain one first-class, precious medicinal herb, he will have a chance to break through from the fusion level to the great perfection. Become a respected master, live for 50,000 years, and roam the world freely. And not enough. A first-class, precious herb? There's probably even a king herb. If you can get one king herb, it'll be more than enough to break through the heavenly trial. Meow asked Uncle, "What is the king of herbs?" De replied that medicinal herbs are also divided into different levels: spiritual herbs, precious herbs, and the great king of herbs and immortal herbs. And within each category, there is a division from the lowest to the highest quality. In the cultivation world, the main thing is spiritual herbs. If the herb reaches the level of precious, large auctions are held, attracting the struggle of various forces. If someone simply puts up one such herb, he can literally be destroyed. And the king of herbs is even more rare. In the past few thousand years, the king of herbs has been little heard of in the eastern region. This rare herb is so valuable that even masters who pass the test of heaven are willing to fight fiercely for it. Meow said that the competition is so fierce. But can the Herb King Valley accommodate so many people at once? Dee replied that the Valley of the Herb King did indeed have restrictions on the number of participants and the time of stay. In addition, if something life-threatening happens to the cultivator, it will be automatically thrown out of the valley by the protective array. And overall, the protection created by the Grass Lord in those years was truly well thought out. They, the descendants, can only thank fate for having the opportunity to enjoy his blessing, which cannot be repaid. And he didn't expect that the master of the lit lamp from the hanging monastery himself had arrived, because he was also a powerful cultivator. And it looks like this time the competition will be really tough. And when they go inside, she should not act arbitrarily under any circumstances. She should be next to him at all times. The monks said that this time, with Master Zheng Dung at the helm, they would definitely be able to bring back enough rare medicinal herbs. Another monk also said that 10,000 years ago, Master Zheng Dung entered the Yanwang Valley alone and received a great blessing there, after which his strength increased significantly. The monk understood that the Yanwang Valley was far from being as simple as it seemed at first glance. The secrets and mysteries hidden there were beyond his imagination. Even he, at one time, almost broke down, almost losing his Taoist determination. The monk, after that incident, began to cultivate even more diligently. Realizing his shame, he turned it into strength for further growth. After many years, he made up for all his weaknesses, and his strength increased rapidly. And even if he encounters those small creatures from the Valley of the King of Medicine again, he will surely be able to easily deal with them, and perhaps even suppress them completely. Suddenly, the boys also reached the place, and Yu Yan told the teacher that here is the Valley of the King of Medicines. They say that in this valley, a huge amount of heavenly materials and rare precious herbs are planted, which are extremely difficult to get from the outside. But here they are full. Xiao also looked and said that he even became interested. Lin also supported his words. Lin knew that although the medicinal herbs inside were described as something amazing, they still could not surpass the reward that Tongzi had given him. And since they had come here, maybe there would be some interesting things inside. Who knows? Suddenly a flame ignited and penetrated into the sky, and slowly a portal began to open. All the people were happy that it finally opened, and quickly let everyone go inside. Dee told Miss that it was time for them to go, and let the rest stay to cover, the rest will go inside with him. Lin looked and said, "This is what the interior of the Herb King Valley looks like. It's really magnificent." But Xiao felt the power and asked, "What's going on?" His level had dropped back to the 9th level of Qigong. Yu Yang also said that he also has the same feelings. But Ling wondered, why has his strength not changed? And it seems that Lingji's limitations cannot surpass Tongzi's strength. But he also pretends that he has the 9th level of Qi, because pretending to be a simpleton in order to then hit is his signature skill. Lin suddenly said, "It seems that this Yao Zong has suppressed everyone's cultivation level to the same level. In this way, not only can the competition be fair, but also the destruction of the Medicine King Valley due to too high cultivation can be avoided. Indeed, a well-thought-out plan." But Yuyan replied that he was sorry that the level suppression was too strong. His beloved Sword of Darkness was also useless. He would have to make do with this old kitchen knife. Lin asked the guy if he still had such an ordinary magical artifact. Yu Yang replied that although the knife was old, it was the first blade he had used to enter the path of cultivation. It had accompanied him from the very beginning when he was still weak. He did not expect that now they would have the chance to fight side by side again. Suddenly the system popped up and said that the arrival of the carrier in the Valley of the King of Medicines was detected. And can it perform the registration? Lin was delighted and replied that the registration was complete. The system said that it congratulated the owner. He received a large jug of first-class insight tea. In his free time, he can brew and enjoy. Lin was offended and asked, "What kind of a lame reward is this?" He clearly said that he doesn't need cultivation. So be it. At least it will quench his thirst. Xiao immediately saw that this person surnamed Yi felt regret for losing his cultivation. If they were at the same level, he would find a moment to use all his strength and the teacher would definitely not be able to resist. And then he needs to get ready for his sophisticated tortures. And immediately imagined how he himself beats his teacher with a whip. Suddenly, Yu Yang said that he heard that if there was a fight between cultivators in the Medicine King Valley, and there was a threat to their lives, they would be automatically teleported outside. So they had nothing to worry about. They just had to go all out. Shou got angry and thought, what kind of stupid rule is this? If they fail to kill the one with the surname Yi, then after they leave, they will definitely face revenge and humiliation. Lin pointed out that this guy was probably going to use cultivation suppression again to take revenge. Of course, it was a pity. I really wanted to see his expression when he found out that his level had remained the same. Suddenly, she told the teacher to look at these medicinal herbs that have consciousness. They are moving. Yuyan rejoiced and shouted that the heavens favored him. So many medicinal herbs came to him right at the door. Shou also shouted at him not to relax. These medicinal herbs have gained intelligence and their level is at the 9th level of Qi. Immediately before them appeared a 3-leaf clover, whose medicinal raw material is a precious medicine. Clover turned to his comrades and said that the elder Yao Zong had sent them toys again. Now they could catch these people and torture them cruelly like before. The couchgrass replied that he would strip them of all their clothes and make them crawl and run around the valley like dogs. Yuyan got angry when he heard these words and asked, "Since when do even medicinal herbs behave so brazenly?" Xiao immediately replied that he didn't understand what death was at all, and used his fire attack against them. But after looking closely, Shou was surprised. After all, he used 40% of the power, and it still didn't burn out. If it was outside the Medicine King Valley, this blow would be enough to defeat a cultivator of the same level. Grass saw him and said that this was a slutty woman. How dare she attack him? And now he would take off all her clothes, hang her on a tree, and beat her up good and hard. Shut didn't like it and told the grass that he was looking for death, and he used the red soul of the fire demon. Grass called Xiao a snitch because she is trying to attack him again, and now he will definitely not spare him. Grass saw that he was about to lose and asked the others what they were worth. Let them come and help him immediately. That damned woman would burn him alive now. The herbs, hearing the order of the chief, immediately used water to extinguish the fire attack. Shou felt tense and thought, how is this possible? With his technique and the support of the heavenly level spiritual root, even Juji stage cultivators are no match for him. Yet he can't burn those damn medicinal herbs at just the Qi stage. Yuyan came from behind and shouted to his brother that he was coming to help, and he began to attack the enemies with his knives. Shaki now understood what the Valley of Life of Medicines is, where herbs reign, and it's even interesting. Lin knew that given Hong and Li's talent, they should easily defeat not only their equals, but even those who were one step higher. However, now they were fighting equally strong herbs on equal terms. These herbs are definitely not simple. There is something fishy here, and he suddenly realized. These herbs can display such a strong force thanks to the support of the local formation. It is all because of what Yao Zong created. But he doesn't know what his goal is? Why did he do this? If it weren't for the power of Hong and the others, they would have been defeated by these herbs long ago. He thought that the level suppression was done for the sake of justice, but in reality, it was specifically to strengthen the herbs and restrain human cultivators. Yao Zong was clearly just covering for his children, and this is not the first time that the Valley of the King of Medicine has been revealed. Previous participants have not revealed the truth about the valley at all, as if they themselves were soaked in the rain, but at the same time want to tear other people's umbrellas. But if he wants to cover his own, then he won't lag behind either. Lin immediately waved his finger and opened the shell. And now he will see without the support of the formation. Can they, the herbs, still be so arrogant? At this moment, Zhao and Yu Yang also broke through and said that the herbs could no longer withstand it, and it was time to burn them to the ground. The grass started to burn, and he asked, "What's going on? Why can't they stand it all of a sudden?" Grass began to give in and asked his sister to stop burning. They were a little mistaken, but Xiao replied that he should die in front of him. And don't even think about running away from him today. They will all be burned to ashes. And Yuyan began to cut the grass with a knife and asked his brother to spare them. After all, they have already lost all power of resistance. It is better to let him collect them because they are first-class medicinal herbs. Suddenly, Lin came up to them and said that it was not bad, and they were finally finished. And let little Yu Yan collect everything because they could make soup out of it. Yuyan told the teacher that he would do it right away. She also helped him and suddenly said that the grass was still moving. Suddenly, a beam passed by them, which immediately flew into the sky and showed an axe above them. Shai was frightened at this moment and said that she almost died from fright. Lin asked, "What is this? Is this a distress signal from the axe gang?" Xiao replied that even if more henchmen came, he would burn them all to ashes. Lin asked him, "Is he getting cocky again?" Just now, without little Yu Yan's help, he was all sweaty. Didn't they notice something strange? Yu Yang replied that they noticed. This is not the strength that medicinal herbs can show. If things continue like this, those who appear later will become increasingly stronger. Most of the cultivators entering the Medicine King Valley. She say that this Yao suppresses people but enhances herbs. Such a double standard. He thought he was a saint to people, but in reality he did this. And he arranged for the valley to open once every 100,000 years, so that the world would think how generous and magnanimous he was. Yu Yang started shouting that this couldn't be. Rumors say that Yao is a kind-hearted and skilled healer, a great master of the eastern region. He thinks that he hardly set a trap, but simply cares about the medicinal herbs, so he gives them special benefits here. She said that if he really cared about herbs, then why open the Valley of the King of Medicine? It would be easier to close it forever, instead of all this show. Lin reassured them and said that they would go step by step. Now I wonder what this Yao really had in mind. At this time, the leader of the Axe Gang, Golden Root Ginseng, said, "Who just sent out a distress signal? Who dared to contact his Axe Gang?" The tree replied that he was reporting that he had not yet been able to ascertain. Perhaps this was another group of forces that lived in the Valley of the King of Medicine? But Petrushka said that it was unlikely that they had coexisted peacefully for so many years. Who would dare to attack their gang of axes? Root asked in surprise, could these really be those people? After all, today is the opening of the Valley of the King of Medicine? But List replied that it was impossible. People so weak, how could they pose a threat to their noble nation of healers? The Axe King stood up and ordered everyone to be quiet, and taking his axe in his hands, he said that the Valley of the Medicine King had opened again after many years, and he would personally see who was brave enough to attack the Axe Gang. At this time, not far from the entrance to the Valley of the Medicine King, a team of players was captured by plants. They asked them to stop, but some asked for help from other teams. But the other team was running away from them, and someone asked why these medicinal herbs were so strong. He, as the outstanding talent of their cult, couldn't defeat even one herb. But the others were shouting that they had to run. The Valley of the King of Medicine was a hoax, a huge hoax. These senior masters were hiding the truth and deceiving them with wicked intentions. But deep inside the Valley of the Medicine King, there was a battle with huge plants, and the old man fought them alone. The old man understood that the last time the level was suppressed, all the weaknesses were revealed, and he was brutally trampled by this gang. Now everything is different. It is time to take revenge and wash away the shame. But the monk, having collected the plants, told Master John Deng that he was really strong. These creatures were no match for him, and he thought that this time they would return with their hands full of prey. The second monk also said that those noble relatives of the emperor and the great masters of their sects on the road had just been suppressed by those medicinal herbs and turned into slaves. But they were completely different. they could actually raise their heads proudly. The old man turned around and said that it was very good that they had joined. Otherwise, he would have had to look for them himself. But the monster answered the old man, "How dare he attack their noble people of healers? He is a damned old bald donkey. What did he rebel against them?" But the old man, seeing them, did not communicate with them and used his monastic attack against them. Beetle told the boys not to get distracted and to concentrate on the attack. In this valley of the King of Medicine, they are in charge here. This old bald donkey won't hold out. But suddenly the monk saw a huge blue circle in front of him and immediately decided to use his defense. The tree saw this and said that they had finally broken his shield, and he gave the order to the others to kill him. The old man asked them if they thought they had successfully broken through his defenses. It was even funny. To deal with them, he traveled through famous mountains and rivers over these long years, using all possible methods. He spent a huge amount of resources and trained diligently in the art of improving the body, eliminating his weaknesses. As of today, his diamond invincible body has already reached the most perfect stage, and there is only one step left before the legendary transformation. And even if his level is suppressed, so what? As long as he has Diamond's body, they can't do anything to him. He would like to see what else in this Valley of the King of Medicines could pose a threat to him. After the battle, the old man told his warriors to put away these medicinal herbs. They were preparing to move forward. Day was also in the forest with Meow and said that because the girl had the body of the heavenly stars, even under the suppression of the level, she could explode with powerful force. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hold back the encirclement of these medicinal herbs. But where did they get such strength? Could it be the work of Yao Kun himself? Meow replied that she had previously thought that old man Yao King was a kind man, but now the wicked and evil old man sees it. Dust said that they had only just entered the Valley of the King of Medicines. Who knew if something even more sinister was waiting for them in the depths? Now he even began to hope that the Medicine King Valley would quickly close and teleport them away from here. Otherwise, being humiliated by these herbs would simply be a blow to their Tao hearts. By this time, the monster grass had just reached them and was slowly descending towards Meow. But distracting her, she attacked her from below and sucked on her leg. But Meow immediately used a beam attack. But the attack backfired and the beam passed completely through her body. Dai, seeing that she was in danger, decided to save her and attack the monster with his attack, shouting for him to let her go. But his attack didn't work, and the monster attacked the old man with its branches. He was surprised that he couldn't handle it and asked, "Is this really a ninefold thundervine?" The middle rank of the Medicine King, Meow, also screamed at the tree to let her go, and even asked Uncle D to save her. D just started attacking the tree with her attacks. But the tree just laughed and said that he was just having a great time. D told Miss to forgive Uncle. He is useless. This mid-rank Medicine King is equal in strength to the middle of Juji stage, and his cultivation is at the Lianqi level. He really can't help. Meow began to cry and replied that it was okay. He had already done everything he could. D turned to the King of Medicine and asked him to be merciful and spare them, or let this child go, and he was willing to suffer in her place. The tree replied that he had waited for them with such difficulty, and they thought that he would let them go. They were people, so naive. Let them look at this woman. She seemed to enjoy it when he shocked her. He immediately ran a current through her and saw her start screaming in pain. But they got even more angry. Suddenly, people came up to them and hearing her screams asked what kind of game it was. Lin answered that it was a tentacle game and how shameful it looked. He saw them and said that these were friends and followers, and he asked them to come to his aid. After the deed was done, the Society of Explorers of the Path would definitely repay them for their kindness. Xiao looked and said that it was a ninefold thundervine. Yang was also surprised and said that it was a real king of mid-rank medicine. Lin looked and said to Miss Meow that they had a destiny together. How could he stay away? And immediately ordered Xiao and Yu Yang to solve this matter. Yu Yang said he'll go first, and let Xiao stand behind him and cover him just in case. Xiao answered his brother that he would go to help him now. The tree was happy and said that they had brought him a new toy, but Xiao replied that when they roasted him on the fire, they would see if he could still smile then. Xiao and Yu Yan set about destroying it and attacked from different sides. But the tree said that they were cursed people, and how dare they harm the master. And suddenly the tree used the demon's ice flame, but decided to let the girl go and start fighting at full strength. Dai caught her and said that they would retreat first to keep themselves safe, and let them deal with the Medicine King. Miao replied that although they were all at the ninth level of Lianqi, she had a star immortal body, but she was completely unable to resist the Medicine King, while they could fight with dignity and even exchange blows. Miao asked her uncle if he and her father were deceiving her. She was not as brilliant as they told her. Dee replied that it wasn't that she had weak strength. It was just that the world was so big, and there was always someone stronger. He didn't know where they came from with such power, though. He couldn't have not heard of them. Miao said that Mr. Ye told her that they came from Wilzhou. Yidi understood and could not believe it. The tree said that he was the master and was going to take them and shock them real hard. And he was going to shock them so hard that they wouldn't be able to breathe. The boys found themselves a little trapped and surrounded by the current of this monster. Michao said that things were bad and even they couldn't handle it. Lin also noticed that they were at the limit of their capabilities again, and it was time to help them a little. Sai also started screaming that her brothers were in danger and she would go save them. She didn't waste time and just jumped on the monster. Lin was surprised, and it was rare to see she want to fight herself. And maybe now they would see her true fighting potential. Yuyan said that they had underestimated the advantage of the Medicine King in this place anyway. It was very difficult for them to deal him a fatal blow. This is even more humiliating than when Mr. Ye bullied him. At least he had luck, and now even some insignificant blade of grass decided to force him to his knees. Seeing the mouse, Xiao thought, "Why is she coming here?" He shouted to her that it is dangerous here and to leave immediately. The tree saw her and asked that such a small thing as she also dared to get into a fight. Or did she think that he would be kind to him? But C was not afraid of the monster at all, and grabbing him by the root, told him not to dare underestimate her. But she used her solar energy and instantly tore apart the root of the King of Medicine. Shai immediately shouted at him not to dare bully her older brother and younger brother at school. The king was in great pain after her attack. Ji continued to enter further and told the elder brother and the younger brother that she had come to save them. Xiao was surprised and asked, "Is this a fake? Does this stupid mouse that always follows others and only messes around with food also have such power?" Yuyan also told the white elder sister that it turned out she was so strong. Dee was also shocked and said that it turns out that this inconspicuous little guy is even stronger than the two of them. Lin was convinced that this power of the first celestial body in all worlds was truly something extraordinary. At the moment of the battle, Xiao said that as long as this rodent created a chance for them, they could destroy it once and for all. Xiao went further and used the red flame of the soul demon, and slowly began to burn the king. Having defeated the king, Sai was overjoyed and shouted that they had won, and she asked her elder brother if he would praise her. Xiao turned around and replied that she hadn't shown up for a long time and still wanted to brag to him. He was no longer her servant. She was offended and asked, did she do something wrong? Yuyan asked his elder brother if he thought that without her, they would definitely have died here, and told the white elder sister that she was simply magnificent. Xiao replied that indeed it was. Today she made everyone look at her in a new way. She said that it was nothing special, she just wanted to help. Miao came up to them and said that she was grateful to them who came to help. Yuyan replied to the girl that there was no need for gratitude, it was just a matter of honor. But she immediately covered her face and said that there were strangers here when she left. Miao asked why this little sister was so shy. She saw her as very strong before. She sincerely admires her. She shouldn't worry about her appearance. She's very sweet. She showed up and asked her if it was true, and asked the master too if he heard. This elder sister admires her very much, and she doesn't even care what she looks like. Dai immediately looked at their mentor, and it seems like his guesses are becoming more and more accurate. Lin told the mouse that she had become very proud. She was delighted and even blushed a little. Miao approached Lin and asked if he was the teacher of this little girl. Lin replied that yes, she was the one he had raised with great difficulty, putting a lot of effort and care into it. Xiao thought at this moment, how dare his teacher say such a thing? Did he raise her and raise her cooking skills? She said that the mentor taught her a lot. He takes very good care of her. Miao understood everything now and looked at them frozen, but she wondered why these four together seemed familiar to her, as if she had seen them somewhere before. But Lin also realized that this girl looked difficult. Would she really suspect something? But the plants told the clan king that they had found people. The wave of battle that was recently, it was they who sent it. He saw them and said that there were so many treasure-level medicinal herbs there, but things were very bad. Xiao immediately thought about it, because he also felt an extremely strong and powerful energy in this group. The King of Herbs said that several people from the human race dared to disturb the order in their territory and even destroyed the small lay. She replied that this was indeed a good place, and high-grade medicinal herbs came one after another, and among them there was even such a high-quality king of medicine. The king said that people were also insolent, and how dare they attempt to assassinate him. Lin looked and told the others to also look at this axe, because this was the gang of axemen who had sent out a distress signal through medicinal herbs back then. Yu Yang immediately turned to the elder sister and said that this was even stronger than the previous one. And the white elder sister, can she still help them? Shai replied that she would do her best. The king immediately began to fight and ordered his herbs to capture them. Shai immediately stood in front of the king and told him that she was his enemy. The king began to laugh and asked, "Only she? Now not only people are encroaching on them, but even some mouse is underestimating him. It's just ridiculous." The king immediately launched several attacks from different directions, but she dealt with them and repelled them all. But after that, she got tired and said that she was so confused and wanted to throw up and she wouldn't fight anymore. The king told her that her level was too low to compete with his majesty and let the stinking rat die. The king simply raised his axe above her head and attacked, but she was frightened and even closed her eyes. But Lin did not allow him to do this and broke the axe into small pieces. Lin said that this ginseng was too self-confident, and it looked like he would have to brew some decoction to make him obedient. And he told the mouse not to think too much, and let her go and help them, and leave everything here to him. Shai was delighted and ran to help her brothers. Meow saw this and shouted that Yu Yan was going to interfere. De replied that he didn't know why. He couldn't understand how deep his power was. The king simply did not chat with them any further and attacked with his strong and powerful fists, while Lin simply stood still and waited for the right moment. Lin knew that if he interfered seriously, it would reveal his level of power. The plants were very scared after all this and said that it was impossible. And are people really that strong? This is the first time in so many years that we have encountered such a situation. Is the Valley of the King of Medicine really in for a great disaster? Yu Yang knew that it was not for nothing that Lin was their mentor. Even if his strength was suppressed just like theirs, his might would still remain beyond their reach. But Xiao also wondered, how is this possible? He feels that this ginseng root is completely suppressing his strength, but he feels that this guy has defeated him without even lifting a finger. But why, even though they are both at the 9th level of Qi, can he be so strong? And he still naively thought that he could suppress him, fighting on equal terms. And it seems that these were just empty dreams. The plants began to shout to everyone that their king was dead, and they needed to run away quickly. Yuyan asked them, why did they want to run away? After all, they were all first-class precious medicines. Let them stay a little longer. Lin approached Yuyan and said that he had done very well. Let him collect these precious medicines properly. Yuyan replied that he was grateful for the teacher's praise. It was all because he had subdued the king's ginseng, and the student had only taken advantage of his fame. The other teams also joined in and were already shouting that there were so many precious medicines on Earth. But who brought all of them down? Are there really elders in the Valley of the King of Medicine who are capable of such a thing, besides Master Burnt Lantern? And now there are several people ahead of them, and it looks like they did it. Suddenly the monk also approached his master and said that this ginseng was not ordinary at all. The master replied that it was a first-class king of medicines. The disciples in the group have already said that even the king of medicine is envied by those who are experiencing the ordeal of heavenly disaster, let alone a first-class king of medicine. If it were outside, those old monsters hiding in the eastern region would definitely intervene and try to take it away. But since they have the power to subjugate the king of medicine, who would dare to mess with them? The master also decided that since the first-class king of medicine had appeared and had not yet acknowledged the master, how could the hanging temple simply turn a blind eye to it? Yuyan saw this and immediately hit him with his attack, seeing that the old man tried to take it, and asked how he dared to take someone else's? But the old man turned to him and asked him if he didn't know that he was fighting the people from their hanging temple. She replied that they were a bunch of bald monks, immediately trying to take away their things and yet calling themselves followers of Buddha. In fact, they were just hypocritical bandits. The monk told him he was a scoundrel and a talker. Who could prove that they were the ones who defeated them? They just came first, that's all. The second monk also said that everything was correct, and advised him, the scattered cultists, not to behave impudently if he provoked the wrath of their hanging temple, then let them forget about gaining a foothold in the eastern region. Old monk told the boy that his words were too harsh. Yuyan called him an old bald monk and asked him if he was unhappy. Should they practice? The old man answered him that he was simply evil spirits. Who was he thinking he was being so impudent with? Let him know that this man was a real powerful master who had survived a celestial catastrophe, and he was worthy of being his rival. The other warriors were surprised and asked in surprise, a powerful master of heavenly catastrophe? Although he had already felt that this master was at a high level, he did not expect that he was a real ascendant immortal. There are many noble figures in the Medicine King Valley, but in front of the powerful heavenly disaster masters, they are like ants. Yu Yang asked in surprise, Master of Heavenly Disaster? But it doesn't matter that everything here is at the 9th level of Qi. Even if it comes out, he will still cut it. The old monk was not afraid of anything and said that the guy had a cheeky tone. And could he tell his name? Yuyan introduced himself and told them to all listen to his name and not dare to be so indignant anymore. The monks began to laugh at him and asked what kind of village name he had, what village he was from. And here he doesn't even have his own clan, but he already dares to challenge the master of heavenly catastrophe. The old man turned to the benefactor and said that he had too much anger, and now the old monk would enlighten him. Yu Yang was delighted and told him that it was great that he came, and to fight a powerful heavenly disaster master was truly a rare and valuable opportunity. Yu Yang simply tried his best to capture the old man's attack, and a huge explosion appeared that absorbed it. Yu Yang was happy during the battle and shouted for the old man to try again, and how exciting it was for him. The monk used defense against the guy's strong blows and simply stood there until he got tired of attacking. The disciple also said that he didn't expect that this Yu Yang was so strong and could resist the master for so long. And the master probably didn't show his full strength. After all, for an unknown like him, using his full power would sound really bad. The monk knew that he had trained hard for the sake of the Medicine King Valley for 100,000 years, and yet he couldn't defeat one younger generation, and now he had to use this technique. The monk simply waited for his moment and gathered all his energy to attack in one go. Yuyan didn't understand what it was at first and continued to strike. The monk shouted to the benefactor not to waste his strength in vain. Even if he chopped for 3 days and 3 nights, he still would not be able to overcome it. The monk chose his moment to attack in one go, and after delivering a fist blow, he shouted that the guy was evil. But Yu Yan wasn't even afraid, and managed to react with his sword strike during the monk's attack. Yuyan was a little surprised and saw that the attack was ineffective, and asked the old monk, is he a turtle offspring? The monk asked the boy why he was going through this torment. After all, they were not going to stay in the Valley of the King of Medicines forever. Students also asked, does he think that being equal to the master is cool? And let him stay here all his life if he wants. But if he leaves here, then he is a fool, simply doomed to death. Lin also approached them and said that he had taken this King of Medicines. If the people from their hanging temple came to take it away, it means they don't know the measure and they got what they deserved. The monk told him that the situation had changed since they had intervened. Besides, who said that what fell to the ground automatically became theirs? And he, like an old monk, believes that only what he takes into his hands truly belongs to him. Xiao at this moment attacked him from behind and shouted that the old bald monk was simply seeking his death. The monk asked him, does he also want to stop him? Stop resisting. This King of Medicine is his now. But suddenly a fire attack flew right next to Xiao's head. He didn't understand what it was. Lin attacked the old monk and asked him if he really thought that no one could punish him. The monk, seeing his face in front of him, felt that the strength in this guy's fist was frightening, and it even seemed to him that it exceeded the limitations of the Valley of the King of Medicines. Lin simply didn't stop there, and positioned his blow so that his fist simply pierced the old monk's chest. The blow was so strong and powerful that the monk was simply thrown into the depths of the forest. The monks asked, with such small tricks as his, he still dared to brag to the master of the burnt lantern? And here he just makes loud threats, but nothing on the matter. Let him try to attack their master again? Lin began to smile and asked the monk how he felt about that punch. He had been holding back all his strength with all his might so as not to kill him. Otherwise, the rumor would spread. The monk replied that the Buddha was merciful, and the benefactor was simply acting wisely, and now he was saying goodbye to him. The other monks asked, "Is it over yet?" After all, the winner had not yet been determined, and they turned to the master and asked, "Will they refuse these precious medicines?" But the elder monk simply turned around and looked at him with his crooked eye. Lin smiled and told the monk that he knew when to retreat. Suddenly on the way, the elder monk became so ill that he even began to spit blood. The warrior turned to the master and asked what was wrong with him. The senior monk replied that he was fine, just minor wounds. The elder monk thought, "Who is this celestial being? Even in the valley of the king of medicine, he has such power, and has the era of great turmoil really arrived? And even he, an old monk, can no longer keep up with this time? And when he gets out of here, he will certainly personally send them all to the next world." At this time, a meeting of the Medicine Kings was taking place at the headquarters of the Medicine King Valley. Jin Yinzi, the Medicine Queen, said that the human cultists are ravaging their Medicine King Valley. Even the Thunder King and Ginseng King have been defeated, and at stake is life and death for everyone. We must urgently decide whether to hide and wait until the valley closes itself, or to stand up and resist. The bloody jade flaming bone bamboo asked, "Why should they hide? This is their territory. Previously, all the human cultists who came here were enslaved by them. This time too, they can't retreat and can resist together." Red Jingji replied that everything was correct and that we must resist. They were the real masters. If they surrendered, they would never submit again. Han Ling Yu said that these human cultists this time are very strong, even with the strength of Medicine Kings. It is difficult to counterattack, and there is a risk of being suppressed. But Deerhorn replied that especially this silver-haired young man, he defeated the Ginseng King with one move. It's scary. But the Medicine King, Hisho Wu, asked if they could invite him to join the battle. He was once a terrifying force following the Medicine Lord. If he joined the battle, he would definitely crush the people. But the queen said that given his character, she was afraid he would refuse to help them. They knew he had his quirks. Deerhorn replied that now the Valley of the Medicine King was on the verge of destruction, and he, as the first heir of the Medicine Lord, would really allow them to be chopped up and boiled into soup. And he will do this to the Medicinal Lord and his brothers? Enough hesitation. Life and death are at stake. You have to go all in. After all the talk, they all went to the great king of mushrooms at once, and he is a first-class king of medicine. The queen approached the great king of mushrooms and bowed, and asked him to save the valley of the king of medicines. And they asked him to wake up. After all, the great king of mushrooms must wake up. Suddenly, the mushroom king woke up and began to emit a strange and powerful energy. The servants began to shout to the great king of mushrooms that he had woken up. But the king of mushrooms got scared and immediately hid behind a tree. The mushroom king said that they should not come near. If there is something to say, then let them say it from there. The queen replied that she was asking for forgiveness, and she saw that the great king of mushrooms had a rather sociophobic character. He was afraid of strangers, preferred solitude, and did not like to be disturbed. And they turned to the revered great king of mushrooms, and the human cultists exterminate their brothers in the valley of the king of medicines. Because if they don't start resisting, they will be completely destroyed. The valley needs his pile drivers and protection, and they beg him. The Mushroom King asked, "How is this possible? Aren't there any prohibitions imposed by the Medicine Lord so that humans cannot threaten them? Unless the opponent is the greatest genius of all time, so powerful that nothing like this has ever happened in history." Servants began to say that it was true. Many of their brothers had already fallen at their hands. Now only they could save them. He has the most powerful force and the highest status. If he speaks out, the people of medicine will definitely unite and fight back the invaders. The Mushroom King replied that no, he couldn't. He just wanted to stay here quietly. Besides, the Medicine King's Valley was only open for a limited time, and once the time was up, people would be sent away. Everyone had better hide for now. Root told the great king of mushrooms that he was oversimplifying things. These human cultists were actually hunting him. He was the oldest creature in the Valley of the Medicine King, and they would do anything to catch him. The Mushroom King got scared and asked, "Will so many people come to catch him?" Root replied that yes, they were ruthless and cruel. Once they caught him, They would torture and humiliate him together. They would even put him on display to be auctioned off, allowing even more people to see and touch him. The Mushroom King was very scared and asked him to stop. The Deerhorn told him that if he dealt with the most dangerous of the people, then they would deal with the rest. Root replied that yes, and by helping them, he was helping himself. When everything was decided, he would be able to continue sleeping peacefully, and no one would disturb him. The Mushroom King came out in front of everyone and said that he would only intervene against the strongest of the people, and they would deal with the rest. Suddenly, a voice began to be heard through the fog, thanking the King of Mushrooms, and he ordered the others to wait for him outside. Root said to everyone to look at him. Can he really suppress these people? It all seems somehow doubtful. But the Queen told him not to underestimate the great King of Mushrooms. He is the supreme king of gold pill level medicines. He can easily deal with these ordinary people. But deep in the forest, the group met with monks and turned to the monks saying that he was the oldest elder of the cult of the setting sun. And when they leave the valley, will it be possible to buy some rare medicines from him? The monk told him not to worry. The price will definitely suit them. But for him, this meeting is a sign of destiny. Their Buddha helps only those who are destined. So, Blessed One, his wish will definitely come true. The chief thanked the master and said that he needed dragon blood, and he needed a lightning tree. Let him set any price. The monk replied that it was blessed. The elder would certainly help them, his companions, to fulfill their wishes. But suddenly a team of plants was approaching them. The student immediately turned to the monk and said that the enemy was advancing. The monk started shouting that this was great. He was just worried that he wouldn't find them, but they came to him themselves. But Deerhorn, attacking, shouted to the old bald monk not to rejoice too soon. Now he would finish him off. The monk replied that his Buddhist grace had given them to him. He called them stubborn and unrepentant, and now the old monk would release their souls. But Deerhorn was no longer afraid of anything and shouted to the old bald monk to accept his death. During the explosion, the monk used his protective shell and remained safe and sound. Root was very surprised and said that it was a powerful defense. The old monk knew that this was a great demon king. Was there really a powerful demon cultivator hiding in the valley of the King of Herbs? Root turned to the side and no longer saw the King of Mushrooms next to him. After all, he had already begun to flee from the battlefield. Root stopped him and told the great Mushroom King that they were counting on him. Otherwise, they would all be boiled into soup. The Mushroom King replied that there were many people here. The people said that this was the great Mushroom King they had all been talking about. But someone told him that it was not so. After all, in the ancient books of Huangkunzi, there is a medicinal plant recorded that looks like a mushroom, with a bluish tint called the immortal chaos mushroom. But the monk said that if a cultivator swallows it, his strength will increase dramatically, and his life will be extended for millions of years. The soup made from it will help him to quickly cultivate the path of immortality even more. The monks replied that it was precisely because the old monk was sincere, and this touched the Buddha. Enlightenment and immortality were just around the corner. The monk gathered all his might with one hand and shouted as he attacked, saying that this ancient herbal mushroom was related to his Buddha, so he, the old monk, would take it first. But the Mushroom King parried the attack and replied that it was too much. Why was he hitting him on the head? The warrior simply did not stand aside and said that this mushroom is a golden egg of the level of perfection, the highest of the highest, the great king of herbs. The monk said that this was also a product of evil, and that the warrior should not dare to behave so recklessly. Root, seeing this, began to shout to the great Mushroom King that they were going to seize him and put him up for auction. But the Mushroom King replied that he would not let them have their way, and his body invulnerable as a diamond, and they would not even be able to do that. The monk tried to use all his strength to capture it, but the mushroom simply jumped on him and suppressed him with its energy. The Mushroom King simply jumped on the monk's body and said that he would give him a punch in the head. The monk replied that they were the product of evil and let him dare to lift it. But suddenly, lianas from the forest surrounded him, grabbing him by each limb. The monk understood that they were in a hurry to kill him so as not to be publicly humiliated by some worthless mushroom. How could he then instruct people? The King of Mushrooms said that he had solved their problem. The rest was none of his business. The plants were simply overjoyed and headed off to destroy the man. The monk asked them with fearful cries, "What do they want to do? Buddha will not forgive them. And will he really have to relive the shame that happened 10,000 years ago?" The boys were also fighting at that moment with a huge tree, which resisted their decision. Lin felt a sensation of extraordinary energy, far surpassing all other medicinal kings. And the power behind the Valley of Medicinal Roots has finally appeared. The tree told the elders not to fight him. He was just passing by and did not belong to the group of herbs that oppress people. And what do the elders want from him? He is right in front of them. Meow asked him if he was telling the truth. The fruits that grow on him look very beautiful. The tree answered them that if they let him go, he would give them everything. This thing fell to the ground. Even the spirits do not eat it. Let them take everything for themselves. Dee told Miss that this is the fruit of the star energy of the sky. If you take it, you can increase the power of the star energy, which is very good for her body. Dice said that when they searched all over Gongzhou with the Path cult, they did not find a trace of this immortal fruit, and now they suddenly got several dozen at once. A real big luck. Meow replied to her uncle that this trip was not in vain. Once she swallowed and processed these fruits, her star energy power would break through to a new level again. The tree asked the elder if he could leave already. Xiao answered his question immediately and was in a deep dream. But Lin gave him permission to leave and told the boys that there was an unusual energy there, and they could check. Maybe they would find the power behind the Valley of the King of Herbs. Yuyan asked, "Is this true? So this time they will be able to uncover the secrets of the Valley of the Herb King?" But Xiao thought, why didn't he feel any energy at all? Was he really only at the 9th level of Qi now? Miao said that the Lord should get these fruits from his 2 disciples. Does he wish to take more? Lin replied that it was not necessary, let her take them. But Di also turned to young Master Ye and said that he thanked him. If he needed help in the Tao school in the future, he could contact him without hesitation. Lin said there was no need to say that, they could go together. When they arrived, they were shocked and asked, "What is this? Why are there so many medicinal herbs of the medicinal lord level?" But Xiao said it was great and really very exciting. She also saw something familiar and asked the teacher, "What was that black thing?" Lin replied that it had only been a short time, and that old bald guy was already in such a state. Looking closely, they saw that the plants had simply grabbed the people and were mocking them. Lin said that they were able to humiliate Master Zhanding and the Eastern cultists like this. It was clearly not just some simple force behind it. Yuyan replied to the teacher that the stronger the medicinal plant, the higher its level, and perhaps it is a real elite great kingdom of medicine. Root immediately turned to them and ordered them to immediately kneel down and beg for mercy. But Lin replied that he would like to see who gave them such courage. And at that moment the monk saw the guy and wished that he would enjoy the time when he was still a man. He would soon regret why he was so naive. Root got angry and started asking, "Silver-haired youth? Is he the one who destroyed the Lightning King and the King of Participants?" But unfortunately, now with the Big Mushroom King, he is just their toy creature. But unfortunately, now with the Big Mushroom King, he is just their toy creature. The plants immediately began to scream in fear for the Big King Mushroom to come to their aid. Da thought immediately about the great demon, and there really is such an evil and terrible creature here. Xiao also understood that even he, in his prime, did not dare to call himself a great demon. So who was he? Someone so powerful. Lin said that he really wanted to see what a great demon really was. Root turned to the side and saw that the Mushroom King was not nearby. And he himself also turned around and began to run away. But Root shouted that the great Mushroom King was the strongest villain, and only he could defeat him. Lin asked, "Is he the most powerful creature in the Valley of the King of Medicine?" The King of Mushrooms answered that it is true. That is exactly it. She said after seeing it, it was the immortal chaotic mushroom. Lin asked him, "What kind of mushroom did she mean? Is it very strong?" Joe replied that it was called the immortal chaotic mushroom. Whoever eats it can strengthen their strength and prolong their life. The benefits are endless. And this is considered the closest thing to a divine potion in legends. The thought that this meant a real great root of top-class medicine. He is a master who has reached the stage of golden fruit egg perfection, and he hoped that Mr. Ye would be a little more careful. If anything, they would try to find a way to teleport out of here. But Lin told him not to worry. He understood everything himself and knew what he was doing. The Mushroom King said that they were people, so evil. They only thought about eating him. Why did they disturb his sleep? And why did they do this? The Mushroom King asked in a menacing voice. Lin immediately felt the pressure, and the difference between him and his opponents was simply colossal. But Lin pulled out his trump card and told the Mushroom King that he had come just in time and shown his trump card. Using it, the sunlight simply covered the place, and all the plants were very scared. Meow told her uncle that it seemed that young Master Gui's techniques were not suppressed by the boundaries of the Qi practice realm, but uncle also felt the powerful technique, and it can ignore the limitations of the Medicine King Valley. Zhao also thought that this was illegal. How did the teacher do this? After all, the Medicine Clan is so strong in this place only because of the rules set by the Venerable Medicine. And the rules here are a special technique that is inherent to immortals. Once someone enters the boundaries of the Medicine King Valley, they fall under the influence of the rules. Unless there is a creature equal to or superior to the caster, only then can these rules be ignored or even broken. Xiao was surprised that no, it was impossible. He definitely couldn't be such a creature, and he shouldn't. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a chance to escape from his devilish clutches at all. Xiao asked Yu Yang if he was okay. The monk was also shocked and wondered what was going on. His palm strike on him earlier was just insignificant compared to the force with which the Great Mushroom King hit him. But now he has sent the Great Mushroom King flying with one slap, and his Buddhist heart is ready to burst. The Mushroom King didn't even understand what happened and thought that he was thrown back by the blow. But he knew that it shouldn't be like this. Yaozong himself had once imposed a ban and promised him that no one below the level of a true immortal would be able to destroy it. So what happens now? Has the ban been invalidated because too much time has passed? Lin pointed his finger and turned to the big mushroom, saying that if it no longer had any abilities, then he would boil it in soup. But the Mushroom King stood his ground and told Lin that he was a big bad guy, and he wouldn't let him get his way. The mushroom picked up speed and began to attack with its small fists. But Lin was not afraid and responded with a mutual slap. But he didn't stop there, and pulled out his fire fist to finish him off with one blow. And Mushroom realized that the guy could really ignore the suppression of the rules. This Yaozong is completely unreliable. The rules he set were violated by some human cultivator. And at that moment, Lin pounced on Mushroom with all his might and used his unearthly divine body. The impact was so powerful that the beam of energy was simply visible from different corners of the universe. Mushroom was completely depressed and said he couldn't believe that even inside the Valley of the King of Medicine, he couldn't handle a person. He was so weak. The participants of the Duel of the Territory of Medicine said that the Great Mushroom King had lost, and everything was lost, and their Valley of the King of Medicines was doomed. Mushroom said that his skills were worse than others. You can't blame Yao or anyone else. You can only blame yourself for being just a mushroom. And this life was so long and boring. In the next life, he does not want to be a mushroom, and he wants to become a man. But the system appeared right there and said that it congratulated the owner. He activated the task to accept the student and received a unique divine skill. One breath turns into 3 purities, and it allows him to create 2 clones that have the same level of development and strength as the original. Lin asked her if she was serious. Even the mushrooms are not spared, but this time the reward is really tempting, and if Mushroom wants to stay alive, he can give him a chance. Lin knew that, judging by how this mushroom was so afraid of death just now, he would probably agree right away. The mushroom began to cry at that moment and answered his enemy that he refused. Lena was not upset by this and said that he had not yet voiced the conditions and he had already refused. Does he really want to die? Mushroom replied that it was right, he didn't want to. Lin asked him if he really didn't want to live, but the reward was too tempting. And one breath turns into 3 purities, and cool, powerful, he definitely doesn't want to miss it. But then before his death, let him help him with one thing. Mushroom was shocked and asked what he was talking about. Lin did not keep the intrigue going for long and asked Mushroom to become his student. But Mushroom didn't know who in this world would ask to become a disciple before dying. What a shameless, impudent fellow. Lin called Mushroom his brother and said that if he agreed to help him, he would definitely do his best to beat him to the last drop of juice so that he would die without suffering. The mushroom asked the guy, "Is he crazy? Who is begging like that? He is not interested at all." But Lin got angry and said that all he could do then was throw it into the cauldron, add a couple of village chickens, and then some other medicinal creatures and boil it all over again. And cook a delicious roast chicken with mushrooms. Eat to the last drop so that there are no leftovers. And Lin started to follow him and told Mushroom to come quickly, because he would fulfill his wish. The mushroom started to run away and realized that he was very scared, but he fell to his knees in front of the guy and said that he agreed. And he agrees to become his student. The system immediately congratulated the owner on the successful acceptance of the student. And the student's talent is discovered. In connection with this, the highest martial art is issued for development. Lin immediately became happy and realized that he had succeeded. Lin told the student to get up quickly. And now, since he is his student, he must call him teacher. He will protect him and will never allow anyone to hurt him. And so, as a sign of respect, he gives him a martial art. Let him watch and practice. Lin immediately fired a beam of energy into Mushroom's head and gave him a new technique. Mushroom saw this and was shocked and asked what kind of incredible martial art this was. And the medicinal clans are weak by nature and do not know how to fight well, so they can only restrain the human clans thanks to the rules set by Yao Zong. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the mushroom simply exploded from such energy. And after the smoke evaporated, a guy appeared in life. Mushroom said that this Blue Emperor's long-lasting art not only eliminates the shortcomings in the practice of the medicine clan, but it also compensates for the lack of fighting power, helping their medicinal clan to completely transform. Meow was shocked when she saw this and said that Mr. Yes suddenly started taking disciples in the middle of a battle and even helped a medicinal plant take on a human form. What kind of strange hobby is this? Dee replied that this ordinary medicinal plant can already take human form. And what is this secret divine art? But Yuyan was happy for his teacher and said that his strength was bottomless and incomprehensible. And she shouted that she now had a junior disciple. The mushroom thanked the teacher for his mercy and let him allow the student to bow to him. Lin looked at him and called him a worthy disciple in response. But Xiao wondered how many more secrets and plans his teacher was hiding. He not only accepts students, but also helps them take human form, and he probably has his own insidious plans. But he realized that this immortal chaotic mushroom would very likely turn into a cure for immortality in the future. Because of the value of this medicine, immortals are willing to fight to the death for it. This guy is trying to profit from it, and he too may be waiting for the right moment to subjugate and remake it. And the monk hanging on the tree did not understand this world, and it turns out from the very beginning to the end, only he was the biggest victim. The monk started screaming and calling for someone to help, and let him go already. But Lin said that since he had entered his path, he needed a suitable name, and he would call him Xiao He. He immediately saw that it was a simple and plain name, but he even liked the modesty. It suited him, and he thanked the teacher. Lin asked Hai if Yao Zong had already agreed to open the Valley of the Medicine King. Why did he still install means to suppress human cultivators? He replied that Yao Zong, after all, also belonged to the medicine clan. He did this to protect them from being completely destroyed. But Yu Yan was shocked and said that it turned out that Yao Zong was not a human. He said that everything is correct. Yao is a rare creature, a medicinal qilin. He understands perfectly how cruel and dangerous this world is. Shu immediately realized that this was the medicinal qilin. It was a legendary immortal medicine that was said to be able to steal the divine power of heaven and earth. And whoever can process and swallow it, even the terminally ill, will come to life. His strength will become unsurpassed, and the path to immortality will be open and clear. Lin said that if that was the case, then Yao must have sacrificed something to protect them. But the other plants said that it was all thanks to people. In those years, many human forces looked greedily at the Valley of the King of Medicines and attacked them daily, robbing without mercy. The weak medicinal herbs were completely powerless to resist and became merchandise for trade and spoils for someone's table. Yao, for the safety of his clan, expended his own medicine power to satisfy the desires of these powerful people and buy time for the medicine clan. Yu Yang couldn't bear it any longer and said that Yao had paved the way for the medicine clan with his own body. But the power of Yao's medicine was limited, and the greed of the great powers was limitless. Therefore, Yao Song decisively went to the heavenly world, exchanging himself for the protection of the heavenly world for the medicine clan. But the heavenly world put forward conditions. The Valley of the King of Medicines must open once every 100,000 years in exchange for their protection. Yao appeared to give in, but in reality he added a massive defense system that suppressed the power of human cultivators to ensure the safety of the medicine clan. Only they, the highly developed medicinal herbs, know about these matters. Many junior herbs think that Yao has become immortal And that is why the Valley of the King of Medicine is so calm. Even in such a cruel and hopeless environment, the Medicine Clan never killed the infiltrated human cultivators. They only drained their strength, had fun, and teased them. But Lin thought about it and said that Yao sacrificed himself to ensure the Medicine Clan's chance to survive, and it was hard not to have respect for him. Ada came over and said that he had always respected Yao, and even knowing that he was not from the Eastern region human race, his great sacrifice for his comrades made him respect him even more. But Miao replied that looking at the actions of human cultivators before, it was truly dishonorable and deeply shameful. And suddenly the participants saw that the teleport gates had opened, and they could finally leave. The guy from the clan said that this is a cursed place. Now whoever wants to can come. But the monk felt freedom, and when he gets out, he will definitely avenge the shame with blood. Before leaving, Lin asked Hay if he wanted to go with them. Hay didn't even know what to answer the teacher. Hay actually initially thought that once the crisis was resolved, he would simply go back to sleep. But now there has been a huge change. He has been accepted as a student and even passed on a higher martial art. He wants to go out and experience an unfamiliar world. Lin said that he respected his choice, and if there was a chance, he would drop in on him in 100,000 years. And see you another time. Hay asked if he really intended to stay here and idle away his time, and why did he feel so empty inside? He was about to return to that long and boring life. Suddenly, Hay shouted that the world was so big and he wanted to see it. Hay caught up with the teacher and told him to take him with him. He wanted to go with him and see the world. And then Lin promised him that from that moment on, he would lead him to the top. The other plants asked why the Great Mushroom King had also gone with them, and the Great Mushroom King caused a stir by turning into a human form. And the roots said that he was probably forced by this man from the human clan. But now they are all gone, and they can enjoy peace again for 100,000 years. Coming out of the portal, the rest of the people watched and shouted that the participants had come out. And judging by their excited look, they must have gotten a great catch. And they are so jealous of them. Of course, it is a pity that there are a few places in the Valley of the King of Medicines, and they will not be able to get there. And in this life, there will be no chance. And the last one to come out was the monk, who said that this was the freedom he wanted to feel a few hours ago. The disciples asked the master what the results were this time, but someone replied that there was nothing to ask. With Master Ran at the helm, the hanging temple would definitely return with its hands full of spoils. The monk turned around and asked if it was like him to come back with a full catch. The student apologized and told the master that he had spoken indiscriminately. But suddenly the thieves caught one of the clans and told those who entered the Valley of the Medicine King to stay put. And whoever dares to resist, let them not blame their teacher for cruelty. And their teacher, Ye Junlin, a real true immortal. The guys got scared and asked, is it really another robbery? They have no conscience at all. But one of the guys asked his guys to be quieter, and he didn't want to get into trouble by shouting so loudly. But suddenly Meow saw them and said that there were several of them again. And Lin said that he caught himself, and it was as if he had come to confess. But Xiao was shocked and asked, did they seriously find a woman to squeeze her for him? This is an insult to his status, and he will definitely crush them to dust. And Yuyan said that he was the legendary executioner who inspired fear in everyone, and now he had turned into a village robber. Hei got scared and immediately hid behind a tree, saying that there were a lot of people here. She saw this and asked him not to be afraid. Teacher and the elder brothers will settle everything. Hei thanked her and asked how he should address his senior apprentice sister. She introduced herself and asked him to call her that. Hei smiled and asked his older sister to be kind and caring to him in the future. C ran and called him cutie at the end and told him that there was no need to address her formally. And Hei looked around and asked his sister why the clothes of those few people were so similar to theirs. Shai replied that those people were impersonating them and were engaged in extortion and robbery, ruining their reputation. Hei was surprised and asked, does this happen too? After all, people know how to arrange such things. Then the evil monk appeared and asked them if they were sure that they wanted to do this. One of the thieves started to panic and think, what to do? After all, he is not afraid of them at all. The villain girl also felt the aura of the stage of overcoming the heavenly catastrophe. And this is a true immortal. The elder one thought about it and didn't understand why they were panicking. Ye Junlin had once killed a true immortal from the reincarnation sect right in the Yu family. If he remained calm, he might be able to scare that bald old monk. He approached the monk and asked if he knew who was in front of him. What he wanted to do, there were few in the eastern region who could stop him. The monk's disciples began to tell Master that it was the bloody avenger Yi himself. He had destroyed the million-strong army of the reincarnation sect. In that battle, their hanging temple also lost many elders and disciples. The monk listened to them and thought for a while. But the monk immediately noticed that it was him, and the heavens favor the old monk. And the enemy chief knew that this bald old man was a high-ranking monk of the hanging temple, and they were at odds with Ye Junlin. And now everything was bad. The monk said that he was glad to meet the pious Ye, and the old monk had heard about him for a long time. The enemy was surprised that it was so polite, and so old scores were already forgotten. The name E really works well. The monk continued to say that Master Ran was indeed treating him politely, even though they were old enemies. One of the people present asked, "Yelin is already so strong?" Yu Young asked the teacher. "Is this bald old man really a credit to him?" Lin replied that this bald old man had a lot of evil plans, and they would watch carefully to see how this drama unfolded. The enemy said that if so, then their meeting is fateful, and asked the monk, a Taoist friend, not to interfere in the future. The monk replied that he fully understood his intentions and was even ready to help him in this matter. After these words, the monk immediately rose into the sky and launched a huge Monaco bell at all the students. The enemy asked the monk what he was doing. The monk replied that it was a blessing. Fate had brought them together, and he would personally perform the rite of repose for all of them, and they would be reborn in the pure land of bliss. The disciples were frightened and shouted to the master that they had no enmity or grudges against him. If he wanted the precious medicines, they would give them to him. Is it because of the business related to the trade in the Valley of the King of Medicine? They can swear that they will not tell anyone anything. The monk asked them, "What kind of trade?" And the important thing is that they saw how the old monk suffered humiliation in the Valley of the King of Medicine. This must not reach the eastern region under any circumstances. The easiest way for an old monk is to eliminate all witnesses, take the treasures, and then blame E with one shot, 3 targets, and at the same time become famous as a fighter against evil and a defender of justice. One of the disciples started shouting that he was the prince of the great Yan Empire. Did the monk think about the consequences of his actions? And the second one said that he is the elder of the Chenkun sect's core. If anything happens to him, the sect will definitely conduct a thorough investigation. But the monk extended his huge hand and told them to stop talking empty words and go to reincarnation. Grabbing 2 high-ranking people with his huge hands, he began to slowly press them and sent them into rebirth. The enemy was shocked because he was going to quit forever after this. But how did it all come to this? The enemy asked the monk if he was going to eliminate him too. The monk replied that he had great respect for the pious Ye and would like to ask for a favor. And he asked the pious Ye to let the old monk show him life and asked him to show patience and understanding. The enemy thought that this bald old man had calculated everything well, and it seemed that he wanted E to take all the blame on himself. But just in time, everything was fine. The enemy told the monk to do whatever he wanted, and after all, he, Ye Junlin, would take on all the responsibility to the outside world. But then one of the students ran up and shouted at Ye that he was a demon, and how could he have conspired with this bald old man to get even with them? Miao told Uncle that Ye Junlin was simply crazy, but to ask her to be quiet. And didn't she notice that Mr. Ye and these people were very similar? Miao took a closer look and was shocked. She told her uncle that she had actually suspected this for a long time, and after this trip, she even began to think that Mr. Ye might be that Ye Junlin. Dai told her not to rush to conclusions, and that they just needed to calmly see how everything would develop. But the monk began to simply mock everyone, and using the plant's technique, simply suppress their hearing. Yuyan told the teacher that according to his instructions, the entire process was already recorded on the imprinting ball. Lin replied that they would see how these hypocritical bald old men could pretend to be merciful. And since he had the evidence in hand, it was time for him to stretch his legs. He immediately rushed after the monk into the sky. Lin walked up to the monk barrier and touched it with his hands. The monk was shocked to see him next to him. But Ling replied that he was from the Xuantian sect and introduced himself. People were shocked by what they heard and could not understand who the real Yeling was. And isn't he the one from the Valley of the King of Medicine? And if he really is Ye Ling, then those guys just now were fake. Miao was shocked and told Uncle that Mr. Ye was indeed that same Ye Junlin. She had said so before? Dai replied that from the very beginning, at the Dragon Gate Inn, he had felt that this man was no simpleton, and when they were in the Valley of the King of Medicine, this feeling only intensified. Indeed, he really is the legendary divine dragon that soars through the 9 heavens, unreachable by small creatures like them. The enemy immediately realized that they were finished. They had been pretending for so long, and the real owner had just been watching all this time. Everything was lost. The monk looked at him as if he were an enemy, and said that Lin was pious and that he really liked to play, but he had always tried to be polite to him. The monk said that it was no wonder that he could humiliate the old monk in the Valley of the King of Medicines, because he was Ye Ling. It was good that they would settle old and new grievances at once. Lin called him a bald old man and said he had recorded his speech, and let him guess how the world would react to the hanging temple if he made it public. The monk replied that no one would leave alive today. Who would know the truth then? And his reputation has been on the rise lately, so all this is on his head. Lin told the old man that he was too confident, but the monk replied that in the Valley of the King of Medicine, his level was suppressed, and he fell for his trick. But now times have changed. The monk immediately began to carry out his attacks and, calling the guy a son, wished only for him to die. Yu Ying was watching everything and said that this bald old man is at the peak of the stage of overcoming the heavenly catastrophe. Isn't it dangerous for the teacher? But Shu saw that this guy was clearly hiding something, and a person who could break the rules of the immortals could hardly be so simple. Lin was not afraid of anything and stood in place until the very end, seeing a huge grate in front of him. But the system suddenly appeared and said that it had discovered that the carrier had encountered an enemy attack at the peak of the stage of overcoming the celestial catastrophe. And now the passive effect of strong against strong is activated, and perfection in mastering the stage of overcoming the heavenly catastrophe is obtained. But Lin raised his hand, looked down at the old monk and asked, "Is that all?" The guy's attack was so strong and unexpected that the monk was injured and asked, "How so?" The monk told the boy that he had hidden himself so well that he didn't think that he had already reached the stage of overcoming the heavenly catastrophe. But Lin didn't play with him for long and asked the old monk to tell him how he wanted to die. But the monk was stubborn and asked the boy what if he was perfect at the stage of overcoming the heavenly catastrophe. And he is an old monk. He has trained his body for many years, invulnerable as a diamond, precisely to cope with the battles in the Valley of the King of Medicine. Even for them who have reached the stage of overcoming the heavenly catastrophe, it is impossible to destroy him. Lin told him directly that he had given him a chance, but he had not taken it. The monk gave him back that he should not dare to be so impudent, and he summoned from his energy a great and powerful heavenly dragon. The dragon completely covered the huge sky and headed to attack the guy. But Lin stood still and said that it was a small coal, and he called upon the hand of heaven, which came out of nowhere and headed straight towards the dragon. And he gave the signal to his hand to simply destroy the enemy and cut the dragon into pieces. The hand grabbed the dragon by its huge and long neck and began to slowly squeeze. The monk was shocked and shouted that it was impossible. The legendary art of the hanging temple was destroyed in the blink of an eye. But Lin's hand did not stop there and continued towards the dragon's controller. But the monk used his Buddhist technique and told the boy that this was impudence and tried to stop the huge hand. But Lin smiled at this and told the monk that he did not know the limits, and he released a huge energy and destroyed the Buddha. The monk fell with great force straight into the ground and simply coughed slowly in pain. Lin looked and said with surprise that the monk was still alive. The monk understood that his strongest defensive state was invincible at equal levels, and now it almost destroyed his body. If so, it's time to use the precious medicines from the Valley of the King of Medicines. And he pulled out all the medicines that he had collected with his disciples. The monk simply decided to act to the last and applied all the herbs to his body, restoring it to a huge level. The monk said that the battle was just beginning, but Lin told him no and said that it was already the end. The monk asked the boy what he meant. Lin told him that he admitted that the old man's defense was very strong, but his move, how was he going to deal with it? The monk was shocked by such a fistfight and even knew what level this guy was at. Lin asked the monk if he remembered. The monk then became even more angry and said that the force of the blow was not even comparable to a mosquito bite. Lin came closer and closer to the monk and asked, What if he said that he only used 1/10,000th of the power? The monk asked him in surprise. What was he talking about? Lin moved even closer to him and thrust his fist right into the monk's old head. The monk simply did not even have time to react and felt a sharp pain and even lost one of his teeth. Ling showed everyone what he was capable of and proved to everyone that he was the true Ye Junling. People started screaming that the demon monk was dead, and they were saved, and now everything would be different. And it was Yeling Senior Ye who saved them. And from that moment on, their lives belonged to Senior Ye. And henceforth, if anyone dares to defame the name of the Elder Ye, they are ready to give their lives for his honor. Lin looked down on everyone from the sky and saw that they all recognized him as a great and strong warrior. Miao was also shocked because she saw that Mr. Ye was so strong. But Uncle Da said that Mr. Ye's strength in the comic book had exceeded all his expectations. But if Miss tries hard, she will definitely become as powerful as him. Yuyan was thrilled by his teacher and said that his power was impressive. Once again, he opened his eyes. Ajo thought that Master Ran's defensive ability was extremely rare in the central region, but in the end, it was destroyed by a single punch. But how big is the limit of his capabilities? The monk's disciples were frightened and shouted that they were quickly returning to the Hanging Temple. But Yuyan decided not to leave them alive either, and calling them bald donkeys, asked where they were going, and immediately walked over them with his sword. Lin approached the thieves and said that it was time to pay for everything between them. The chief fell to his knees and asked the Elder Ye to have mercy on them. They are low and vile, and asked him not to compare them with the likes of them, pathetic ants. One of the thieves began to say that the old man had forced them, and they had worked well in the Bird Spring Palace, but he had tricked them out. The old man turned around and started telling his people that they were ungrateful bastards. They lived in abundance with him, and now they were trying to fence themselves off from everything. But Lin saw that these fakes were really no good, and he didn't want to dirty his hands. A grudge has a reason, a debt has a debtor. It's better to let them sort it out themselves. Lin asked Miss Meow how much they took from her in total. Meow replied that they should pay her 5 million rarest spirit crystals. All the people immediately surrounded them from different sides and began to ask for their money back. Lin said that there were so many creditors here. Let them sort it out themselves. But Yuyan replied that these small creatures were not at all worthy of a teacher's interference. Meow approached Mr. Year and thanked him for helping her get the treasure back. She always suspected that he had some kind of secret, and she didn't think that he was really Ye Junlin, and she was in the dark for so long. Lin replied that he actually wanted to introduce himself right away when they first met, but she hated fakes so much that he had to resort to trickery and continue to pretend. Meow said that it was because of these little creatures that she was led astray. She even vowed to become stronger and believed in justice in the name of heaven. And now looking back, it's so funny. Lin replied that it was not funny at all. It was called a pure heart, which helps in spiritual practices. In addition, he has the peculiarity of a body with the power of stars, and her future is bright. He has great hopes for her. Meow asked him, "Is this true? Then she will try twice as hard and surpass him one day." Lin said that he heard her and would wait for her at the finish line, and immediately called his pet Akuna. Having set out on a long journey, Lin said goodbye to Miss Meow and said that he was looking forward to their next meeting. People then began to say that the rumors were true. Senior Ye's steed was indeed the divine being Kunpeng, and Senior Ye is a true genius of the eastern region, kind and powerful. How wrong they were to believe the rumors and slander him. But after that, the people said goodbye to the Elder E and then immediately switched to the thieves. The thief asked them what they wanted. The things had already been returned to them. This doesn't apply to them because he screwed up. The humans set about teaching them a lesson once and for all, and only their screams from the blows and pain could be heard. But He was still shocked and saw that this Kunpeng's back was so huge, and it was just a real paradise among the clouds. Lin told his students that He would officially join their family from now on, and now he would introduce him to his senior brothers in the teaching. And here is his first elder brother, Hong Xiao. He is very responsive, so if you have questions about practice, you can safely contact him. Sho told him that everything was so, and if he had any difficulties, he could contact him. He was shocked and said that in all 10,000 years in the Valley of the King of Medicines, he had never seen a person with such an appearance. And it turns out he is also a man. Lin walked up to them and said that this was his second elder sister, Bai Shi. She was also the teacher's personal cook and manager. If Hay had any domestic difficulties, she could contact him. And this is his third elder brother, Lee Yuyan. He is a spy in the vanguard of the teacher. If someone offends him, he can turn to him and he will solve the problem. Hay greeted them and said that he welcomed his elder brothers and asked for their support and guidance in the future. Lin decided to end the performance and said that they could go back to their business and she could come over and massage his teacher's shoulders. Sai told the teacher that she understood everything and would definitely make the teacher happy. But Xiao was dissatisfied and saw that Hay was pretending to be caring, but in reality he just wanted to melt him. But who knows? Maybe by then he will be able to snatch his share. But Hay was scared because his older brother's gaze was so creepy, and for some reason it seemed as if he was going to eat him. Hay walked up to the third elder brother and asked what he was doing. Yuyan turned around with an angry face and asked the younger one, "Does he want some too?" Hay saw this and was scared out of his wits because his older brother invited him to eat his own relatives. This man is so scary, but will he have time to escape? After this, Yuyan turned around and told the younger one that he didn't want to do it at all, and he was being honest. But Hay was already running and shouting that his older brother was just awful. Yuyan realized the mistake and replied that now everything was lost, and he left such a bad mark on his younger brother. Lin was resting at this moment and said that now after the massage it was nice to drink good tea. Shai told the teacher that she smelled a very pleasant aroma, but Lin told her to brew some tea for them to drink. Shou heard all this and asked what happened and how can he help, and asked the teacher, "Is this really the tea of insight?" Lin told the student that everything was correct and that he would recognize him. Xiao thought that this was indeed the tea of insight, and this extremely rare spiritual tea, even a small pinch of leaves is capable of causing a struggle for it among the most influential forces of the Middle Region. And the most ancient, exalted immortal of the Middle Region, every 50,000 years releases only a very limited number of portions, and allowing true immortals to taste a small cup of this tea. Previously, he could only inhale its aroma from afar, but now finally he can fulfill his dream. She saw the tea being poured and asked the teacher if he could have the honor of tasting the cup. Lin replied that of course he could. Xiao immediately thought that the spirits of the Middle Region had been distorting the cup of insight tea for thousands of years, but they could not get it. Today, he finally got his wish. Xiao took a cup of tea and after taking a sip said, "This is the power," and immediately felt a fire inside him. The monk was nearby at that moment and shouted that it was a fighting style. Lin asked the old man what he remembered. The monk became angry after such treatment and using his power, said that he had been renewed. But Lin replied that if he dealt this blow, then they would see how the old man would still escape, and immediately applied the water draft correction blow. Lin asked his student, "What's going on? And why is this guy slipping away again?" He simply began to feel a strong surge of enormous power, and the fire completely spread throughout his body. Yuyan was shocked by what he saw and thought, "What is going on here?" In just an instant, the senior brother at school reached the pinnacle of the test of transition to a celestial being. But Xiao was very happy and laughed out loud. But Lin came up from behind and hit him on the back of the head and asked what he was laughing about. And what is his complaint against the teacher? Xiao replied that the student did not want to offend anyone and asked the teacher for forgiveness. Lin said to be more careful next time. Students can try too. Yu Yang also took a cup of tea and thanked the teacher. But Xiao asked the teacher, "How much of this tea is left?" Lin showed the jar and said that everything is here. But Xiao was shocked and asked so much. And once upon a time, a few leaves of awakening tea were the object of greedy desire of countless true immortals. And now he has a whole big jar. Lin asked the student, "Is he still afraid that there won't be enough? If he wants, he can feel free and drink as much as he wants." Xiao asked the teacher, "Is it true? And if it is all as the teacher said, then he is grateful to him." Yu Yang and Shi, after drinking a sip of tea, simply felt the same power that Xiao felt. And He looked at all this and saw that a powerful aura was emanating from them. Did this tea really have such power? Yu Yin turned to his sister and asked if she had really reached the late stage of passing the transition test. She replied to her brother that she also felt that she had become stronger and that this tea was so delicious. And Yu Yin said that the fourth younger brother should come quickly, and this could increase his understanding of the Tao. He thought the older brothers had made great progress, but he wondered if it would work on the medicine tribe too. After taking a sip of tea, Hay simply began to shine, so much so that he even jumped into the sky from the enormous force. Yuyan was surprised and said that the golden core was complete, and the primary spirit was also complete. Hay thought it was a good thing he had stopped at the completion of the great machine. Otherwise, his older brother's face would have been completely lost. Xiao decided that everyone had greatly increased their levels, thanks to the path understanding tea. Although the second cup did not increase their strength level, and their understanding of the martial path had improved much more. Lin thought that this path comprehension tea gave a much more powerful boost than any rewards before. Suddenly, the system appeared and told the owner to activate a new task, and let him go to Xuankong Temple to register, and he received a great reward. Lin immediately saw that a new task had appeared, and it was time to deal with those bald monks. And he told Yu Yang to take the photo ball, and they would go to Xuankong Temple. Yu Yang told the teacher that he understood everything, and the Xuankong Temple in the Eastern Domain is the highest shrine for meditation in Chan. This time, they will outshine their glory. Ah Xiao really didn't think that he would have to deal with these bald monks so quickly, but the abbot of Yuankong Temple is a mysterious and incomprehensible figure. Will this guy be able to deal with him? At this moment, the eastern domain of the Buddhist state was burning to the last building. The monks robbed the domain and burned everything, but people were even shocked and scared by what was happening. The mother asked the enemy not to take her child, and she is ready to take his place. The enemy replied that he was a benefactor. His sins were great. The father's debt was increased by the son. Let her child atone for him. Suddenly, a beam came from the sky and was aimed straight at the enemy's hand. The defender headed to the domains with his team and shouted that this was impudence. And this is the land of the Leshan country. How dare they, from the Xuankong Temple, commit lawlessness here? The monk replied that it was him again. Even if the ruler of their country himself had appeared, he would not have dared to interfere. And who was he to interfere? And these unfortunate children whom they sheltered, under the guidance of the great and merciful Lord of the Mountain, will find a boundless future. Let him not even dare to interfere with their fate. The defender replied that this was sheer nonsense, and that this was their master of the mountain. Some monster in a monk's robe still dared to talk about Buddhism? And those children they kidnapped probably all ended up in the belly of that monster, right? But the monk attacked and said that it was impudent, and how dare he insult the Lord of the Mountain? The defender counterattacked and shouted that he was a bastard, and let him get his hit. The monk used his fire technique and attacked. The defender did not have time to jump off his horse as the flames covered him. But then a warrior ran up and told the master to be careful, and he was already on his way to help. The master replied to Commander Yang that he was just in time and told the demonic monk to surrender without resistance. The monk turned to the benefactor Yang to show his mercy. Yan looked at him and pulled out his iron circle weapon and sneakily attacked his master. The gentleman was very upset with his man. The monk asked if the benefactor was surprised. Yang told the Lord that he was still stupid and ignorant, always opposing Mount Xuankong, and everyone else had already converted. The Lord replied to the traitor that he was shameless. He had conspired with Mount Xuankong, killed the city's ruler. The imperial court would not forgive him. But the monk began to laugh and said that the country of Leshan had long been in their hands. Who would check? Yang also came up and told the Lord that he would tell him the truth. The previous rulers of the city were exalted because of their stubbornness. Did the imperial court send anyone? The gentleman answered, "How is that possible?" But the monk stretched out his hand over him and said that the poor monk had warned him long ago, but he still stubbornly refused to repent. The poor monk would immediately send him to the world of eternal bliss. But John decided to act differently and, raising his sword, told both of them that he would drag them all with him to the next world. But the monk looked at him and replied that it was very stupid for him. Yang told his Taoist friend not to get excited, but at that moment a strange animal stopped above them. The master asked, "Is this really the ancient divine beast of the Kunlun world, Thunderwing?" But the monk replied that it was a supreme demon of the level of overcoming calamity. Yang asked, "Why is he here?" Lin stood over his pet and told Kun to swallow the mess whole. Kun immediately opened his huge mouth and began to suck in what was underneath it. The monk immediately saw that this calamity-overcoming level demon was simply that person's riding beast, and it was so strong that it was a mockery. The monk immediately went into the animal's belly first and shouted to the elder to spare it. The others also could not resist such strong pressure and flew after the monk. At that moment, the master was shouting that the Thunder Wing was devouring everything, and Jan considered the others to be bald bastards and wondered why he was still alive and not dead. But Lin came down and addressed the master, asking who he was, and why were these demonic monks here killing and robbing. The gentleman replied that his name was Jan Ronghai, the mayor of the Eastern Good State. These false Buddhists, the minions of the floating mountain. They kidnapped 800 boys and girls to please the master of the floating mountain. He could hardly contain them. Lin was surprised and asked, "Is this related to the floating monastery?" Jan replied that it was true. The master of the floating mountain was once a gray wolf. Instructed by the abbot of the soaring monastery, he was worshipped as a spirit. Later he escaped, captured the mountain, gathered around him 3 demonic protectors and 8,000 small monsters. And this scoundrel hides behind the name of Buddhists, collects fugitives, and sends them from 36 countries of the Buddhist region to get children. And he seems to convert them to Buddhism, but in fact he devours them all. Yuyin got angry and said that he was just a monster. And is it really true that no one in the Buddhist region can stop him? Yin replied that at first all the state rulers sent messengers to the floating monastery, but no one returned. It was obvious to everyone that someone was being covered up. The floating monastery is the pinnacle of Buddhism, a holy place in the eastern region. The abbot Shun Yun is considered the spiritual leader of Zen, and they have never acknowledged their connection with this monster, and the countries only tolerate it. He can only rely on himself and fight them. Xiao also came over and said that these hypocrites were afraid of damaging the abbot's reputation, so they secretly got rid of the messengers and did not dare to openly intervene. But Yan replied that no one dares to argue with the floating monastery, and even if they do, there will be no result. Suddenly, Lin looked to the side and saw the instigator of all this start to run away. Lin immediately asked the monster's accomplice where he was going, and with his speed stood in front of him. Yan started saying that he was a bastard, and how he could conspire with the floating mountain and destroy more than one city head. If it weren't for the elder, he would have come to an end too. Lin said that if he was not mistaken, the Grey Wolf had planned a celebration for himself. It was not for nothing that he came out now. John fell to his knees and replied that everything was so. That is, this creature was soon organizing a lavish feast, so he ordered the gathering of children to be doubled, and there were too many tasks. Yin stood before him and said that this fortress alone already had 800 children, and if you take into account the entire state and the other 35 countries, how many is that? They all simply deserve to die. Yen replied that the floating mountain is strong and influential, and who would dare to climb it? That's why it's not his fault. Lin didn't play with him anymore, and after attacking him, he told him to go to the monsters. The fire attack was so powerful that the enemy was simply thrown aside. Kun immediately flew up to his owner and, opening his mouth, decided to eat the nasty bastard. But John, in fear, shouted to the elder to spare him. Suddenly, the system jumped out and said that it congratulated the owner. And he has the floating mountain quest activated, and he needs to destroy the Grey Wolf and get a special reward. Lin was glad that the system had arrived on time. He was just about to deal with these monsters. Lin asked the warrior if he would lead them to the floating mountain. Jan replied that he thanked the elder for saving the people, and that he was a true hero. Lin was surprised to hear about the hero, and said that he had not heard such a thing for a long time. They did not waste time and went up to Kun. But during the flight, Yan was shocked because he saw how spacious the Stormwing's back was. Yan asked the hero if he could learn his name. He would definitely remember it for the rest of his life. Yiling introduced himself and said that he was from the Xuanyuan sect. Yan was shocked when he heard the hero's name and said that he was Senior Ye, and immediately remembered that this was the white-haired demon who had recently scared everyone. After all, in the region, they were talking about him completely differently. And now monks are kidnapping children. And who is the real demon then? At that time, in the Buddhist region of the Eastern Edge, there was a floating mountain, and it was the lair of the Grey Wolf. And the master of the hovering mountain was a Grey Wolf, and he was in an advanced stage of fusion. The Grey Wolf asked his subordinates how things were going. The king of the Motley Roosters replied that everything would be ready soon, and 66,000 boys and girls would definitely gather for the feast in 5 days. But the king of the Red Bulls laughed and said that they would do everything in the best possible way, and the master could rest easy. The king of the wild boars also replied that his mouth was watering when he imagined all that tender flesh. But the gray wolf said that it was good that another 60,000 souls would join the Buddha. But suddenly everyone felt something was wrong and became wary. The gray wolf said that it was just a powerful aura. And who dared to break in? Kun broke into the mountain at that moment and did not even feel any complications. Yan told the elder that this was the lair of the monsters from the floating mountain. But Lin told him that from that day on, there would be no floating mountain. And Kun, who had eaten so much along the way, had now reached the level of overcoming the calamity himself. The gray wolf immediately came out and decided to attack, asking who dared to attack them. But when he saw the huge teeth in front of him, he immediately fell silent. But Lin told Kun to show these scum what a real demon king is. The warriors were afraid of Kunya in front of the master and asked what happened and who is he? But Kun didn't show anything. Picking up speed, simply crashed into them and sent them to the ground. The gray wolf and his team didn't even have time to dodge before they felt a loud crack and a blow from behind them. After all, they fell to the ground. Yin was shocked and said that there was one blow and the entire mountain disappeared. Could this really be the legendary Thunderwing divine beast? But the gray wolf survived and stood up and said that the beast was a demon of the level of overcoming disaster. And he thinks that this is a mistake and they will see him again. And he has ruled this western land for 200 years. He has the patronage of the Hanging Temple. Even the sovereign himself does not dare to touch it. And this demonic beast dared to climb on his grandfather's head and immediately decided to wake up his Buddha. The gray wolf said that he had a hanging temple behind him. Even if he was a demon at the stage of overcoming disasters, he did not dare to humiliate him, the master of this mountain. The gray wolf released his demon and decided to fight it with this enemy that attacked them. Yu Young saw that this strike contained the aura of the very pinnacle of the catastrophe-surmounting stage. The Hanging Temple is truly an interesting place. Yu Young also saw that the master was too strong. Only one projection of the Hanging Temple's abbot had such power. Could Senior Ye really endure it? Ah Xiu knew that although he was also at the peak of the disaster-overcoming stage, he did not dare to say with certainty that he could calmly withstand such a blow. How was this guy going to cope? Lin smiled and asked, "He dares to show off in front of his hero?" And as expected, he is guarded by a demon monk. But Lin decided to help his pet and released a fiery stream of energy from himself. The attack was so strong and powerful that the gray wolf began to scream in pain. The wolf couldn't believe it and said it was impossible. This was a projection of the abbot of the Hanging Temple, and he was at least at the top of the stage of overcoming disasters. And is this guy even stronger than the top of the disaster-overcoming stage? But he doesn't feel his level of strength at all. This is definitely not worth worrying about. The gray wolf immediately fell to his knees and began to beg the elder to have mercy and forgive his ignorance. In what way did he insult the elder? The master asked. Lin replied that the wolf had built his camp here, and it blocked his way. The wolf said that the lowly one would leave immediately and never set foot on this land again. Lin asked him if he was going to return to the Hanging Temple. The wolf replied that it was true. He had close ties to the Hanging Temple. And if the elder has time, he can come to the temple as a guest, and he can introduce him to the rector so that they can discuss the teachings and instructions. Lin started laughing and said that he just wanted to go to the Hanging Temple, and they could go together. The wolf immediately thought about it, and if the elder knew about his connections with the Hanging Temple, he should be smarter. The wolf agreed and thanked the elder for not rejecting him, and he thought that once they reached the Hanging Temple, he would die. But at that very moment, the gray wolf didn't even have time to turn around before he immediately lost his head. Lin said that he didn't say that he would let him go there alive, and Yuyin ordered him to carefully place this head as a gift for the meeting for the abbot of the Hanging Temple. Yuyin raised his head from the ground and answered the teacher that he would do it right away. After this, Lin told the city ruler wisely that the Hanging Temple mountain had already been cleared, and he could safely go save the rest of the children. Yin replied that he was grateful to the elder for his kindness, and all the children would remember it for the rest of their lives. But the system did not let him get bored, and said that it congratulated the carrier on completing the task. And he received a reward of the 9th level, a mystical artifact. Lin looked and replied that it was an incredibly scary power. And how scary was it? It was really interesting, and he was looking forward to it. At that time in the eastern region, the Buddhist province, there was a pure land, and it was on Mount Fantuo. But one of the monks came up to the hanging temple and said that after a short wait for the ceremony to begin, the students were already completely ready. The abbot of the hanging temple was Wei Yun, and he was a perfect master of the stage of overcoming disasters. Yun replied to the servant that he understood everything and asked him to step aside. After all, the seal placed on that scum had been removed earlier. Not to mention the Western land itself, even throughout the Buddhist region, the number of masters who can compare with him can be counted on the fingers of one hand. But who is he? Well, this scoundrel committed lawlessness outside, so his death is just karma. And if only the one who struck the blow knew how to stop in time. And if you make too much of a fuss, it will definitely affect the reputation of the Hanging Temple. And recently, Elder Zhandeng died mysteriously. And recently, everything has been going wrong at the Hanging Temple. After the ceremony is over, action will need to be taken. But there were also other guys climbing the mountain who were on a very long journey. The great prince of the Pure Land said that after listening to the abbot's teachings for the last time, he deeply realized the essence of the golden body of the Buddhist tradition. The second prince replied that even when faced with the attack of the demon emperor, he had the confidence to resist him. And the elder brother still has a better understanding. But he, as the younger one, has only half understood it. Princess Bright Moon said that second brother recently said that he had a deeper understanding of the meaning of the 6 words of truth, and that he could now suppress the demon emperor. The second prince immediately told the eldest that he would never listen to his younger sister, and his superficial abilities were not comparable to his. But the great prince replied that the second brother should not be modest. When they returned, they would train together. But Princess Bright Moon said that in 2 months it would be the emperor's father's birthday, and she hoped that by taking advantage of this ceremony, she would be able to comprehend new Buddhist truths and thus please her father. Yun at this point said that all bodhisattvas and mahasattvas must tame their hearts in this way. And all living beings, whether born from an egg, from a womb, taken or arising through transformation, he leads them all to complete nirvana and liberation. But suddenly Lin burst into the meeting with his small team and appeared very brightly. But the monks, seeing them, said that they had entered the hanging temple without permission and had shown disrespect, and perhaps they should leave this place. The great prince asked who these people were that dared to behave so impudently. But Lin said that today he did not come empty-handed, but he actually came with a gift. And immediately with his blow, he threw a huge tablet at the 2 monks. The monks said that he was just an impudent scoundrel. And how dare he break the tablet of the Hanging Temple? And his evil deeds are a challenge to all of Buddhism. But Lin told them not to take credit for it. They, the demonic monks, did not represent all of Buddhism. In their hanging frame are those with the face of Buddha, but the heart of a snake, hypocrites and scoundrels. And today he will peel off their skin so that the whole world will see their disgusting true face. Bright Moon thought that the enemy had simply gone mad. How dare he cause such a riot in the Hanging Temple? But the great prince understood that within the Buddhist district someone had dared to create disorder here. And when the second prince saw Lin brazenly scolding the Hanging Temple, what would then remain of the honor of their pure land? The monks all at once decided to attack them and shouted that they were scoundrels and would not allow them to commit outrage. The second prince ordered them to detain him and let the abbot deal with him. But Yuyan smiled and asked them if they were capable of doing this. Yuyan didn't even hesitate and launched his attack at them from afar, taking out several monks in front of him. The great prince was surprised and said that there was a powerful will in this blade, and this man had achieved perfection in the way of the sword. He was definitely not a simpleton. But Bright Moon was shocked and said that it was just great. Yun also realized that problems had indeed come. But after all those who practice Zen all over the world were gathering here, and this had to be dealt with carefully. But Yun himself came out and said that he was grateful for their respect. And would they allow him to ask how their hanging temple had offended them? And he asked them to tell him. He would definitely sort it out fairly and give an answer. Lin replied that the Great One should just keep pretending, and he really is the best actor. Yun said that this benefactor, and it seems, is very wrong in his ideas about their hanging temple. But in this whole world, everything depends on justice. And today he holds a ceremony to convey the teachings of Buddha. And they came in and destroyed everything without reason. He also hopes that the benefactors will give a reasonable explanation. But Lin said that this was his explanation. Yu Yang had already prepared himself at this moment and released a fresh sphere. The sphere immediately worked and showed an old picture that happened before in the forest during the battle. The monks were shocked and said that it was Elder Jiandeng. Yun was also surprised and could not believe that this was Jiandeng, and this person was definitely connected with his death. The Grand Prince said that Demon Ye was fierce in nature. Even though Master Jiandeng tried to interfere, there would undoubtedly be a fierce fight. Yun said that good monks carry compassion in their hearts, and when they meet evil, they turn away, not sparing life, and forget about death. And the good deeds of Elder Jiandeng are the ideal that their hanging temple has always followed. Seeing the whole picture, the great prince asked, "What is going on? Why is this master attacking his own?" Bright Moon replied that he even teamed up with that white-haired old man. Yun thought at that moment that Jiandeng had really lost his mind after doing such a thing, and even getting caught on tape. Everyone started saying that Yeling had saved those cultivators. He, that god of killing. Could it be that he personally came to Mount Fantuo? And it turns out that Jiandeng wanted to kill the techno tree, and Ye Ling, on the contrary, stopped him. The elder of the Hanging Temple committed such a vile act, but how is that possible? The great prince told the younger sister to quickly hide behind her elder brother. But Bright Moon asked, why hide? After all, it was Ye Ling who saved those heroes. But the great prince replied that this matter was too strange, and for now they would just watch the events unfold. Yun actually didn't expect that Jiandeng was actually killed by him. But now the most important thing is to restore his good name. And he said that Demon Yi was truly despicable. He even dared to forge the memory crystal record to slander and frame the elder and tarnish the reputation of the Hanging Temple. He still hopes to deceive the whole world with these dirty and vile tricks. It's just ridiculous. But Lin thought about it and said that he knew the old man would try to wriggle out of it. Then how about this? And he threw the gray wolf's head at his feet. Yun was surprised and asked what the hell was that. Lin replied that the monk was just an old bald donkey. He had returned his beloved pet that he had lost, and shouldn't he thank him properly? Yun told Demon Ye to just stop talking nonsense. As a monk, he has no connection whatsoever with that vile beast, and so this scum was also killed by him. Lin told him to look at the stupid wolf who, relying on his support, was committing lawlessness in his western land. Yun said that over the years, the people of the westernmost land had lived in suffering and had repeatedly turned to the Hanging Temple for help. And behind him there is a Hanging Temple. Even if he is a demon at the stage of overcoming disasters, he did not dare to humiliate the owner of this mountain. But to save their reputation, they secretly sent people to deal with them. Everyone immediately started to get indignant and say that they remembered that the Hanging Temple really did hold a wolf. He remembers. He saw it in the temple a long time ago. But someone asked, could Master Shu Yun really be conniving at a villain? Wasn't this memory crystal record fake? But they answered him that they really knew that some people, under the guise of the Hanging Temple, kidnapped children. But the recording on the memory crystal was real. But suddenly an elder of the Heavenly Master Sect came out and said that here he swears on the honor of the Heavenly Master Sect. The images on these memory crystals are absolutely authentic. Everything that is recorded is the undeniable truth. The great prince said that the elder of the Heavenly Master Sect personally confirmed, no doubt about it. But Bright Moon replied in surprise that Shu Yun was so dirty. The second prince also said that the first sect of the Pure Land would not lie. And Abbot Shu Yun is seemingly righteous, but indulges the demons in their evil deeds. What is true then? But Lin decided to say that if anyone still doubted that this was a lie, they could go to the westernmost land and check. And what he has just shown is an indisputable fact, but he is also the very virtuous and respected leader of the Buddhist community in their eyes. And Shu Yun is a wolf in sheep's clothing. On his lotus throne is not dew, but the blood and tears of children who died unjustly in the westernmost land. He can recite Amitabha Buddha for 1,000 years, but he will not be able to free from hell the thousands of innocent souls he has driven there. The great prince became angry and began to shout that they had been deceived for so long and that it was simply a disgrace to all of Buddhism. People started shouting at old Yun that he was not worthy of being called a Buddhist monk, and he should get out of the eastern region. But Yun could not withstand such pressure and shouted at the top of his voice for them to shut up immediately. The scream was so loud that people could not even bear it and covered their ears from the pain. But Lin used his powers against the old man. and by enveloping the people, he protected them from the sound waves. The great prince thanked Elder Ye for such a rescue. But the second prince told his elder brother that the younger sister was injured, and they had better tell their father quickly. It was dangerous. The sonic boom almost killed him. The abbot wanted to shut them up. The rest of the people started running away and shouting that it was very dangerous here and that the abbot had gone mad. But Yun ordered out of anger that no one would leave here and showed what he was capable of, enveloping the entire mountain with his energy. People asked Yun what he was going to do. Yun replied that today, when he was an old man, he was performing a ceremony and he was attacked by Demon Ye. And he, along with his associates and other cultivators, fought against him with all their might, eventually managing to kill this demon. And unfortunately, the rest of the cultivators died. People were surprised and began to shout at Yun that he was digging his own grave and bearing the reputation of the hanging temple. Yilin said that it was not for nothing that he and Zhendeng from the same temple were equally vile. But the great prince asked, are they also going to stoop to his level? And abbot masters doing this for the sake of protecting the hanging temple? They won't betray him just because of Demon Ye's one-sided words. The monks replied that they swore allegiance to the hanging temple. But Bright Moon told the elder brother and the second that they were already under Shu Yun's control. The great prince replied that they could only break through by force now. But Lin said no more words, and let Xiao participate a little. But Xiao got angry and saw that the teacher was again making him run like a dog. Yun smiled and said that he was just in time, and he would take him for the sacrificial ritual. But Xiao responded in anger to the hated monk to shut his mouth. But at that moment, when people in the eastern region, in the Buddhist province, people saw something explode on the mountain. The guy immediately said that the hanging temple activated the mountain's protective array. Was there really a danger? But a guy nearby was surprised and asked, did they really invade the hanging temple? That means becoming an enemy of Buddhism. But at that moment in the eastern region, in the Buddhist province, the king of the Pure Land received news. The servant told the king that there had been a change in the hanging temple. The three princes were still inside and let the king make arrangements. The emperor became angry and ordered his servants to quickly immobilize the royal guard and go to Mount Fantuo. But the warrior immediately said that there was an order. But he was not one of the faithful servants and stepping aside, used his medallion and said that it was time. At this moment during the battle, Yu Yan said that it was all because of that damn defense system. But Xiao said that this Buddhist prison cage would restrain ordinary cultivators, but in his eyes it was still too weak. But Yun said that this was just impudence and used his demo palm. But Xiao did not run away and used his technique against the monk. And he used the technique of the flaming crow. The attacks were so strong that the mountain was simply covered in fiery flames. Yun said that the guy was at the top of the stage of overcoming disasters. But even this does not inspire fear. And since the benefactor is so strong in fire techniques, then they will compare them with the Buddhist flame of karma, and they will see whose flame is stronger. And he used the hellish karmic flame of the 9 hells. But Xiao, without thinking twice, responded with the fiery flame of the flying phoenix. But Xiao felt the heat and shouted that the monk was just a bald donkey, and that his flames contained the power of the 9 hells. And he is involved in a conspiracy with the clan of the underground abyss, and yet he dares to call himself a great Buddhist monk. But Yun replied that the boy was just an impudent fool. Evil spirits and heretics are unable to recognize the true teaching, and this is the Buddhist flame of karma, designed to burn away unclean creatures like him. But Kun did not leave his people under the hands of this villain and tried to destroy the shell. Yun was shocked to see Kunpeng above him. How could a demon emperor of the disaster-overcoming stage appear here? Could this be Yeling's machinations again? But Kunpeng simply didn't even bother and used his attack against the monk's defense. But Si shouted to the teacher that the mouse and the 4th younger brother had come to help them. But Yun said that this trash could not break through the mountain's protective array. But Xiao smiled and asked if the bald monk was sure. She decided to attack and told 4th junior brother to break through the defensive array together. The two boys used their powerful attacks and aimed them at the defensive array. The array began to slowly crack under such pressure. Yun saw this and did not understand how this was possible. And on the back of the divine beast there is also the power of the catastrophe surmounting stage. And Demon Ye has a disciple of the catastrophe surmounting stage. Kunpeng simply added his small ice attack after that and destroyed the array. After the massif was destroyed, the monks shouted that the massif was destroyed and that everyone should run away quickly. The great prince grabbed his family and told his little sister that they needed to leave quickly. But Yun said that they should all return to him immediately, and no one should leave here. Lin immediately appeared on the horizon and asked the monk if he was surprised, and let him admit that it was unexpected. Yun knew that it was impossible, and if these people came out and told about it, in the future, the Hong Kong temple would have no place to exist, and its reputation would be destroyed too. The monk immediately ordered his servants to stop those who were trying to escape, and not to let anyone out. The guards immediately stood in front of the people and were ready to kill everyone so that no one would escape. Lin said that it was good and ordered his disciples to protect the retreating cultists. He was delighted and answered the teacher that the order would be carried out. He used his vine technique and started attacking all the monks who stood up to protect Yun. Shi just jumped on them and started beating everyone. But the great prince and his family were able to escape from the temple and met guards on the way. The guard told the great prince that he was glad that the Lord was okay, and asked, was Hong Kong temple attacked by demons? The grand prince replied, what the hell is this attack? The abbot of Hong Kong temple is a real demon, and let him quickly go and report this to Father Emperor. Lin told Yun that he had tried so hard for so long, but he could not defeat even one of his disciples. It was better for him to rest in peace. Yun replied to the elder that he was just a leaf demon, and he thought that the power of his Hong Kong temple was limited to this. The monk was actually surprised because there was a lot of noise here, and they still hadn't arrived. But suddenly the next monk came and said who was making noise. Yi Yun respectfully invites the two saints to exterminate the demons and protect the entrance to the temple. But Lin replied that it was even interesting. At that moment, a fast stick filled with energy flew out of the house. But one of the monks said that the demon-taming staff and the Vajra bracelets, two saints from the Hong Kong temple, came out of the mountains and they were saved. The bracelet immediately headed towards Lin, but he didn't even flinch and used his attack in response. The two saints immediately retreated and raised their weapons above their heads. One of them was from the group of 3 saints of the Hong Kong temple, Elder Dragon Elephant, and he was at the peak of the state of overcoming the heavenly test. And the second was also one of the 3 saints of the Hong Kong temple, the Elder Qing Jing, and he was at the peak of the state of overcoming the heavenly test. The saints immediately saw that this was presumptuous. And who dares to create disorder in the pure land of a Buddhist temple? But the people began to shout to solemnly welcome the 2 holy Elder Dragon Elephant and Elder Qing Jing. And these are the ones who were once equal to the abbot, and together were called the 3 saints of the Hong Kong temple, the most revered and powerful cultivators in the entire Buddhist world. Since childhood, he had heard stories of how they had inspired fear in the eastern lands. But the 2 saints had gone into seclusion tens of thousands of years ago, and they did not think that today they would see their greatness. Yun immediately became happy and said that he hadn't seen them for a long time. And if it weren't for the forced situation, he wouldn't want to disturb them in their privacy. The elephant dragon asked who was this benefactor who dared to attack their temple and cause him to end up in such a dire situation. King also said that it was true. Even the mountain's protective barrier had to be activated. Something like this had never happened before with Hong Kong temple. How was he going to explain himself to the late abbot? Yun replied that this was the same leaf demon that was wreaking havoc on the eastern lands. This demon had slandered their temple with a fake memory crystal, blackening their good name and inciting people to destroy the place. And several elders from the Yuhuaman school and the Venerable Juyang were killed by him. And now he is planning to destroy the Hong Kong temple, and they asked the 2 elders to restore justice for the sake of the temple. But then Lin came out and said to Yun that he really had an outstanding talent for turning black into white. And when he helped the other cultivators retreat, Yun, of course, arranged everything so that there would not be a single witness left. Yun told him not to dare to evade the truth. Today is the day of his death. He, as an old monk, vows to protect Hong Kong temple and eradicate a demon like him forever. He turned to the 2 elders and told them to destroy this demon together and protect the Taoist path. The monk gained enormous strength after the arrival of the elders and flew out at great speed and prepared to attack. The monks said that this was the main artifact of the 3 great artifacts of the Hong Kong temple, the 9th rank artifact, the Heavenly Penetration Staff. Dragon Elephant also agreed and used the Demon Suppression Staff technique against the guy. And Qing attacked from the other side and, calling the guy a spawn of evil, ordered him to accept death. They all surrounded him from different sides and ordered the demon to punish him. But Lin didn't even move from his spot and called out for the Kengyuan sword, a ninth-rank artifact. But the monk wasn't even surprised when he saw it, because it was a simple ninth-rank artifact. And who among them is without one? And he ordered his sword to do its job. Yun was surprised at the moment and didn't expect that he also had a ninth-rank artifact. But Lin said that he had many more treasures that the monk would never reach. Now let's see if he has the strength to see them. But what he really had in his mind was that his sword was really good, but he was sorry that he didn't have the proper sword technique. Suddenly the system appeared and said that the registration location of Huan Kong Temple was found. And does the owner want to receive the reward? Lin was delighted and realized that the system had only now responded to him. He had already thought that she had taken the reward for herself, and he told her that the registration was complete. And the system showed that a cool and powerful sword technique had been obtained, a solution for exterminating immortals. Lin asked the system, did it say that everything was fine? And that was not bad. Considering the reward, this time he couldn't argue with him. The guy immediately decided to try his new technique on the enemies, and the elders felt a strong aura of murder. Lin pounced on them with his sword and, taking his attack, tried to destroy them. The enemies used defense to stay on their feet. But the monk was shocked and asked the demon what kind of sword technique this was. Lin told him to listen carefully. This was the solo killer sword technique, created specifically to exterminate such deceitful and shameless, impudent people like him. But the dragon elephant attacked immediately and shouted that this was impudence and ranting beyond measure. But Lin raised his new sword and stopped the enemy with one hand. Lin asked the enemy, is that all? He is a leaf demon. He will have to try harder. Moon Demon said that this demon was so impudent, and they were still not alike. The monk responded and immediately used the Thousand Leaf Array. Yun took everything into his own hands and stood over Lin, releasing rays of fiery leaves. But Lin was prepared for anything, and it was not difficult for him to defend himself from them. Xiao at this moment thought that this guy was fighting 3 full-level masters alone. But Yu Yang was overjoyed and shouted that, like the teacher, even if their Huang Kong temple had 3 artifacts, it meant nothing. But the elephant dragon got angry and said that this leaf demon was really hard to kill. Even when they were famous in the eastern lands, they had not encountered such opponents. King asked Yun how he had incurred the wrath of this leaf demon. When the old abbot was alive, he had warned him not to make enemies of Huan Kong Temple, and he had sworn that he would not. Let him now look at what happened now. But Lin smiled at them in response, and coming closer, made only one swing with his sword. The saints couldn't even dodge such a blow and were injured. Lin said he thought they were so cool, but it turns out they weren't. The elephant dragon replied that this demon was slandering them so much, and he suggested that the elders use that power. Qing agreed and said that it was good, and they had been accumulating strength for so many years, and if not now, then when? And he ordered Yun to build a battle circle. Yun told the leaf demon that he had cornered him, and he was willing to die but could not make amends. Sea reflection meditation illuminates the 10 directions, collecting all virtue and radiating the pure light of Dharma, and overcoming bitter labor and vanity, turning into sweet dew. A pure and strict Buddhist temple opens the field of awakening. By combining all 3 forces, they created a huge wave of fiery energy and told Ye to accept death.